kind of just chat for a minute too. We can chat for a minute too because it takes a minute for people to start
These always tend to have a bit
popping
of a
on and
warm-up phase to them.
Yeah.
Kind of like how a broadcast will
yeah.
talk about a game before kickoff.
Yeah, well, I know there's also a 30-second delay in streams usually, or something like that.
I think the thing that's going to be really
There
disorienting
are.
for me is when I actually see this uploaded to YouTube and see me on there and hear my weird ass voice.
No, I started the whole streaming
That
thing because I've been out of a job because I'm not vaccinated. So
Mm,
I've been trying to like start a YouTube gaming channel. So I'm getting used to seeing myself in the side screen. It's still weird though.
mm. Okay, fair. I,
Bad
I've
enough
done
I got to see me
FaceTime
in the
before.
mirror.
Hmm. Now, I've seen FaceTime before, so I have seen myself.
Yeah.
It's
I
still a
love
little
looking at
weird though.
myself. I don't know what's wrong with you guys. I love looking at myself. I'm just kidding.
Well, that's because you're you. You do get to do
I'm
that.
just
Like
kidding.
I said in that on that tweet. I think every picture you take of yourself is a thirst trap.
Can't help it. And I don't
And
even
I
have
think that
big boobs. Like girls who have big boobs, you're gonna understand because it's like they're there. But I'm like,
hey,
you just have to like, sex it up a little bit. That's all.
Not gonna lie,
hey,
I
you gotta
followed
rock
for
it.
the Libertitties, but I stayed for the baseness. Full
Yeah.
That
honesty.
works. That totally works. And the funny part is, I'm kind of in a libertarian kind of. I have a lot of libertarian instincts, I guess would be the right way to say it. But there are a lot of ways in which I'm more traditional in terms of on a conservative sense, and this probably makes me sound like a heretic in this stream. But it really started honestly 2 years ago when people started telling me what to do with everything. And I have the political instincts I learned of a cat. I want to be left alone, and I don't want to be told what to do. And it's really that simple.
Yeah, I think it was 2020 was a big
That's
wake up for a lot of people.
I think 2020 showed everybody what everybody else was. I think that's really what it came down to.
Very
I
true.
lost several friends during 2020, and one of them was literally because I responded to. There was a funny thing. I think it was either from Spain or Italy, one of those early places that locked down so hardcore. And it was a funny video that went viral. I saw it on Twitter of a guy in a T Rex costume trying to cross the street before the police arrested him and hauled him off because they were literally in stay at home orders. And I said to a friend of mine, if they ever do this here, I'm going to be the first son of a bitch to violate that.
My biggest regret from all of this in the past 2 years is because, like we'll get into, I worked in a nursing home, so I was
Mhm.
seeing everything as it happened and was seeing people drop like flies. So I'll regret this. My wife she's got to have me publicly make fun of myself here. I I 15 days. This whole spread was like, okay, we'll do 15 days, whatever. And then she was literally said day one we were watching it on TV in her basement, and she goes, "This is the end of the free world." I'm like, I don't know about that. And then day 16, I was like, fuck. Um,
I'm going to tell you where
she was
I'm going
right.
to.
She
she
was
was right, and
right.
she
No,
told me I had to make fun of myself here, publicly flashing myself.
I'm going to tell you where I got worried about it. I got worried about it when I'm a big sports fan. I just love sports. And I know some people don't, but I absolutely do. Big Patriots fan. Um, but I was watching a Dallas Mavericks game live back in early February, early October, November, early March. Sorry, nerves. Anyway, I was watching a game in early March, and I used to live in Dallas, so I still kind of follow the teams from down there. And in the middle of the game, this was when Rudy Gobert tested positive for COVID. The guy who plays for Utah. And he was a total jackass at a press conference when people were talking about the issue. People worried about coronavirus getting, players catching it. And then he went and acted like a jackass and touched all the mics and all the bottles, water, and everything on the fucking podium. He did this, and then he tested positive. And as I'm watching the game live, we find out during the game that the NBA suspended the season. Now, it did come back later on, but I remember even Mark Cuban was interviewed and he was shocked by it. And everybody was. And that was when I knew that it was going to be bad. Because I hope that noise isn't too loud. That's my space heater.
Don't hear anything.
Okay. Oh, good. This mic is better than I thought it was. But anyway, I knew that was when it was going to be. I knew that was when it was going to be getting bad because that sports is the one outlet we have. I think it's one of the outlets that actually lets people more or less who might disagree with everything else say, "Hey, this is our team. We're watching our team play. It's us against whoever they're playing against."
Yeah, it's
And we
almost like the
don't
weather,
even-
something everybody could talk about.
But yeah. It's some, it's something I go to work and I talk about how the Patriots did or something like that, or the Celtics or the Red Sox. When you don't even have that anymore, you start to realize that if that's gone, what else can go? And it turned out it was everything.
Yeah.
I was literally, I when I moved here, when I moved to Maine from Texas, I stayed in like 4 different places before I found this house I bought. I first stayed in a couple of motels, and I was staying at a Hilton. And by the way, this is going to sound like a free plug for them, but they were so good to me. They have my everlasting loyalty as a customer because they were so down. They were so bereft of customers when the lockdown really kicked in that aside from my brother and me, there were, I think, only about 5 or 6 other people in the entire hotel staying there. And if they didn't stay open, I would have to move back. And I did not have a livable situation that I wanted to move back to. It was terrible. And I've said that if I hadn't moved when I did, I don't think I'd still be here. And I'm not sure I'm really exaggerating. And thanks to them, they stayed open and I was able to stay here. But when I would walk home from work sometimes, because the Hilton was in the town where I worked, and I would just see these sad displays of stores because I work in Freeport, which is where the flagship LL Bean is. And I would walk by the flagship store of LL Bean, and it was just empty, closed, nothing in the main thoroughfare of the town was open. It was like a ghost town.
Oh yeah, I remember that because I was an essential worker driving to work
So
every
was
day.
I.
That was the one good thing about no traffic. Never had the New York traffic when I was driving to work. But
But yeah,
at what cost?
there's that. But yeah, at what cost? I was literally given an affidavit saying that because I work overnight, I was given an affidavit saying I have a right to be on the road, and I said if you have to get a ride, give them that too, so that they can show it to anybody if you get pulled over.
Yeah, I had that too
That was
as well.
sad.
Yeah, it was twisted.
It was really twisted, and I remember posting a meme I saw once. It was just said, I think it was like it was one of those Will Ferrell bits where he just says, "I don't want to say I'm important, but I'm an essential worker."
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, but we got
That's
thrown away real quick.
That's a good
Yep.
place to start here. So I was gonna say we should when we start with Libertarian Squirrel, kind of introduce yourself and then like
Yeah, sure.
kind of how we started talking about this topic. So Squirrel first and then with you, Jacob.
Okay.
Sure,
Well,
I
Just talk for
in the pandemic, I was a recreational therapist at a New York nursing home. Not going to say which because I don't want to dox myself. But so Forrest Mommy invited me here to share some of the twisted stories I have, and I think it's important because they were kind of thrown away and forgotten. So I kind of don't want them to be in some way. I'm not introducing myself, but
it's fine. You're good.
you know.
You're good. You're good.
you, Jacob.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yeah.
I was trying to give you a time to as much time as you wanted to, man. Me, I'm not going to tell who I work for or anything like that because as essential work is all I'm going to say, and I work overnight, and anything else, and same thing. I don't want to dox myself. I don't know how many people are watching, but it's just one of those things that I don't want to run that risk. Um, but as I said, I moved from Texas to Maine in January, late third week of January of 2020, right before it started. I was just first hearing news of a potential viral outbreak from China as I was on the road heading up here because I just decided I really liked the place and I wanted to live here. And that's really all it came down to. I had no idea that I was gonna come down here in the literal worst year in the last 100, with the really shitty sequel to that year that came afterwards. But so and as I said, I am not, you know, I'm somewhere between conservative and libertarian. I have a very live let live kind of attitude, which I think defines libertarianism. But it's pushed me further into the liberty camp, so to speak. Just people constantly telling me what to do. I've had screaming fights with my dad, for example, over this because he just he has always been in favor of basically whatever the authorities are telling us about how dangerous this is, and all I can think is at what cost. I literally said to him, said how long. At one point, I said to him, "What if this is? How long is this going to take?" He said, "I don't know." I said, "What if it takes a year or two?" He said, "It's not going to take that long." And all the people who were defending this were saying the same thing. They said, "It's not going to last that long." And all of a sudden, it becomes like that scene um, in Attack of the Clones when Palpatine said, "These powers you have given me, I will relinquish as soon as this crisis is averted." This is what
Yep.
they're doing, though.
No one ever gives up their emergency powers.
No, and that's just a thing. The happiest day for me here was when the governor ended the state of emergency because before then we were getting ridiculous things like mask mandates even if you were outdoors, which by the way I never followed because and nobody else did. I saw maybe 1 out of 10 people wearing a mask outside because it was stupid.
In New York, they really broke people's brains. Everybody's wearing a mask in their own cars alone. It's insane.
See, if I see somebody in a car wearing a mask, the first thing I look at is there somebody in the back seat, because I took an Uber yesterday, and you have to sit in the back seat and you have to wear masks, as says the driver. That's the job requirement. That's not their choice. But if I see somebody driving alone with a mask on, I honestly have to wonder: is there something wrong with your brain? What are you What are you worried about? It's almost as if they're worried some like radioactive fog is going to get to them or something if they're doing that.
Yeah, it really broke
And
people's
it
brains.
only makes people who do that look like a joke. It completely undermines the credibility of what you're trying to support if you do something like that. Likewise, I'm not going to tell my 92-year-old aunt to go walk around and do anything she wants to. I know that for her it could be a threat. It could be a real problem. In fact, we had a fight with my uncle because he would keep visiting a friend of the family, and he would do this even it was really when it was really flaming out coming out everywhere. And I just and we tried to talk him out of it and he didn't. But so I take it seriously, and as I said with everybody, and I understand what you just said about vaccination and everything. I encourage people. I got vaccinated myself, and I think it's a personal choice. I encourage people to, if they think that they can and don't think that they'll get adverse effects. But I also don't judge somebody if they don't. Specifically, I think it's at this point you're swimming without a lifeguard if you don't get it. And I think it's about that simple. And it's your choice to do that if you want to. And and as I said, I don't judge somebody if they do or don't. That's their choice. I did partly because I thought it would actually help me, give me a much better chance of being able to see my mother and not be a risk to her. That was one of the big reasons why. Because I had hopes at the time that I would have more time to be able to spend with her and see her. But we'll get into that later. And I'm talking everybody's ear off. I'm sorry.
You're good. Squirrel, if you, or Billy or Squirrel, if you want to, I don't know, maybe just because you were in the thick of it, man, right there in New
Start
York.
off?
Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, just kind of go off with some of your experiences that you saw at the
Yeah,
beginning
this
there.
is some ground zero level. stuff
I
here.
tried to like write down like a script almost of what to say, and as I was doing it, just kept. It's like I
You did
repressed it
too.
all.
You did that too. You did that too.
I tried. I
Okay,
tried.
okay.
I couldn't.
I tried to, but I was like, no.
I couldn't. I couldn't think of it all. So if I randomly jump in with another story, sorry, but
No. It's
yeah.
all good, man. It's all good. I kind of rambled a little bit too.
So yeah, I remember I was working in the adult daycare division of a nursing home. It was kind of like a little bit of a separate entity where we would give daycare, so occupy pretty much those that were like schizophrenic, dementia, bipolar, got people that were very, very mentally ill. And at the time, there was also like a stomach virus going around in our crew, so they wanted us to shut us down. So when the 15 days to slow the spread came, they instantly cut us out. So then we got thrown into the nursing home, and now all of our patients that very much needed that daycare were kind of just thrown out into the streets, which was wild to me. So already
Were they
I
like
was-
Medicare or Medicaid patients,
Yes,
or were
yeah.
they?
and I'm talking
Okay.
like schizophrenic in the system for 40 years.
So we're talking like lifetime institutionalization kind of thing.
Yes, well, they generally lived in group homes, but some of them did come from the psychiatric wards. And
My mother
and
was in group homes a couple of times too.
Yeah.
So
they were who we were taking care of, and they were just thrown to the side already. So I was like, that was my first like, wow, this is really kind of fucked up. So then we got pushed into the nursing home proper, and I remember they gave us one N95 and said, "This has got to last you," which was wild. And I remember it got to the point where it was brown before I was able to throw it out and get a new one. It was absurd
Ugh.
because they eventually started forcing the COVID patients in, and there was nothing we could do about it because that was Cuomo's order. People didn't believe me when I told them that. But I
my dad
specifically
still doesn't
remember.
believe me when I tell him that too, and it's
Yeah,
it's
I was
It
there.
happened right. We knew about it right away. Like people
Yeah.
had broke the actual order. Like you could read it online. Like
Yeah, I know. I was telling
this
people.
is this. I'm not exaggerating when I say that order literally sounds like almost like a Dickensian level supervillain.
The
Like a
one
guy who
thing we
said,
knew.
"How can I decrease the surplus population?"
Yeah, the one thing we knew was that it was dangerous to old people at this point. Because remember, March 15th, it was really early. March 17th, something like that. It was really early. The only thing we knew was it affected old people. So logically, the best thing to do would be to put it in with old people. I don't understand.
especially when they
I
had
mean-
all the extra hospitals, or they had the field hospitals available.
We had the field
and-
hospital, and then
Didn't they bring a hospital ship there?
yes, 2,000 beds. They had 2,000 beds there, and then the
With comfort,
Javits Center,
I
I
think
think,
it
had
was.
7,000 beds. So now looking back, we know Cuomo is basically responsible for 11,500. So if you take that, that's 9,000 that potentially could have actually gotten adequate healthcare. But I digress. This guy's a monster.
Yeah, he's one of those evil men in politics, and I'm
Oh my
actually
God.
not saying that as hyperbole.
And like as I was working in the nursing home, right? I was there, and I was telling people that this is fucked up. This is what's going on, and people were just like, "What? No, it's not. it's just crazy. Let's go. It's a pandemic. We have to do what we have to do. And where else are they going to go? And I'm like, do
Hospitals?
right? I really realized how much it broke people's brains. But so after we got closed down, the adult daycare, and we were in the nursing home, I got put in charge of taking the iPad room to room and connecting people with their families,
Mhm.
which was probably one of the worst experiences of my life.
Oh, man. I can
But I will say it wasn't all bad. I did learn a lot about a lot of things. So basically what I became in charge of was the goodbye calls, which was the worst, because people couldn't, come in and actually see their families and say goodbye. All they got was an iPad FaceTime. And some of the patients were too dementiaed out that they couldn't even realize what they were looking at. Like they didn't understand the concept of FaceTime, which was very brutal. And then, sorry, I'm jumping all over the place. It's been a while
Oh,
since I've talked
you're
about
good,
all this.
man. You're good.
I really repressed a lot of it. So I remember my first patient that I remember that of mine from the daycare that actually passed away. I remember we got a phone call. They came down because they knew I was close to her. I was her favorite rec therapist and whatever. So we used to play games and stuff all the time. So yeah, I went from playing games with old people to having them say goodbye to their loved ones, which was quite a 0 to 60 change.
That's 0 to 6,000.
Yeah. I remember it was a good one. Can't really say her name, but anyway, we'll call her Robin. She was found dead. It wasn't COVID related. It was a suicide because we threw our people out into the streets pretty much, and she had like severe schizophrenia and anxiety, and she took her life. So people are like, well, they didn't die. COVID. That's not the only case. It's not the only factor. It's not end all. And she was, I want to say in her 60s, so way too young
Wow.
for. Yeah, it was terrible. So then that was really early on, and like I said, she had very bad anxiety, so that was probably too much for her. And then all day on the news, there's nothing but the death counter going up and up and up. So again, just for people with mental issues that couldn't get the help they needed, it was just a recipe for disaster. So like I'll never forget. I remember the first patient I came in contact that was COVID was like that gone, because once it got into the nursing home, it was wildfire per building. We managed to like sequester the buildings and the floors as best as we could, but nursing homes weren't equipped for this stuff. So I remember we saw I saw the first patient. They were like, I'll call him Roger. Like, you got to get there. You got to go see him right now. And so I did the FaceTime call. And normally when you do the goodbyes in nursing homes, you say, take all the time you need. You close the door and let them say their goodbyes kind of thing. But no, I was the one that was forced to hold it there and listen to the whole family's completely gut wrenched and crying and stuff like that, which was brutal. But also what I hated most about it was then they had a time limit because
What?
I had to get to other people. I only had so many times and people were dropping. So I would have to go from, come on, sorry, I have to go to the next. And it was, my God, it ate me up inside every day to do that to people. And then I got back to them the next day and he was gone. And I asked the nurse and they were like, oh, he's gone on vacation. And I'll never forget that. That was the first one that I saw that passed away. I think by the end of it, I want to say we had about 550 beds, I believe. And I think over the course of like the first year, I think like 108 died. I know we closed an entire building down. We had 5 buildings. We closed an entire building down because there wasn't beds. It was insanity.
Do you know how many people were, generally speaking, in the facility? or that part of the
It,
facility.
it was
I
a,
guess.
it was about 550. We were almost completely full, and then we would
More
get
than 100 people
oh
out
yeah
of that.
over the time. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, somebody in the chat. Yeah, he's gone on vacation. That's what they said, and never forget that one. But like at that point, it was still early, so I didn't realize how broken the world was. I just think, okay, this is serious. This is like a sickness, and I'll never forget. We had one person who was because Forrest Mommy, I think you said you did activities in a nursing home, right? I think you said that in one of your
Yeah,
previous.
I did activities for 3 years between memory care and assisted.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I was a national. I was a certified dementia practitioner for a while, which is another reason why I really, really learned how sped up the dementia progression was in my experience. But I'll go back to that for a second. We had someone who was, I don't know if you had in your nursing home, like a resident council member. She was like the mayor of it, the president. I don't remember exactly. And she was always like the life of the party. She was always the very, very active woman. And she got it. She went from, she was fine. She felt a little sick. Second day, I had to basically beg her to call her daughter to say goodbye because she felt so bad. Third day, I finally convinced her, and I had to listen to her and her daughter terribly cry for about an hour because I couldn't bring myself to hang up on that phone call to go to the next family. And then the next day she was dead, just like that. And that death was on Cuomo, personally, if you ask me. It was terrible. I'll never forget. I did the phone call. The only reason we stopped the phone call was because we were trying to get her to eat a little bit for some strength. And there's just the aide that actually listened for like a half of that conversation just like started crying, and I just hugged her. I didn't know who she was. Her name's Mary Grace. She's an angel. There was still some good ones out there. Let me tell you, she was great. But it really broke some people's brains because I remember it was one of my biggest red pill moments of my life. There started being the Black Lives Matter protests, and right around the block, 2 blocks down, I don't want to lie, 2 blocks down, there was a protest on a corner of the street for Black Lives Matter. No one complained about that at all. Everybody, and I'm not commenting on anything like that. That's fine, whatever. Protest is everyone's right. So they're sitting there protesting without their masks, protesting, and then two blocks down, people are not allowed to say goodbye to their dying loved ones, which I just thought was just insanity to me. And what was really brutal about it was the dementia patients, they didn't understand at all. You could tell them, oh, your family, they just can't come today. There's a virus going around. We don't want them getting sick. But they don't understand that. They just understand that they haven't seen they just understand that they haven't seen the people that they love for a long time. And they were getting mad. They were getting angry. And obviously the families are getting angry. And then all the workers were a very skeleton staff. So everybody's getting angry all the time. And that's how problems happen. You gotta, it's a very, nursing home work is already a very taxing kind of work. Sometimes you gotta step away sometimes.
My mother's sister did that. So I know she was sometimes, I could see a very exhausted look in her face sometimes. I understand.
It was rewarding, but it was exhausting.
Yes. That was the way she seemed to act about it too.
Yeah. I would come home exhausted every day, but I liked, and I very much missed the feeling of doing good at the end of the day. Now unemployed, I don't have that at all anymore. Quite the opposite, actually. So we would tell people that your family can't come today. Your family can't come today, and they just wouldn't understand, and just I'd have to like break their hearts every day. Oh, your family will come. Oh, why won't they come? They don't love me. I'm like, I that's not true. I can't. But one thing I really learned was, so as I was going room to room and having everybody talk to their loved ones, I really learned how many people actually just throw away their loved ones. Like I'd call a daughter, and it would be like, "Oh, don't ever call me again." I'm like, okay, which was surprising to me.
I think it's
that's
a
the world we live in.
reflection of how people reacted.
Yeah, Yeah. I think I don't even know. I mean, I don't know what their life situation was. I don't know if that person was. I don't know.
No,
But
that's not a defense of it. It's just I think it's a tragic reflection because different people in different circumstances ended up reacting differently.
yeah.
Which is the most bland thing I could have said, but I think it's true.
Yeah. And
Even when I worked in the elderly care, like I remember there would be people whose family would never come. I mean, this was
Yeah.
way prior to COVID too. I'm like, so like all these people would never even care about their grandparents. That was one thing that pissed me off with it all last year. Was like they're all talking about grandparents now, and I'm like, I used to work with your grandparents, and you didn't
Yeah.
show up anyway.
yeah, exactly.
Now, like,
Yeah,
People
that
who
was
the people who couldn't be bothered to see grandma were saying you want to kill grandma.
yeah, exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make, but in a less articulate way because I'm all over the place. But yeah, people were.
everyone's doing good.
Blunt.
Everyone's doing good.
Yeah. See, I like being on Liberty Twitter because I could take the time to think of the 140 characters, and I can make myself seem smarter than I actually am.
That's a good thing about these streams too, is that you have more than 140 characters.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Can hash
but-
it out.
Yeah, so all these people that would normally not come see their parents are telling me, why am I not doing this? Why am I not doing that? It's just a lot of moral grandstanding. But so if I want to get into the really stuff that broke my brain, one of the worst ones I'll remember. Well, let me work up to it, I guess. Trying to remember things chronologically. So around June, July, when the cases kind of dipped in 2020, we realized, hey, we have to actually let people see their families, which was insane. So we started doing like the drive-by kind of whatchamacallit visits. We had, so back in our day, the daycare room was empty because it was a separate ward kind of. So we would do like the grocery store plastic, and we would have people come in, say hello to their families, and we had like plastic sheets like it was a freaking quarantine zone, and they would just shout through the plastic to dementia patients that didn't understand and most of the time couldn't hear because we didn't think to do the bank teller little microphone or anything like that. So we did that half-assed.
Dehumanizing at all, is it?
Yeah, exactly. It was like a petting zoo. It was ridiculous. Which I hated every second of it, but at least for some people that was okay. That was better. The more cognizant ones could take that as a consolation prize, and that did help them. So I am thankful for that, at least. And I remember I had a family member absolutely rant about that to me, and I was like, buddy, I'm the one person in this entire building, in this entire facility that agrees with you. So I would look up every single law and every single policy and tell every single family in my building exactly what loophole to get whatever they want and however they wanted it. That was my goal.
2020 was a great year for finding out what loopholes exist.
Oh yeah. Well, before COVID hit, I was trying to get a paralegal certificate because I wanted to. I went on jury duty in 2019, the end of 2019, and I thought to myself, I kind of like this. This is interesting. I'll get into law, and because I kind of capped out where I was, so I was looking for a career change. Started doing paralegal, and then COVID hit, and I was like, okay, maybe I definitely do need to do a career change. So I got good practice out of that paralegal degree, even though I haven't been hired as a paralegal yet. That did help me in that regard, finding every loophole to give to every family possible. So I am thankful for that. It wasn't a totally wasted schooling like my other degree, but still.
That's something I've noticed. And off topic, I'll just say it really quickly. There's something that these state types, one thing that they hate is people who actually know their rights.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
they hate that more than anything else.
Oh yeah, I remember there was one point where I think it was around September. So we closed back up because the government told us to. And our place was very heavily Medicaid funded, so it was kind of at the mercy of the state. And I'll never forget, there was a family member that came in. irate because their father was on the floor for 45 minutes after hitting the nursing call bell from falling. So that took care of that, and then the father came back, hit the call bell, didn't get anyone to show up for about an hour. Called his son, and his son got pissed off and came in. Naturally, I would understand that too, of course, because if you have a heart, that is something that is wrong. So I remember I was in the main lobby. Higher up grabbed me. They're like, "You got to get this guy out of here," and because it's a very female-dominated workplace, so they're telling me to go upstairs, get this guy out of here. I was like, "What? Why the hell would I get him out of here? I fucking agree with the guy. This is absurd." People almost. It really broke people's brains for humanity, and that's going to segue into my next story, which I think is one of the worst. I had a patient. I'll call her Irene. She wasn't dying of COVID by any means. She had bad dementia, and she had a tumor on her face, so she had cancer. And I'll never forget, as she was going down, you know, her family requested. Her family lived in other states, but she had one family in New York with us. They requested that she gets last rites, and this was around October, November, and she's going. They say it's got to happen today. So I go up to a room, and they tell me, "Oh, the priest isn't coming. You got to do it." And I was like, "What?" At the time, I mean, for my whole life, I feel like I've bounced between like agnostic theist, or agnostic atheist. My wife says that's not a thing, but I'll tell you it is. So, like, I was like, "What do you mean he's not coming?" And I called the priest. And he said, "Oh, I'm gonna walk you through how to do it." And I was like, "Okay." And I didn't want to rob this woman of that, but consciously, you know, inside I was like, "Didn't you guys burn at the stake for your faith back in the day? Where's your balls?" Or you know, the old meme is like, back in the day they used to burn at the stake, and now it's a $5,000 fine if you're gonna go to church. Okay, whatever. But anyway, so I had to get tap water, and he blessed it over the phone, did a little quick little blurb. I did the sign of the cross, and he did his prayer, and then he went on to tell me all of his rationalizing of like, "Oh, my doctor says I probably shouldn't go," and all this garbage. And I was like, what a weak, pathetic person. So I hung up on the guy, and I just remember I at the time, like I said, I was agnostic, atheist thing. I just sat down next to her, and I prayed every prayer I remembered for like 20 minutes, hoping that if that, you know, I hope that was enough for her. I'll never know. But it was just, that was insane.
That honestly makes me feel kind of murdery.
Yeah,
Not gonna lie.
it does. It does. And I'll never forget. At the beginning of the phone call, he said to me, "Oh, I'm just going to need you to do the process if you're comfortable with that." I was like, "What the fuck does it matter if I'm comfortable with it? Like this is supposed to, according to your faith, this is supposed to get this woman into heaven, right? This is pretty fucking important."
That's one of the most important rights you can be given in the Catholic faith. I one time started to go into. I one time considered going into the Catholic faith a while back, and so I know a fair deal about these, and that is one of the most principal things a priest can do. They take confession, they deliver mass, and they do last rites, because that's one of the most important things they can possibly do.
Yeah, I mean,
To think one just kind of, this is, forgive me for sounding crude here, but for him to pussy out like that.
Yeah, no, 100%. Oh my god, I was.
I mean, that's something. I mean,
fuming.
he should be defrocked for that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was.
Someone in the chat says he should be excommunicated for that.
That's a
Yeah.
really complicated thing, but defrocked is typically what they end up doing now. But yeah, he absolutely should be.
I hope, if I'm wrong, well, I honestly now, unrelated, I would say I'm much more faithful now, considering because I see the devil everywhere. So I think I'm more faithful now than I ever was.
Well, you see the devil everywhere. You also see the other side.
Yeah, I'm hoping, and I hope to God that was enough for that woman. I don't know, but she was robbed, and it just really broke people's brains. I remember another one was this couple was married for 76 years, and and they followed every law, every rule. We said they never gave us a problem at all. For the 2 years she was there, never gave us a problem. And this woman was very, very far gone with her dementia. And she got to the point where her dementia was so bad that her body was rotting from the inside. She wasn't eating anymore. The only small solace is that she wasn't, we don't think she was feeling pain because her brain was so almost gone. And like I said, this couple was married 76 years. And I'll never forget. I had to do sorry, I keep saying I'll never forget, but I never will. I did the phone call to this man. He was 90 something, and he's crying and asking me how am I supposed to live with my wife without my wife and stuff like that. And his tears were pooling up on the iPad, and it broke my heart. I didn't know what to do. I'm sitting here, 29. What what answers do I have? And I let him have his call for an hour, and then his wife eventually got too tired and she was falling asleep, so he said let it go. And I went down to the social worker and I was like, listen, I don't give a shit, you got to let these people in, you can't. Luckily they did let they did agree to a one compassionate care visit a week for this family. She died, and then the next week the Cuomo allegations came out and the facility opened, which really pissed me off.
My blood ran cold hearing that.
Yeah.
I'm not joking.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking. That literally, that has me feeling a special kind of speechless to hear that.
Yeah, it was. I learned a lot in the last 2 years. There's one family that I really came to love. Selfishly, her room had air conditioning, so when you're wearing all the PPE and shit, I would always try to find a way to get into this woman's room, because she was this 80-year-old Italian immigrant. I loved talking to her, but her family was really a good example for me to listen, because again, I had the iPad all the time, so I heard all these conversations with the family over the years, and I would just hear all their contradictions about, oh, I'm never taking that Trump vaccine. Oh, well, you gonna get that? We got to get that vaccine for you. It's so much better. And like, I don't know what's going on. But they don't know what's going on either. But we should got to take that vaccine. And I was like, they just flip. Like, I would see their brains just not think the extra step ahead, and it was crazy to me.
It reminded me of something. It's just something a guy I went to high school with posted on Facebook, and I thought it was really funny. When the vaccine was first being rolled out, he said, "Remember, when you get the vaccine, no matter what you think of it, the person who made it ready for you was probably probably the guy you didn't like."
Yeah, well, I would hear these people just flip flop on issues. It was crazy, and I it's not my place to intervene in their conversation, so I never would, because I would always hold the iPad, and if they ever asked me any questions or anything, I would never lie to anybody, because that's not who I am. So if they ask me, what political party are you? I'd say I'm a libertarian. They're like, what is that? So I'd always engage if they ask me questions, but if they didn't ask me, I'm not going to intervene and say, yo, you're being ridiculous right now. But I forgot one thing about that story about the couple of 76 years. I vented to a friend And this is one moment where I just got shivers because of how much it broke even people I loved. So I was telling them how I've noticed how angry these dementia patients are getting. I've noticed how much worse their um how I could start a conversation with them, and then an hour later they still remember who I am. And then it got to the point where I would tell them who I was 3 or 4 times an hour. And yeah, that's normal, but it was happening within a thing of months. Excuse me. And I remember I vented to a friend. We were playing Call of Duty or something, and I told him the story of all this, a bunch of the stories, and he goes, "Well, it's better than dying of COVID." I'm like, "Is it though? Is it dying alone? Uh, slowly mentally deteriorating? Is that better than dying of the flu, or not even definitely dying, maybe dying of the flu?" It just was insane to me.
Sitting from where I am, I would not have been able to answer as calmly as you did. I'm just going to tell you that right now.
It's one of my strengths. My bullshit
commend you
tolerance is
for
high.
the measured response that you must have given, whatever the hell that was.
Yeah, my bullshit tolerance is very high. I don't know how.
Jacob, we can get into your
Yeah,
experience
please.
too now if you want.
Okay, if you're
come from
wondering,
the
I'm
other
looking. I'm
side.
trying to find a picture of her to show the difference between when I first saw her and when I left. For some reason, I'm having a hard time finding it on my phone. If I find it, I'll show it to you. But anyway, my mother. This is what she looked like. This was from years ago, mind you. But anyway, this was like from 20 years ago. But she was the kind of person who only a sociopath could hate. Just genuine, salt of the earth kind of person. Literally kind to a fault. After she divorced my dad, she moved to Cleveland, to around to suburban Cleveland, which is where her family lives. And I stayed with my dad. And at some point, about almost 25 years ago now, she had some sort of infection. I don't even think her family still knows what it was. But and this is going to make me sound more conspiratorial or distrusting of doctors, but I'm going to be honest. Whatever doctor she had screwed up with the medication so badly that she was ill and infirm for months on end, and she was never the same after that. She looked like she aged a little bit by that point before then, but she was, she still looked like, and you see her, she would have blended into the crowd. Afterwards, you could tell where she was. She was the one. She constantly had fluid building up in her legs. Her legs would swell. She'd have a hard time walking, and it came to a point where she couldn't live on her own anymore. She had to be moved into a group home and then eventually a nursing home. The um the thing that the thing that kept her, that kept hurting was I kept hoping that maybe she'll bounce back, because you always hope that anytime you see that. I'm sure you've seen that yourself. You keep hoping that maybe she will, but she went into a nursing home, and I visited her multiple times. Once I even went with her and her sister and brother-in-law. They're just great people. You mentioned an Italian immigrant. His family's Italian, and some of the best people in the world. Um, her niece, my cousin, would go to her nursing home and cut her hair like once a month. And as soon as they this is a diversion, but as soon as they opened the nursing home back up to visitors, she would do so again every opportunity that she got. But she never did really get better. And there was a time about 12 years ago now. I went with her, the three of them, her and my aunt and uncle, to Maryland, to Ocean City, and that was one of the best vacations I ever had. And it was actually the reason why I ended up moving here, because I wanted to live on the coast. I love the ocean. I just discovered that I love that. And I it was about 5, 6 years ago that I realized, I was talking to my aunt, and I said, I'm never going to be able to do anything like that with her again, am I? And she said, no, you're probably not going to. She's on too much medication, and it'd probably be too hard on her to do something like that. It was kind of a heartbreaking experience, but I'd still come up and see her. And uh, it's a 1,200-mile trip from near Dallas to where she lived, but it was always worth it. I always enjoyed myself. I'd go there. What always make me sad about that is that she would hardly move around anymore. And when she was younger, she was the biggest daredevil and going to amusement parks and everything else you could imagine, even in spite of the fact that she was a timid person. She loved roller coasters, for example. But now those days were gone, and now it was just, you know, honestly, if I was able to go to a park or something, that would be a good thing. That would sometimes just be enough. Sometimes it would just be enough to watch TV with her or something.
Of course.
And because at this point it was just being with her. My dad even tried to reconcile with her about 8 years ago, and they had a fight. When which point Dad realized that he wasn't mad at her, but he knew that it wasn't going to be able to. They weren't going to be able to. And the to me the saddest part was was seeing that, and in that I saw something in her that always made me worry. My mother, bless her heart, was never good at crisis management. When things would go bad, she would kind of fall apart, and it was absolutely heartbreaking to see it happen, but it did. And I have I only wish that there's something I could done. I can't. Even before it happened, I just kept thinking, I wish I had done something more. I literally did that, and I would try to call her every opportunity that I would get. We even gave her a phone at a nursing home. This was a place in a bad part of town, but we would see her every time being up there, and I visited her nursing home multiple times. But about 4 or 5 times I would visit there, and I'd see her, and I'd even see the guy who ran the place a couple of times.
Were you able to visit?
Not well. This is before that. This is
Oh,
before all that.
apologize.
I'm kind of rambling and giving a background to it, but yeah, so I would talk to her, and she always wanted me to move. Like I said, I've lived in a really toxic environment in Texas where I moved from. I don't want to go into details because they're honestly humiliating. But I had to get out of where I was, and one of the happiest things that I ever told her was that I was moving. And because I'd always talked about moving away, but they always thought it was sort of a, well, he says that, but it's never actually going to happen. And when she finally saw that I was, she was so happy. She was so happy that I was finally moving to improve myself. I got a job, they got everything. And I stayed in contact with her as much as I could, even after the pandemic started. I called her a couple of times, but she was never tech savvy, so she wasn't very good at using a phone. I even got her a computer a couple of times, and one time I even took it back, the one that I gave her, because she couldn't use it well. They got her a Nook one time to help her read because her hands would shake by this point, and she couldn't use that. So while she could, she would use a phone, and I would call her. Then at some point, something with her phone didn't work right, and she didn't know how to take care of that problem. And by that point, the nursing home was locked down. So I wasn't able to call her anymore. And the last time I was able to call her beforehand, I remember it was in March, because it was literally a day before the reception for the day before a year to the day before we were preparing for the funeral, because it snowed up here. And I remember calling her saying, "Hey, it's snowing here. It's May and it's still snowing," and just had a little fun with her. And I said, I just said, "I really hate this. I just hope this doesn't last too much longer." And she said, "I do too. I hope it doesn't. I hope I can see Rhonda. That's my aunt. I hope I can see her soon because she wasn't able to see anybody. And what she did have though was a friend named Dale. She was about, I'm guessing, probably about 10 years older than her, probably in her late 70s or something like that. I didn't know much about her, but she seemed like a sweet old lady, and she was really nice to her. And they were really good friends. My mom loved to read. One time we went to a bookstore when I was a kid, and I'm not joking. She read the first six chapters of a book while we were there, and passed a judgment on whether she wanted to buy the book or not. That's how good she was at reading. And so she would read books while we were there. That was the thing. We would either get her crossword puzzles to keep her engaged or buy her books. Um, and So she would do this, and she would talk to her friend about how she'd read and everything. About halfway through or so, after about 6 months or a year, I don't know when it happened. It wasn't COVID, but she had cancer and she died of cancer. Her friend did. That was the last person she had to talk to because I tried to call the facility and I was only able to FaceTime with her once
In total, or
in total.
wow,
Actually, I think it might have been twice, maybe twice in total. And one of those times when I did, she actually caught COVID. It was locked down, but it was running through it like a wildfire in a drought, like a brush fire in a drought. It just
is that what happened down there?
ravaged that nursing home. But she was asymptomatic, and this was the thing that was so shocking to me because she was highly immunocompromised. She was taking all sorts of medication for for it, and but she she was so asymptomatic that she refused to believe that she even had it when they told her that she did. They actually had to show her the positive test to say, "Yeah, you do have it." That's how asymptomatic she was. She was fine. The virus didn't do anything to her. But after her friend died, for months on end, I don't know how long. I have to be completely honest. I have a difficult time talking to my family about this because, in particular, her side of the family, because they have so much regrets. They said their biggest regret was not getting her out when it started to look bad. Both my aunt and my cousin, they both say the same thing. But she didn't have anybody to talk to, and I didn't know this, but apparently she had the early signs of dementia. I didn't know that she did. I can look back on it now and realize it because, as somebody who dealt with them, you can probably recognize the symptoms I'm about to describe. Her speech patterns were a lot slower than they used to be, as if she was really trying to carefully parse out what she was saying. And that was and looking back on it, I could see early signs of it. But it's one thing I do know is the social isolation combined with dementia.
Makes it exponential.
It's like it's. I'm going to quote a podcast for this because there's a really great way of putting it. When you have that, you have when you have someone with dementia in the middle of a pandemic, what you have there are sticks, leaves, branches, and a couple of tree limbs and cardboard. There, it's dangerous, but it doesn't have to be. But it doesn't have to be as bad as it sounds. And then you have isolation, which is basically to pour gasoline on it and start chucking lit firecrackers at it, and that's what ended up happening. Um, by the time by the time they had opened it back enough to be able to see her, for us to be able to, that is, it was so different. that it was honestly astonishing. I have an old phone here. Let me see if I can find a picture of it, because the picture says everything on just how different it was, because it's honestly shocking to me just how
You
different
sent me those
she was.
pictures on my. I was trying to look if they were in my DMs, but that was my Forest Mommy account, so that's all
Yeah, it
gone
was.
now.
See, I'm honestly trying to find them because that's how devastating it was. Um, I think I can find the before picture really quickly here, and I'm gonna keep talking while I do. Um, it was an absolutely traumatizing experience for her not being able to. No, I thought I did there. Okay. It was an absolutely traumatizing experience for her not to be able to see us, just because, or her family or anybody, because they would constantly visit her as much as they could. And um, like I said, my cousin was so good about that. She would, she and my aunt would go like once a week, sometimes multiple times a week, and get her milkshake. My mom loved milkshakes. I have inherited that vice from her. But she would take her there. But she would go there, and she wouldn't even be able to go inside.
Yep.
And so she wouldn't even know if she was getting the shake. And of course, getting that without actually seeing that it's from your family, there's a reason why we have to actually be able to see people. There's a reason why, you know, Zoom classes don't work. There's a reason why we actually have to be in contact with people. It's not the same just seeing each other on a screen. I realize the
Social
irony
creatures.
as we're saying this over screens, but um, we have to, because we're a social species. We're social people. We all are. That was a joke that Joe Rogan made in a routine of his once. We always love to look at the loner like, I don't need anybody. Bullshit. We all need people. And he pointed this out, and I didn't even think about it. He said, in prison, where you're surrounded, and where you're in prison, the cruelest punishment you can get is solitary confinement. And he said, think about that. You're in a cement block surrounded by murderers and rapists, and the worst thing that they can do to you is leave you alone.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that kind of struck me actually. And
That's what happened to a lot of them.
yeah, it is. And I found out is in April, in late March, so just about 10 months ago, I got a I got a message from my cousin who said, when do you think you'll be able to visit again? And that kind of alarmed me, because they don't typically ask questions like that. They might, like, once a year, like, do you know when next time you'll be in town? But it's usually prompted by me talking about, liking to visit there or something. But she said this in a much more urgent way. She said, I said, why, what's wrong? She said, I don't know. I might have vacation time. Why, what's wrong? She said, I think you need to see your mom. And I said, well, is something wrong? I said, is it getting that bad? And she said, because my grandmother, her mother died just 4 years earlier. And she said, this is a lot. This is a lot like grandma. And if it's like that, then you don't have much time. And the one thing about my mom's side of the family is they do not parse words. They do not exaggerate things like that. And so I went there, and but before I did, the thing that struck me was she said that she thought she was talking to me. That's how isolated she was. She thought she was talking to me. That's how advanced it got. And my brother and I went 700-mile drive. Um, like, we just packed up like the next and took off the next day. I went to work and I said, "Yeah, I got to go see my mom. I don't This might be for the last time. I hope it's not, but it might be." And I did. And we took off and we went there, and I could see in the look on my cousin's face that this was This was bad. And the worst part about it was I went and I saw my mom, and she was just in a room. Like, she wasn't in her room. She was just in a room. There was a ren where before maybe it had been like a casual dining area. I don't know. It had a lot of sunlight and everything. Maybe that's why. I don't know why she was there. But the look in her eyes, I'm never gonna forget the look in her eyes, because she recognized my brother and me, but her face tightened up, and I'm gonna try to show as best I can. Just sort of a kind of a it was a real pained look in a way, because it looked like she wanted to cry, but she didn't have the strength to. And I she wanted to cry, I think, because she knew her boys had come to see her. But I think she wanted to cry because she knew why her boys had come to see her. She knew this was going to be the last time. And you you saw the pictures. I showed them to you. How brutal the difference was from the time before to after. She had lost at least 50, 60 pounds. She looked like a scarecrow almost. And she was hardly able to say anything, and most of it was just pained moaning. It's some of the most unpleasant things I've ever seen. But there was no way I was going to leave that, because I knew she needed me to be there as much as she needed her cousin to be there. And my cousin, while she was there, she gave her a haircut just one last time while we were there, or at least one time last time when I was there. And we spent the week, and we went there with her every single day. We went there every day the whole week I was there, and it was the same every time. And I'll tell you the thing that really, really made me ticked off, and it made my aunt pissed off too. Keep in mind, my my aunt and uncle, she worked in a nursing home for years, and he worked manufacturing, work blue collar job. These are union Democrat types. Ever did not vote for Trump, mind you. They're lifelong Democrats. Just that kind of attitude. She almost flipped out on the people working there though, because the only way I was able to get the only way my brother and I were really able to get her to recognize us were to take off our masks, because
Yeah.
we had to wear them in there. That was the only way she could recognize us. And I took my aunt and I went over and talked to one of her friends. This was a good guy, and he said, and this humbles me to this day, that that when she could when before she started to go downhill, she would just never stop talking about how much she loved her boys. And it's the kind of praise that I still don't think I've earned to this day, and it's the kind of thing that I don't think I could ever earn. That's just the kind of person that she was. She she would say this, and some of her pictures were, this was the old room that she was in. And keep in mind, this is just a room that she was largely isolated in, probably most of the time. I don't know how isolated people were. You could probably answer that better than I could. This was not
Oh
an
yeah,
o-
I
this was
forgot to
not a
mention
new.
about it, but I have a
Yeah,
lot to talk about that for
yeah,
sure.
oh yeah. I'm sure we can circle. I don't want to sound like Jen Psaki, but we can circle back to that. But so I don't know how isolated she was in that room, but her room was basically twice the size of your average prison cell or so, something like that. Not exactly a big place. Like my bedroom I'm in right now is probably about 60 to 70% of what the entire size of her room was. Not a very big place. And but I talked to a friend in there, and we we just casually kind of took our masks off because he wasn't wearing one, because everybody in there by this point was already vaccinated, because my mother was, everyone was. But we did, and took them off. And one of the nurses there just flipped her shit on us. Said, "You do this again, we're going to throw you out and you can't come back."
Yeah.
And
That going around.
yeah, and the thing is, all she had to do was say, "You can't do that." I wouldn't have even been up, because I know that her job security would be at risk if she let everybody do this. I understand that, just like yours would have been if you let everybody do it back when you were there. But to go off with threats like that on there left me a special kind of pissed off that they would do that they would be that heartless, knowing what we were there for, because they knew who she was and they knew who we were. I had seen this woman before, and they still did that. And that picture I sent you, that one before she left, my aunt had to actually look down the hallway to see if anybody was there who was going to see, because again, my brother and I had to take our masks off to see, for her to be able to see, and we wanted to get a picture, one last picture with her, and we did. And the look in her face, I think she knew what we were doing, but by this point, I think a lot of her had been taken out by what had happened, because I don't think people don't realize what prolonged isolation does to the brain.
No.
It's so bad that my brother and I, once we bought our house, we moved down there. We went back down there and brought him up here, because but partly because we didn't want to leave him in the awful place we left from, but also because we didn't want him to be left in the situation anywhere similar to what she was doing, because he kept talking about how he wasn't worried because he wasn't doing anything. He was the only person in his house. That's a terrible thing to do. That is a terrible thing for anybody to do to themselves. And so I don't pretend to be a neurologist or anything like that, but I do know that a really good way to give yourself dementia is to not do anything.
Yeah, that was a big problem.
Yeah, to be completely idle. And I wasn't going to let him do that. But the I'm almost losing my train of thought here, because I have so many emotions and thoughts.
I gotta grab Kleenex. Keep talking.
No.
I'm sorry that happened to you, of course.
But yeah,
Doesn't mean much, but
no, I understand, and I don't do that. I don't do this to be a drama queen. I don't do this
no, not
for
at all.
sympathy or anything like that. I think this is the kind of story that needs to be told, because and also, remember, I described myself as largely conservative. I am going to be consistent here. All the hate that I have for Andrew Cuomo, I have it for Mike DeWine too, because Mike DeWine listens slavishly to the director of health in the state of Ohio, and and Ohio locked down about as hard as any state in the Midwest not called Michigan. Ohio locked down pretty hard. And so I have a particular hatred for him because of that. And I say that knowing that if it were a Democrat, they probably would have done even worse, quite possibly. But that doesn't mean that I don't hold a grudge against him for that, because that was just...
No, the only governor that actually has my respect, I think, at this point is Kristi Noem. She didn't play any of that shit, as far as I know. Been trying to get my wife to move to South Dakota with me, but there's nothing there. So,
to use a line from a Family Guy thing, from a Family Guy cutaway, we're not even the best Dakota.
yeah, the isolation was a huge part, especially. So, like, I wasn't in charge of the recreation when I was doing the FaceTime as my job, but
yeah.
I was still kind of involved with it, care planning and whatnot. And so every patient, as best as could be done, would be told to encourage to stay in their rooms. They weren't supposed to leave, especially at the beginning. They weren't supposed to leave the threshold of their room. if it could be now.
Basically,
For
don't cross out of
Yeah.
the doorway.
So for a while, I mean, we couldn't with the dementia patients. You can't lock them in. That's against the law, as it should be.
Yeah.
And they wander. So when it hit, when COVID was brought into that ward, it kind of really spread. But every single room was pretty much just, a bed, a TV, unless the families brought anything else, which was rare, unfortunately, because of the nature of people throwing away their elderly. But so everyone would stay in their room. They would have the TV, and the aides would always put on CNN. So these people are alone all day listening to how much of the world is burning. And every time I would go in every room, I would always change it. I'd something else, soap opera, anything I could do.
I just put it on like Nick TV or something, something that
Literally,
was one of those old shows they would have liked.
Yeah, literally one patient I had, she liked watching SpongeBob instead of CNN, so I put on SpongeBob, and thank God for SpongeBob.
I would have put it on like
Probably
my
learn
mother
more.
was like watching those police procedural shows like Criminal Minds or Law and Order. I would have just let her watch that all day long.
Yeah. But so every room you walk down the halls and you just hear in stereo of Andrew Cuomo having those press conferences that he loves so very fucking much. Sorry, I gotta stop cursing. I want to get you demonetized before you're monetized.
And just watch the news media masturbate to this guy.
Oh,
this is the thing. This is the thing that
he won Emmy. He won an Emmy for his act.
Yeah, he did.
And wrote
for playing the part of a
book.
compassionate governor.
Yeah, and he wrote a goddamn book too.
Yeah, disgusting.
And I love the way that Tom Woods put this. We are now living in a society where people are cheering on villains and hissing at heroes.
Yeah.
And that is a perfect way of putting it. Because you said that you were, we're kind of thinking, this will be 15 days and we'll be okay and everything.
Yeah. Again, like I said, biggest regret.
Yeah, and Woods
my life.
and Woods basically put it the same way that I was thinking it myself. The old story of The Boy Who Cried Wolf, which is the way he put it is, in the story of The Boy Who Cried Wolf, you always got to remember there was a wolf at the end. Yeah. There was still a danger there. There was still a danger there, and so everybody, unless they were just completely reckless, was at least a little bit cautious for the first couple of weeks. I was.
Yeah, I mean, everyone was. A lot of people were nervous at first.
Everyone was nervous. Everyone was a little bit cautious and everything. It wasn't until we started seeing things locked down that it really started to get bad. And there's something I saw, and I'm going to keep talking, but I actually want to look this up because I want to know if it's actually true. The way that people started to think that China's model was actually going to be the good one to work. This was the thing that bothered me. It was when I heard them say,
they didn't even use the vaccines. They didn't even use our vaccines.
No, they didn't.
What does that tell you? Ridiculous.
But you mean like as far as like locking people in their houses and welding their doors shut?
Yeah, welding their doors shut.
Yeah. That was the thing that I think was the most appalling about it, was seeing that.
As an American, I would never even think of modeling anything America should do after the Communist Party. That's just wild to me.
The most despicable thing they ever did. I mean, and I honestly think there's such a long list of terrible things they've done, and I don't want to get into China talk too much, but it's kind of hard not to, because this was already a country that had murdered about estimations go anywhere from 40 to 70 million of their own people. And now they are responsible for letting thousands and letting millions of people die because of this virus, because they mishandled it. And also because I don't know about the lab thing. All I do know is that this was a country where they have completely flatlined their death toll.
I don't think you could really. I think that's questionable because you can't really trust anything that comes out of there.
Well,
In my
okay,
opinion.
you're being generous. The term I would call is a heaping load of goddamn bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like a steaming pile of cow shit. The story that they're trying to come up with that. And what is worse is the WHO, like 18 years ago, issued a warning. If now, I actually tried to look this up, and if I am wrong, people are free to tell me that I'm wrong. They issued a warning: if if a viral pandemic breaks out, whatever you do, don't lock people in their houses and quarantine them. That it will only make things worse. But now
I believe it.
we have a guy who has been supported by China as the head of the WHO, and suddenly they're the model to follow.
People were so isolated that, like especially in the nursing homes, they weren't even allowed to share items. Like you couldn't bring a box of crayons to people because someone else might have touched that at some point. So, like I said, they were just watching
That is
CNN.
true, Jacob, about the WHO changing. The WHO changed their
Yeah.
whole thing. They used to say never quarantine the healthy, never do this, and then they changed it all.
Yeah, I saw this first on the YouTube channel China Uncensored, which, by the way, is a great channel. If either of you haven't seen it, I recommend it. They cover all the bullshit that they do about this, and it's really good because it's not corrupted by by so much more of the legacy media kind of bias that they have, and they go into it very deeply about that in particular. And yeah, the WHO, can you really blame Trump for backing out of that?
I'm not
With
surprised
them
at
doing
all.
that sort of thing? I
They've
would
been
have.
they've been changing definition. The first time I noticed them change a definition of anything, I think was around 2016 is when they changed the definition of fascism in the dictionary to add the words right wing to it. And then ever
Yeah.
since then, I've been very, very aware of that. Like herd immunity used to be like 95%. I mean, it used to be like 60%. Now it's like what 95% or something like that. They change everything all the time. They change the definitions of anti-mandate. I mean, anti-vaxxer.
Anti-vaxxer now means
They
also
changed the definition
anti-mandate.
of vaccines in general. It's insane.
And I'm a pro-vaccine guy, and they would call me anti-vaxxer because I oppose mandates.
Yeah, it's insane.
And that's absolutely ridiculous. And I don't understand. I don't understand the mentality of these people.
You're like, I got
It's
it.
almost-
I got the vaccine. How am I
Yeah.
anti-vaccine if I freaking got it? Like,
Yeah.
I got it, and I recommend other people to do it if should they feel disposed to do so. And that's the worst part. And I'm gonna mention something to circle back a little bit to my mother thing. There's actually a guy, a YouTuber. I might mention him. His name I might not. He usually does, of all things, he reviews animated TV shows and everything. But he did an hour-long video, like in May or June or around the summertime, about COVID. There's a video called "How the World Ended," and it was a really good one. Obviously, the numbers are all dated now, but he went into a whole lot of problems and everything that was wrong about the response. And he also did one that was hauntingly close to mine because he actually got COVID. Now I don't think I've gotten it, but I honestly don't know because of this Omicron thing. I honestly think that millions of people have gotten it, didn't know, because I think that's just the way that Omicron is. But he got it and nothing happened to him. His mother got it too, and nothing happened to her, and then she died because of circumstances. And he did not get the vaccine because he said his family has a history of blood clots. And he pointed out that people asked him questions, that people ask him, different things. Why not? And he said that he didn't want to go into them because he didn't want to have his video taken down. This is why, by the way, I'm very careful about my language here, because I don't want your video to be taken down. But he said that somebody asked him a straightforward question that you can't, that nobody can argue. He said, well, what if you died? And he said something that I'm ashamed to admit. Well, I don't want to be ashamed to admit, hesitant to admit, that resonated with me. He said, so what if you died from it? He said, I got to be honest with you, part of me saw that as a positive. He said, I don't want to live in a world where a 12-year-old girl gets pepper spray for not wearing a mask and people on the internet cheer that on.
Yeah.
I don't want to live in a world where I know the name Howard Springs. I don't want to live in a world where somebody like Anthony Fauci is treated as a hero. And, to be honest with you, I am not suicidal. It has never even occurred to me. But had I gotten it and had it taken me down, I think I would have been okay with it, rather than to live in a world where people like Anthony Fauci and Andrew Cuomo and the psychopaths who run Australia right now, Justin Trudeau, people like that, are treated as anything.
Give me liberty, give me death, baby.
But it's treated anything but sociopaths. Because let's be honest with you, what we're seeing now is there are a lot more psychopaths in government than we ever thought.
Well, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if we just noticed them now. I don't.
Well, okay,
they might have already been there.
The mask has been taken off.
Yeah, but to what you said though, I wholeheartedly agree that I think there are things far worse than death in the name of freedom. First of all,
yeah.
But one of my patients was actually 28 years old, maybe younger, maybe 26, and he tried to kill himself because of all the isolation.
Yeah.
He ended up being a quadriplegic, and I think he'd rather have COVID than being quadriplegic for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
Starting at 26.
And this is what we have. This is what happens when we treat something and we look at only one aspect of society and forget everything else.
I think that's a big thing about society these days. They think one step ahead. They don't think past breakfast, to put it the way my wife put it. I think that's a big problem.
Well, I mean, let's be honest with you. The mentality of government is that we want to tell people that they can have candy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and that tomorrow never comes. That's pretty much the mentality of government right now. And the idea that protesting was okay if it was for the political side that you were in favor of.
Yeah. That was a huge red pill moment for me. Like I said before.
To me, I remember, like I said, I had arguments with my father about this, and I said, "You think it's okay for them to be doing that?" And he said, "Well, they're wearing most of them are wearing masks." And I asked him point blank if he was actually watching these videos, because I saw plenty of people who weren't. And also, the people who are protesting mandates or things like that, they weren't burning down a Walgreens.
There's no logic to it. That 2020 to 2022 so
There's
far.
If you're a Marxist, it makes sense. But
something I've realized is that I've seen so many characters from Animal Farm over the past 2 years. In particular, 2 of them. Well, okay. One of them is a character, one of them is an amalgam. I've seen a lot of Boxer. A lot of that guy who's just going to say, I'm just going to keep trying. I'm just going to keep trying to go forward. To be honest, there's part of me that's been that way. Just hoping to hang on. Because this is all I want. I just want the world I had back. And let's be honest, I think that's what most of us want. I would honestly be willing to deal with a whole bunch of idiotic bureaucracy about all the other things that we were worried about before. So long as I was able to walk into a Walmart and not be asked to cover my face up.
Yeah, I remember this. It was actually
Because
last
then
year
we
that I
could at
read
least,
1984,
Mhm.
and it's just everywhere. It's like I read 1984 last year, and I read the Communist Manifesto, and it's like, this is. Did they think this was a how-to guide? Like, is this like what's going on?
Well, that's that meme that I've played a couple of times, which is just George Orwell saying, "Boy, did I call it or what?"
I've seen that one. It's a good classic.
But the thing that concerns me about it is, you mentioned 1984. I can't finish that book because I
Well,
know where it's
like,
going.
yeah, it's
I know where it's going, and it does not have a happy ending because George Orwell did not believe in happy endings. Because this is the thing about communism. I think one of my greatest books about statist murder, democide, whatever you want to call it, I've ever seen is one by a guy named Matthew White. It's a story, and it's called Atrocitology. It's a great little book because it gives a list of basically mass killings done by the state, going all the way back to the Peloponnesian War. Actually, going back to the Persian War. So it covers like everything, and it did a comparison of all the World War II tyrants, Hitler and Stalin and everything. And he did make one comment that I disagreed with, which is he said not to trust somebody who argues against communism based on theory because the reason communism doesn't work is because it kills millions of people. Which, okay, I can understand the argument, but I disagree. But he pointed out that, it depends on which side, which historian you're listening to. Either Hitler killed twice as many people as Stalin, or Stalin killed 10 times as many people as Hitler. And I think it's far closer to the latter than the former on that. I think he killed probably at least 40, 50 million. But he said that, so if this is true, why is it we put so much attention on Hitler and let Stalin off the hook?
or Mao for that matter.
Yeah, or Mao. And he made a really good point that I had never even thought of. He said Hitler makes a great morality tale because this was a man who committed suicide after his nation was being conquered and had invading armies closing in on him on both fronts as bombs were literally dropping on his bunker. Stalin, on the other hand, died peacefully in his sleep, mourned and loved by the millions of people he oppressed.
Yeah, people who were starving were thinking, "Oh, if only Stalin knew what was happening." That's the level of delusion. That's what we're getting now.
This is the saddest thing about the story of Stalin is that people were literally sending letters of appeal from gulags to Stalin, not realizing that he was the person who was personally responsible for them being there in the first place.
Yeah.
And this is something that I've realized about Marxism. Now, I'm in to a lesser degree the left, but in particular Marxism, because all roads lead to Marxism, unfortunately, if you go down to the left, because it's just a gradual it's a gradual slope until finally you just slip off, and before you know it, you're talking AOC and Bernie Sanders. But it is a mentality that encourages sociopathy. And sometimes I think it encourages it from people who aren't even oriented that way. But it encourages that behavior. Because I used to, but a while back, when I was younger, I was on the left for a while. And I remember the kind of jokes we would make amongst ourselves. Those are the kind of things that I'm honestly ashamed that I ever made. Because they were the kinds of things that you look at this and you would say, this person needs to be put on a list. Because this is the
We're
kind
all
of
young
thing.
and stupid ones.
Yeah, we were, and I was. I still like to think I'm young, but but yeah, and that was it. And I would say these terrible things, and it wasn't until somebody else kind of said, you know what, this is going too far until I actually looked at it and I said, what the hell am I saying? And that's what they do, though. I mean, the Herman Cain Awards is a subreddit. These are the people who are supposed to be who are supposed to be talking about compassion and wanting to
Yep.
save lives, and they make jokes about people who died of COVID who were anti-lockdown.
Yep. I had a friend who did the same.
Trust me, if you want to be black-pilled, look at that. And by look at that, I mean don't ever look at that, because you will lose whatever faith you might have had in mortals.
Yeah, Reddit's a dark place. I thought Twitter was a dark place, but you could find shining lights in Twitter. It's harder to find it in Reddit.
Yeah.
Reddit's real bad.
I do pass time by watching people joining one, but when I joined one that specifically goes after communists,
Fuck the CCP is a good one. r/fuck the CCP.
Yes, that's a good one.
r/anarcho-capitalism. That's a good one.
That's a really good one. Yeah.
There are some people out there, some sane people.
There absolutely are, and this is something that I'm seeing, and something I like to say a lot about World War II. World War II had the strangest combination of the best and the worst that humanity had, and it was almost an equal measure in some ways. Even from us, locking up Japanese Americans and putting them in concentration camps.
I was about to show this book I'm reading right now. It's Ordinary Men. It's about how ordinary German police officers ended up running Auschwitz. Just how the descent into madness was so easy for some, and you see it now. I have friends that are saying, "Oh no, the unvaccinated don't deserve healthcare," and I'm like, drug addicts get healthcare. People who I think I remember a ridiculous stat. It was like 200 people a year die of stuff going up their butts, and we still give them healthcare. So we've never drawn the line. That's the whole Hippocratic Oath.
And I'm just gonna say it: if you honestly think that the unvaccinated do not deserve healthcare, do not ever, 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 fucking ever say to me with a straight face, healthcare is a human right.
Yeah.
You have lost the argument at that point.
Yeah, they're literally telling you to your face that they think that political dissidents are less than human.
Yeah, and this is exactly what happens. Somebody called you out for king shaming.
No shame. I'm just saying, just be careful when you do it. You'll get the healthcare.
You do that with your eyes open. I don't kink shame.
As long as you're vaccinated, you'll be covered.
Full disclosure. That wouldn't be my thing, but hey, you do you.
Yep.
Mommy doesn't kink shame anybody. So
No. Your lack of kink shaming yourself was what got you blocked the last time.
Yeah. No, they were just looking for a reason to actually.
No. They did that because she was too based.
Yeah, you what? You had 23,000. They were watching you already. Come on.
And I mean
18. I was at 18. 18.
Yeah. You
something like that.
Maybe I'll get there now.
And I'm kind of embarrassed that I did not keep photographic evidence of that picture, that profile picture that probably got you banned.
For the appeals.
It's not even like anything. It's nothing crazy or anything.
It's not. It's tasteful.
Stupid.
I thought it was tasteful.
My big violent tits. That's what it was. So.
Well, you know what?
Ridiculous.
To go back to 1984, I see way more prudishness on the left than I ever saw on the right.
I don't know if you
see Anti-Sex League is out now.
Yeah, if you ever seen the Melanie Mack is another YouTube personality that does a really good thing about it. They're just as oppressive as the ultra conservative right when it comes to the rhetoric that they use. Mm-hmm. It's literally the same. It's just full circle. It's insane. I don't get it. I don't know why people just can't leave each other alone.
It is, but at least And I say this because my grandfather, my paternal, my father's side, my grandfather was a preacher for 60 years, evangelical preacher. So I can at least understand from that, at least from that side, from the religious side, I can understand where they're coming from. I can disagree with it, and I do, and I think it's wrong because I am a sex positive individual. But I can at least understand where they're coming from. This other side, these are supposed to be the people who talk, who say it's wrong to slut shame. But then at the same time, they're like, they almost seem to want to find the most unappealing looking women to play superheroes now.
I remember in regards to that specifically. Now, how I know this up for interpretation anyway. Was it 2 or 3 years ago?
I'll leave it alone.
Augustus Ames, you know, if you know her, you know her. She was a star of certain kind of prolific films, I guess you could say, and she didn't want to have a scene with a guy who did same sex scenes.
Mhm.
So Twitter drove her to suicide because, you know, her choice, her body, her choice, unless it's suck that gay dick. I don't know what the point they were trying to make there. It's insane. It's if you go one step away from the horde, they'll cut you down. I don't get it. The hive mind is dangerous.
This is also something, by the way, this is why Trump got elected. I'll tell you exactly when I knew he was not only going to be the nominee, but was actually going to be elected. Oh, I should probably wait for him.
Let me answer the chat text. It wasn't.
Okay, sure.
Everyone's laughing. It wasn't the COVID tip pictures, Jessica. It was just a picture of me sitting in the woods. But I could put it in my timeline. I just can't have it in my profile picture. You can have full-on porn on your timeline, just not in your profile pictures.
Because that totally makes sense.
Before he comes back, I just wanted to talk about how you were talking about how people loved Stalin at the time, you know? And I was just learning about this, how what they would do, the whole idea is to like accelerate the bad thing, like accelerate, oh, you think you're being oppressed or whatever, things are terrible. So they accelerate it. So then they'll accept like the people who are accelerating it technically, but they didn't know that, you know, like it's amazing what they do.
Yeah. Mao did the same thing. Because at one point when things were getting really bad during the famine and everything, they literally launched a campaign, say that was called "Remember the Bitter Past to Savor the Sweet Present." Basically trying to say, okay, talk about how bad it was under the warlords of the emperors, so that now you can look at it and say, see how much better things are. And this had a complete backfire effect because everybody just started saying, "What are you talking about? It was never this bad before." But what I think is, anyways, I was going to say, the moment I knew that Trump was going to not only be nominated but be elected was, I don't know if either of you remember, but there was that point when he was still doing primary stuff when he said that he saw people celebrating in like New Jersey or something like that on rooftops when 9/11 happened. He made this claim, and to be honest with you, I don't believe it. And people and one of the Sunday shows like Good Morning America, like Fox News Sunday or one of those other ones, was asking him, said, "You say that there's no verification for that?" And he said, "No, I saw it. I know it. You know, it's a widely known fact. Like there was no verification for this. There was no actual evidence for this. But he didn't back down. He just kept his foot on the He just kept his foot on the gas and just kept driving forward with it. And it's the kind of thing that you were talking about. If you get out of lockstep with them and act in any way apologetic to these people, they will devour you."
And this everything, all this canceling and stuff, it's just inherently anti-forgiveness. It doesn't show that people could grow. It doesn't. I don't understand it. I don't know how people walk around with so much hatred inside.
We're worried about
themselves.
Afghani women. They're worried about Afghan women's rights and the women's rights who have to wear the things, but they want to cover up kids' faces now. So like, it's just everything's just crazy. You can't even let them. They've gotten one little bit, and now they're gonna go exactly like you said before, on one side or the other. It's kind of like that horseshoe or whatever. Now they're going to be just as repressive as people, the Middle Eastern men have been. It's crazy.
It's
sorry.
Yeah.
Hit that up.
It's insane. The world really broke itself. I just don't understand how so many people fall for it. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, by the way, you know what's really funny is you just mentioned Afghanistan, and there's this story. I don't know if you've heard about this, but there's a pregnant reporter from New Zealand who was in Afghanistan. She was denied entry back into her country because of restrictions. She is a pregnant single mother, expectant mother. The Taliban helped deliver her baby. The Taliban, the fucking Taliban treated a woman better than a Western country.
Than New Zealand, yeah.
Let that sink in.
I know New Zealand's kind of crazy with their lockdown stuff too.
It's
that weird looking woman with the big teeth, and she's like not to make fun of people's looks, but she looks fucking weird. Like I don't understand people like how she's a leader or whatever. Like she's evil too. They're all evil. Those types.
Are you talking
they'll
about
smile as they're talking
about the one
shit.
who kept smiling when she was talking about all the terrible things happening?
Yeah.
She can't not smile. Her fucking mouth is gigantic, and her teeth are. I'm like, she just can't not smile. I don't think.
Didn't she step down recently? I hope she did. Go away.
Hopefully in disgrace.
They usually don't, though.
Maybe.
But that's it's a contest. Does she have bigger teeth or does AOC? because
I can't really talk. I got the London look going, so I can't make fun of him for that.
No,
whatever. You're good
fine.
looking.
You're fine. You don't look like Seattle Slew. You're fine.
Yeah, that was the one good thing about the mask. Maybe I look better from this part. So, yeah.
Okay, that's a good comment about the people fetishizing masks.
Yeah.
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 I mean, this is like whenever I wear one, I've seen people like novelty ones out there, and I refuse to buy one because to me that's legitimizing it.
Yeah, your Darth Vader mask doesn't make you a hero, guy. Like the way they're acting like it literally doesn't do anything. I don't. Allegedly, that's what the CDC said. So don't cancel Forrest Mommy for that. The CDC, Dr. Leanna Wen, they literally said that. So it's facial decoration. Don't cancel her for that one. Sorry.
Well, see, I'm not going to be. The truth is, this has been going on for so long that wearing masks. If anybody actually thinks that this is still the solution, I mean, how long are we going to do this for? That's
I visited the nursing home back in December because I was doing the iPad thing every day. I met a lot of new patients that I really fell in love with. So I bought them all Christmas gifts and I went to go see them, and the whole place fully vaccinated, fully masked up, all the PPE and stuff, and they were running rampant with the Omicron or whatever now.
Yeah.
So clearly something's not 100% here.
Well, I think the best take on that was actually a video by Paul Joseph Watson, just called "Definitely Not a Cult," and it just goes at person after person, all of these people just acting like, behaving textbook characteristics of a cult, treating, singing Christmas carols to Fauci, bullshit like that.
Or like the Mr. Fauci give us vaccines to like the Mr. Sandman.
He played that one. Yeah.
I could go on about Fauci forever. That psycho. I've never seen someone with so many pictures of himself. I've never seen so many pictures of a guy have so much pictures of himself in his office. Like it's twisted. Oh man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not to sound too crude, but this honestly sounds like the kind of guy. I mean, if you have a picture of your fucking
A
self,
full-on portrait. He's got his bobbleheads in there. It's crazy.
yeah, if you have that of yourself in there, I just have to imagine that he just like when he's not on like one of those Zoom calls or something, he just looks at that and masturbates to it or something.
I was thinking it. I wasn't going to say it, but I was thinking it.
I feel bad for having said it, but I mean, that's the closest to sucking your dick as you can be.
It's definitely odd. Yeah.
It's
Well, we're coming up on 2 hours, guys. Are you doing good or kind of?
I'm okay. I'm
running
okay if
off
you're.
on
I'm good as long
topics.
as you are.
I'm okay as long as you are.
I mean, I even have more stories.
Oh, if you've got some, go. If you've got
If you
some,
want
go
to go
ahead.
back to it.
If you've got one, go ahead. I might help me kind of gather a couple more thoughts ahead about my situation and what I saw. But because I've had arguments.
I mean, I feel bad. I feel like it got a little more lighter of a conversation. I want to bring it back down.
Well, to be honest with you, I needed a little bit of levity.
Yeah, I understand.
I do, because if you're not laughing, you're crying. And this was something that her father, my maternal grandfather, I learned from him is that there are always find something to laugh about because there are always more things to cry about.
Yeah.
Especially now.
Well, I'll say some bad, but I also did learn some good. So, I don't know because I know you said you gave your mother a haircut. We weren't.
No, I didn't, but my cousin did.
Well, okay, but when you saw her, right? Because they weren't allowing haircuts, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Because that became like the symbol of what they thought the Karen was.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious now that I think about it.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
So our patients were getting, and I think it goes back to something we touched on before. Like visiting through the glass, they couldn't get their haircuts, and then their nails were going really crazy because we couldn't have podiatry come in. So it is almost like dehumanizing to a degree. I thought in my experience, I thought that was pretty disgusting.
No, I thought so too. It absolutely was. It's really hard to.
You're locked alone, and then you're all unkept. You're being treated like an animal, pretty much, like a pet. It's absurd.
This is the thing that bothers me, and this is why I talk about psychopaths and sociopaths. I try not to use that term for people to whom I don't think it actually applies. But the people.
Oh, like the left and Nazis, for everybody being a Nazi.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I try not to
There's
use
two opinions now. There's two opinions: mine and Nazi. That's it.
That's pretty much it. Which is, yeah. But the thing that bothers me about this is that you see these people like Fauci, for example, and this is just a short one because well we're waiting for her to come back. I'm guessing maybe somebody commented in the chat. Maybe she needs to drink. I don't know, but I'm joking, of course. But the complete lack of the complete lack of any sort of accountability for anything. Nothing he did was his fault.
Oh yeah, it was always someone else's fault.
Like that interview with Cuomo, when people were asking him about, is the cure worse than the death? I think you know the one I'm talking about.
Oh, are you saying when he says, what does it matter? Oh my God.
Yeah, it's like, well, illness might be your death rather than my death. That one was like, and literally talking about literally every other possible problem is said. But suicide might be your death rather than my death, and it'll list off, okay, what about abuse? Bad, not death. Everything. It's not death. It's not death. Like,
well, there was the one where
sociopath could say that.
There was the one when when it started getting found out that because people were dying in the nursing homes, right? They weren't testing all the time, right? Mm-hmm. So we would ship them out to go to the hospitals, and then they'd die there. Like they'd get there and they'd die. Right. So technically, they died in the hospital. They didn't die in the nursing home. So he's like, "Oh, what does it matter? It matters because you got them killed." And that one really that didn't get as much outrage. I mean, it got outrage, but it didn't get nearly as much outrage as I thought it should.
Okay. Is it just me and I just not realize this? Is it just me, or did he get his memo from Hillary Clinton? Because that sounded an awful lot like the Benghazi thing.
Oh, they're all the same.
You know, like what? At what point? What does it matter at this point? Why?
Yeah,
it matters
yeah.
because it was your goddamn policy, you fucking psycho.
Yeah.
If your policy gets people killed, you have to answer for your policies.
I hope I never get to that point of a lack of soul.
If I do, you have guns. Just take me out.
Exactly.
Who was
Another
that
one.
lady who was going after Cuomo? Janice Dean. I think she was in New York or something. Did you hear her? She was going after him because of she had her father died because of a COVID positive patient being put back, and she was going. I mean, of course, she got silenced and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm sure it didn't
she
get
was going
anywhere.
after him for
No,
a while.
they don't want to hear it.
Yeah, they even dropped the sexual allegation crap on him.
Yeah, the sexual allegation stuff.
That was a scapegoat. That was the Democrats not admitting that they fucked up.
I'll tell you what
getting
it was.
him out. And they switched for Hochul, who is she's insane.
Oh yeah, she's not.
My wife and I literally fled New York because of that, because of this craziness.
Cuomo going down for sexual harassment is like Al Capone being arrested for tax evasion.
Exactly.
That's exactly what it is.
It's exactly what it is. Yeah, they're just looking for the way out.
Yeah, and you don't, and this way you don't have to actually pay for the actual.
Oh, that's a good point from chat, though. That's a good point from chat, because if Cuomo got burned for it, Whitmer and Murphy would have to go down as well.
There was 5 of them total. I think there was 5 total.
Those are the only ones I remember offhand, because they were.
I mean, I still have a bone to pick with DeWine, so I just want to say that.
Pennsylvania, I think, was another one.
Pennsylvania, and before you say this, I don't care that she's trans, but the woman,
she took her mother out.
She took her mother out because she knew what was going to happen.
Yeah.
And this is the thing that really strikes home to me. These people who talk about this, like Neil Ferguson is another one of those ones who deserves to have a monument to him in the World History Hall of Shame. Because this is one of the guys whose models, who were grossly exaggerated, scared people into lockdowns. And this guy went off to bang his married mistress, violating quarantine anyway.
Yeah, Whitmer.
So if these people believe this stuff so much, why don't they act like it? It's like the climate thing. Like how Al Gore buys beachfront property when he says that the seas are going to rise.
Yeah, 100%.
It's like that. They don't act like it.
It's amazing how much you could learn if you just actually watch what they do instead of listen to what they say.
All you have to do is watch what they do, and you realize. And yes, I see the comment there, but she is trans. The issue isn't that she's trans. The issue is that she knew what was going on, pulled her mother out of a nursing home that she let thousands of other people stay in and possibly die in. That was the issue. I could not give 2 fucks if she's trans or not. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is that she knew what was going on. Okay. Fair enough.
I figured Escape. I've seen him before. He's based.
Okay.
Everybody wants me to drink. Everyone wants me to drink.
No. It's partly because.
Go for it.
And to be fair, I did make a joke that that's what you were leaving the room for, but.
Yeah.
Actually, I went to the bathroom, but I should.
Hey, it's fine. It's fine. I might have to in a little bit myself. It happens on these long streams. I get it.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised that Joe Rogan doesn't have to do that when he's doing one of his.
They edit it out. People go.
Okay.
People go pee and stuff on his.
Okay.
They just edit it out. So.
Okay, I figured either that or there was a bucket in the floor that we weren't looking at.
No, I'm sure Jamie bring it up, Jamie. Bring it up.
No. I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about on his show.
Yeah.
Besides, I'm on my bed, so you wouldn't want that combination.
Back to Cuomo, because I had the census every day, so I would see that we would be, we wouldn't be diagnosing people with COVID, and then we would ship them out to the hospitals, and then they would die of COVID because we couldn't test them. We weren't testing them at first. I remember I reported that to DOH. I don't know if if anybody of my job finds this later. I don't know. There goes my pension, but whatever, it's worth it. Nothing happened. I reported the place a couple times to the DOH for various things, and I never got anywhere because it was from the top. So.
Yeah, I think that's the worst part about it, and that's the worst part about all of this is that everything here is top down. Mm-hmm. None of this was legislated.
Yeah,
and a lot of the health departments in the states and the cities and counties, whatever, there was this huge turnover all during 2019 and the early parts of 2020. And there was this huge turnover. And out here, our governor, our awesome, stupid governor, he just put this lady in. All these positions were just put in. They're qualified. This, yeah.
Yeah, they're putting all their pieces into place. We didn't know that the game was being played, but they put them. They were setting up.
I think, honestly, a very telling indication of where we're going in the future is going to be what happens when we see the elections in November.
Oh yeah.
Personally, I know that a lot of people are worried about election issues and everything. I think they're going to be absolutely obliterated. And I think a good example of a good evidence as to why I think they will be is because they just got Breyer to step down.
If there's a God,
but I think the Breyer stepping down is a really good a really good indication that they know they're about to lose. Because the reason for that is they don't want Breyer to be like what happened with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Because if Breyer's still around and his time comes, during the second half of Biden's term, and all of a sudden there's a Republican-controlled Senate, they're screwed.
Yeah, but we didn't exactly get winners.
What's that?
It didn't really make much of a difference. We didn't get two great winners there.
Well,
unfortunately,
we did at least get them to strike down the federal mandate.
Well, here's my problem.
The OSHA thing. Their
job is literally, is this in the Constitution or not? The answer is no. So hire me because I could do your job better than you. I don't understand. It's absurd.
Well, this is something that, of all things, Ben Shapiro pointed out, is that the Republicans always get it wrong and the Democrats always get it right when they're doing this. The Democrats, whenever they run somebody, they get an NAACP attorney, or they get, or they get a, Ginsburg was part of a National Association for Women group. She was an attorney for that.
Yeah.
These are people who do that, and if the Republicans were being honest, they'd get an NRA attorney or an abortion or a pro-life attorney or something like that. If they were really talking about something like that, they would go for somebody who is just straight up conservative instead of constitutionalist, which is what they try to go for. And obviously they go for that with very mixed results.
Yeah. But honestly, the 10th Amendment makes their job very easy, in my opinion. I don't understand. No. I don't understand how there's any debate.
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
Good call with the block there, mommy.
What the hell was that? That was just spam.
He was on the other night harassing me, followed me around to a couple streams.
That was a weird one. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it wasn't like obnoxiously offensive. It was just weird. Which
out of nowhere.
I'll be honest. I can just kind of laugh at that one.
Yeah. I can laugh at that.
But
I don't know if you guys know, but I am black. I'm a black person. I've been.
Yeah, you got your card, right?
So. Yeah.
I took one of those 23andMe. I got 0.2%, so I'm right there with you.
Well, are you Italian? Are you Italian?
I'm
At all?
American. That's all I really am. I'm a mix of everything.
Well,
Oh.
if you're part Italian, that was a joke that
Got
Steven
it.
Crowder made once or twice. That
Yeah.
that
Well,
that
I'm
every
part
Italian guy has a
Sicilian.
black guy hanging
Sicilians
behind
are a
his
little bit
shed or
black.
something.
They're
Which
a little
I
bit
love
black.
that joke because that's kind of funny.
It was
Too funny.
That's a good point. The trucker.
Oh, the honking is the best thing.
Canada.
I'm so happy about it.
I
love
was
it, Jay.
the thing that I love is the point.
Do
is
it. There we go. I wish I could have another one.
But the thing that I love about that is they always talk about workers of the world unite, and then the truckers do it, and then they get pissed.
My
Like,
my
not
favorite.
like that.
I shared it on my Twitter today. I saw it was a picture of Optimus Prime, and it was like, "Freedom is the right of every sentient being." It was like Optimus
That's
Prime gets it,
That's fantastic.
and he's a truck, so it's perfect.
I loved
So
trucks as a
funny.
kid. That's why I liked Optimus Prime.
Yeah, I was like, yes, it's so true though. Like I got all my values from cartoons as a kid, so so to see someone meme Optimus Prime and that's freedom, I was very happy about.
It's like and I'm a huge Star Trek fan, and one of my favorite quotes I actually got from Data, and it was talking about oh yeah, you're right, he was talking about Sicilians. Sorry, he's in the chat there about the Steven Crowder joke.
Right.
which was really yeah, but you're right, you're absolutely right. Oh. Okay, that's a great comment too. This is good chat tonight. This is good chat. But
the Base Brigade over here, I like it.
yes, absolutely. But anyway, it was Data was trying to convince somebody to leave a planet because they were about to be literally wiped out, and this guy just said, "I don't believe you" or something, and he said, "We're not going to talk," and he said, and he just asked a very simple question: do you consider your position to be so weak that it cannot withstand debate?
That's the world.
That
right
is
now.
like the most devastating thing that you can say.
Yeah, and that reminds me of, like I said before, I get all my morals from what's now destroyed, but like cartoons as a kid. I remember Captain America once said the Mark, I believe it's Mark Twain quote: "What if the whole world tells you something and you know the truth? Plant yourself next to the river of truth and tell the whole world to move." I feel like that's so applicable now.
Well, that's the thing. They don't. This is something that I've tried to give a lot of the left, the benefit of the doubt on a lot of things. But it's just a fact that truth is not a value to them.
Yeah.
They don't care about truth. If they
Well,
cared about truth, they would listen. If they
that's
cared
what
about
AOC.
Yeah.
AOC said it's more important to be morally right than factually right, and that's dangerous. That is a dangerous thought.
It is a dangerous thought, but it's not. But at the same time, it's almost refreshing. I almost want to thank her for just being open and honest about it. Yes, because
she doesn't realize what she said.
Oh, she doesn't. I mean, not only is she a despicable person, I'm sorry, but using your grandmother as a political prop.
You are just obsessed with her. You just want to marry her. That's it. You're just jealous of her boyfriend.
Look who we're doing the stream with. That is much better.
This is ridiculous. Oh, you're
and
just
yes,
so
we're talking about her, not
boyfriend's
you. No offense. I'm talking about her, not you. But maybe if I swing that way.
Yeah, it's absurd, that rhetoric.
Yeah, it's insane. It's well,
Mommy,
you know what?
we were saying that when AOC said that it's more important to be morally right than factually accurate. Just to catch you up.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Insanity.
So stupid.
Um,
That's that Marxism shit right there. It's all about just being right.
Yeah.
They're always right, no matter what. so they could eventually do the most evil shit. And they're right, because it's for the moral good, like, ugh.
Yeah.
Well, this is something that they have to realize, and I remember this. This was back when I was on the left. That I'm embarrassed to admit this. I read a book by Al Franken, which is embarrassing enough. This is the most embarrassing detail I can possibly give you.
Never on the left. I don't even know who that is.
Okay, Al Franken, the guy who was the senator in Minnesota, the guy who was on SNL, and then he got and then he left because he got Me Too'd. He got Me Too'd. Yes,
yeah,
he did.
Me Too'd. Yeah.
But he said he was making fun of, I think, Sean Hannity or somebody on Fox News commenting about the John Walker Lind thing, the American who joined the Taliban like 20 years ago. And apparently he lived in like San Francisco and like, Marin County around the hippies and everything. And it didn't take, and it was a pretty close step. It wasn't that far a reach for him to all of a sudden to go down into the ideology of jihad and everything. And Franken was making fun of that, basically saying that, yes, I know lots of women are from there who decided to, put on chadors and avoid the gaze of men. And he was missing the point. The point was that jihad, and I'm not talking about specifically about Islam. So anybody who is, if there are any watching the stream, that's not what I'm saying at all. But in particular, like jihad, actually has the simplest ideology, simplest, most empty ideology that there is. And because of that, they're constantly having to, this is why they're always going to war with the infidels, because they have to have infidels to fight, because if they can't fight infidels, they've got nothing. And it's the same thing, and that's how, I think that's actually how you would get for something like hippie Marin County to the Taliban, because he came from one empty ideology to another one. The left is just as empty. All they can do is restart the revolution. That's all they can do. That's what AOC is trying to do. This is what, right now China's still trying to do another revolution. In this case, it might be involving invading Taiwan, but they did it multiple times, even after Mao took over. Stalin did it. Did the first revolution. Then he purged like everybody who might have been a dissident or somebody who was who constantly could have threatened his regime, because they have nothing else. Yeah, all they have is struggle.
I think though the people who are, the Marxists and the collectivists, they feel power they don't feel in their life in the togetherness of the horde, I think. And whereas, us in the libertarian side is all about personal responsibility. And I think that's the key difference. And I wish I knew the answer on how to bridge that gap and teach people, if you stand on your own 2 feet, you're going to feel stronger than any amount of horde mentality you could ever have. Wish I could do that.
Yeah, even when we were kids, I don't know if you guys were raised like this, but like you maybe worked a little bit around the neighborhood and you made some money and you were able to buy something or whatever. And it's like that made you just feel so good. You're like, I worked for something, I made some money, and now it's just like I shouldn't have to work at all. Like I say that as like a taken care of girl now, but my life wasn't always like that. But like it's like where did that go? Like kids don't even have the pride of just like making a couple bucks off of helping the neighborhood out or whatever. It's like that's totally gone now.
Yeah. I have an uncle on my father's side who lives in West Texas, and he actually owns a significant part of the town that he lives in, because he's actually a millionaire. He's actually really well off on some hotel chains and made a lot of money in real estate and everything. And he's very successful in that. And I visited him about 3 years ago. He's like 95, but he still drives like a maniac. He's an awesome guy. He talked to my dad about that specifically, because he was trying to talk about, why is it that, well, why does people have so much harder time, like living now? Because he was talking about how they moved literally one manufactured home to another spot. They said, so well, he said, what do you move the whole thing, or do you just disassemble it? I said, well, no, you just move the whole thing, and then you build you build what you need for the plumbing and everything else. And then you've kind of amused, and my uncle was kind of amused that I figured that out faster than my dad did. But he said, well, how does this happen? And he said, well, you're softer than my generation, and his generation is softer than yours. Sometimes I think it's that simple. Because unfortunately, this is one of the most damaging things parents can say is, I don't want my kids to have to go through what I did. Now, on the one hand, you don't want your kids to suffer, obviously, but on the other hand, people who never ever have to overcome adversity never accomplish anything.
Yeah, it's something.
Yeah, I mean, it
It's
was
called good enough parenting, is what you're trying
it
to.
was. I mean,
And
like,
the way I
I
learned it is,
Mhm.
if you have if this is, oh, you can't really see it, but if this is you as a
Okay.
kid, you
Mhm.
can't, you have to have some trauma to go through life so you could take what's coming to you. Because if you don't, then it's going to go right through you. This is how I learned it from my useless psych degree.
Oh, no,
And
that's
the
not a bad analogy.
alternative is there's too much to get through and handle life. But you have to have some adversity in your life. You have to know that you could overcome it. It's it's simple.
Yeah, I
and
was.
these people are taught to feel like now it's just run away and hide. I don't know.
Yeah, Jessica Wheeler and Escape from Babylon. They're both basically
Yeah,
saying the
the
short
age-old
version of
truth.
it. Strong
Yeah.
times create weak men, and weak men create hard times.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Unfortunately,
Yeah, it's a universal truth.
I wish it was deeper than that.
When one of my favorite quotes is better to.
FYI,
Good.
Hmm?
go ahead.
She froze up for me.
Okay, no, she's frozen for me too. But the best part is, I bet she can hear us. But I
Hope.
don't know.
It's her stream. Well, anyway, until she comes back,
yeah.
I'll say my
Okay.
favorite,
I'm
one of my
back.
favorite
I'm
quotes of
back.
all time. There we go. There we go.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
kind of.
Nope,
Can
she
you
frozen
guys hear
again.
me?
I can hear
Now I
you.
do.
I can hear you. Okay, there.
My internet might be flickering because it's snowing out and being weird. So just FYI, in case it completely
All right.
disappears.
Hey, I just went through like the biggest.
I was gonna
snowstorm
say,
in,
you guys
like,
need
5
to. Armed
years.
Ape is awesome. Follow Armed Ape. He's hilarious on YouTube.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
I met him the other night. Anyways, go on.
Right.
I didn't mean to.
No. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Yeah, I was gonna say my favorite
My-
quote, like to live life by, is it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war, and I think that really applies to the whole self-sufficiency and self-responsibility and standing on your own 2 feet as a human, and not with a horde that could turn on you in any minute.
Well, yeah. It's like the analogy I heard once was like the legendary kings of Rome. It was very telling for how the society went. And a lot of people think that they're either apocryphal or that there were simply more than just 7 of them, because it was like over 250 years or something. But the first one was obviously Romulus, for whom the city was named. The one that came after him, and Romulus was a warrior king, and the one who came after him was a guy named Numa Pompilius, who was completely different. He was a pacifist. He was very religious, and he inspired basically people to be more of a lot more peaceful people. And then the one who came after him was Tullus Hostilian, which, as the name implies, wanted to go back to war. And the guy who followed him was Ancus Marcius, who was a lot like Numa, except he was forced to fight a war. He was forced. He had to defend Rome against invasions, and the lesson there was that you see a warrior king who's followed by a pacifist, is followed by a warrior, who's followed by a pacifist drawn into a warrior's life. And he said, if you flip that around, you get something very different. A pacifist followed by a warrior, followed by another pacifist, followed by a warrior who was driven by circumstance into a pastoral life. It's very different. You come out with completely different people. And that's how Rome came out the way that it did, at least according to the legend. And this is how, as you said, that's a long-term version of what you were just saying there about, being a warrior in a garden. It's better than not being capable.
Yeah, well,
I ramble a lot.
That's the thing, though. There'll always be barbarians at the gates, so you have to be able to protect yourself, your family. You have to stand tall, and I feel like the collective left, they just want the government to take care of everything for them, not realizing they're the wolves in sheep's clothing.
I'll tell you a book I read about 10 years ago. There's a novel by Dean Koontz. I don't know if anybody, if you have ever read any of his stuff, but he's a very good novelist. Especially his older stuff was really good. But it was a book from like 25 years ago called Dark Rivers of the Heart. And interestingly enough, the villain of that book is basically a crazy leftist. And I'm not even exaggerating. At one point, he's looking for the protagonist of the book, and I'm not giving anything away by telling this. He meets the protagonist of the book, a friend of the protagonist, and he says that, and he's thinking to himself, this guy was in the Vietnam War and was made a paraplegic, but he set up his wheelchair, modified it beyond legal reasons to basically run around like a crazy person. And he was just thinking about how much he resented this guy because of his individuality. He didn't need the government for anything, and he resented the hell out of that. And that's the kind of people we're dealing with. They resent the hell out of you if you're able to defend your home instead of calling 911. They don't want you to do that.
Yeah. It's absurd. Cori Bush with her $35,000 private security detail says that you don't need anyone to call for help, but you don't need guns, but I do. I don't understand how anybody could consciously support that kind of.
Well, this is the ugly truth that a lot of people don't really want to realize, is that what communism really creates is a status feudalism. That's really what it is. The Soviet Communist Party leaders lived in czarist palaces.
Yeah.
The same thing for Chinese officials. Some of them, like Xi Jinping, when he was a kid, grew up in the Forbidden City, where the emperor used to live, where the emperors lived. This is what they do. So, yeah, they're the new nobility, and they want to be treated like nobility, and they want to be worshipped like nobility, and they want us to stay in our place.
The woman, I can't think of her name, from Black Lives Matter that bought 3 multi-million-dollar homes
in white neighborhoods.
Yeah, gated communities.
Yeah.
It's all grip.
It's a lie. It's all a lie. I remember hearing this from a very orthodox rabbi years ago. He simply said it, and it's very true. The left is a lie. And I don't think I could say it any simpler than that.
Let me ask you both, what was your biggest red pill? When did you first realize that you thought differently than the rest of the horde?
I'm going to think about it. I want to hear her. I want to hear what you have to say, because I'm curious.
I'll go first.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would say initially it was when I moved out really young. But I moved out and I didn't go to college. I didn't do that. I worked and paid my own bills and all that stuff. And I remember seeing all my friends going to college. Yeah, they're getting into their debt loans. And I remember just being like, no, there's something's weird about that. And then 2008 happened, and I remember people had tried to get me to buy a house at that time, and then the crash happened. And I was like, okay, yeah, there are things you have to question. And then I would think more recently is when I got off of Facebook. I remember on Facebook realizing that what was being shown was not the truth, like from simple things, from like however anyone feels about Jordan Peterson, whatever, but Facebook was like showing me that he was the most evil person ever in the world, and then I got off Facebook and I'm like, well, he's not, he's whatever, like you don't have to agree with them, but he's not like an evil person. And then some of the like Trump stuff that like he didn't actually say these things. So I think that getting off Facebook was a huge red pill for me.
I'll remember mine. Did you think of yours, Blaze?
I'm actually not sure. So go ahead.
I remember
maybe this will help jog something out.
Mine, I was in high school actually, and I just think it's pretty topical to now. We were learning about the World War II and the 1930s Germany, and I'll never forget my teacher separated us into groups of 5, and we were given an assignment. We were given 13 Jewish citizens of a ghetto, and we had to decide who. We could only save like 8 of them, so we had to decide which 5 would go to the concentration camp, or else we would have to go ourselves. And I'll never forget, I got into arguments with you. I was like, I would go myself because I'm not going to send someone else to go die. Like, why would I do that? I never forget. One of my people next to me were like, "Why would you ever die for somebody else?" And I was just like, "What?" Because of morality, because of freedom. I remember I pushed away from my group. I was like, well, okay, you guys could do the activity, but I would go myself. That would be my option. And we went around, there was it was made to be like seem like it was a little puzzle. There was like, a prostitute could sleep with the Germans to make them less angry. You get a smuggler, you get like, there was a kid, you had to decide. It was like supposed to be like weighing who was going to stay in the ghetto, who's going to go. And I would say like I said, I would go myself. And I was only able to convince one other person in the whole room that would be the moral choice is to go yourself. And then the teacher was like, what the hell's wrong with all of you? Like, this isn't even a real, this is a fake, this could be a totally bullshit thing of bravery here. And he's the only one that had a second thought of sending people to a concentration camp. And that moment has stuck with me so much in all this recently, because I don't understand how people are acting so inhuman to each other. I don't get it.
No, yeah. I just actually think what I realized what mine was. And the bizarre thing is I have, to my own shame, retreated from that. Well, at least once. But when I was in the 9th grade, I had a teacher. I'd call her Miss Nolan because that's her name. But there's no way she's gonna see this. So
even if she
does, she deserves what she's about to get. We were this was around Earth Day or so, and of course I didn't realize what Earth Day was at the time because I was 9 years old and I didn't know shit about this sort of thing. She warns about the ozone layer. Yeah, that's when this was. And she talks about how dangerous it is if we don't do something to save the ozone layer. And she says that, this could have catastrophic effects. This was already terrifying enough to a bunch of kids. She went further and said, if we don't do something about this, but by the year 2000, she started naming names. It's like, we won't have a Paige, we won't have a Nathan in the to see the year 2000. I'm like, that terrified the shit out of me. And for a solid 2 years, I was just an ecomaniac. And it wasn't finally until my parents talked me down, the way that Greta's parents maybe should have, and said, this isn't, yes, this is a bad thing, But people are very resourceful. They can come up with things. Humans have an amazing capacity for survival. And finally, they just talked me down out of it. And I realized what a manipulative piece of shit this teacher was. And the worst part about it is I loved her when I was in her class. But what a manipulative piece of shit to do that to a class full of 9 and 10-year-olds.
Yeah, well, the fear is their weapon. That's what how they control.
This is something that I have determined more than anything else, and this is the reddest pill that anybody can ever possibly get. To hell with fear.
Yeah.
Anybody,
and it's about taking away childhood innocence too, because you have to like take away the childhood innocence.
Yeah, you do. You do because innocence leads towards happiness. They don't want people happy. Happy people aren't going to vote for Democrats. People didn't vote for Biden. They voted against Trump. Yeah. That's really what it comes down to. And let's be fair.
Yeah.
Let's be fair. A lot of Trump voters voted against Biden. This is how crummy the political situation got. But the reality is, if you want me to reject something more than anything else, it's that it's that if somebody is using an emotional appeal to convince you of something, that is a lie. There is mischief afoot there. It just is. They're not being honest with you. There's something hidden underneath it. Either it's their own incompetence or a more malevolent form of control that they're wanting to push on you. But I learned this once. But I've learned this when I've seen that. I mentioned my dad before. He likes. There are several movies that he likes, and the movies that he always likes seems to be these ones that have these like really emotion-filled moments and everything. Like he loved Patch Adams, and I actually watched that as an adult and realized that this is a load of horse crap. This movie's terrible. I'm sorry. And even the guy it was based around didn't like the movie. And you realize that it's just trying to pull at your emotional heartstrings. That's the whole thing. That's all it's trying to do. And this is what people try to do. This is what people try to do when they try to scare you about, we have 8 years to save the planet or whatever. This is what they do when they say, the next variant's coming out and it's going to kill you.
Because people need to be afraid, because when they're happy and they're confident, they are harder to manipulate.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, Jessica. They want people numbing the misery. That's really what it comes down to. They want people to be so terrified, so traumatized by everything that they literally want you to just kind of curl up into a ball emotionally and take whatever pill they give you.
It's like any abusive relationship.
That's actually not a bad analogy. It's essentially
exactly
a microcosm of an abusive relationship, and it's kind of disturbing. And
you look up the 12 signs of like an abusive relationship, and it's just 2020.
It absolutely is, and I think the worst part about it is as I said, I'd mentioned before
isolation, gaslighting, all that, everything.
And as I mentioned, I forgot to finish the whole analogy, but I remember mentioning that now they're just trying to goad you into drinking. I'm sorry, I just saw that. And by the way, that profile picture is probably one of the hottest things that you've put up there. But
yeah, shout out to Guy Squiggs. He made it.
That was awesome. That was awesome.
The Terminator one, yeah.
I kind of have a soft spot for a badass woman in shades. But
Daddy.
But yeah. But I had forgotten about the other part of the Animal Farm thing that I mentioned. You see the one character a lot. You see a lot of boxers, just the person trying to plow ahead. And like I said, even on some days I feel like that. Just like I said, just hoping, sometimes even foolishly, that we can start to, have what the real normal, not the normal that they want back. And then there's the other one, the sheep. 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. You're seeing a lot of that. And just like the sheep in Animal Farm, whatever slogan they throw at them, they're gonna throw it right back. They're just gonna repeat it ad nauseum.
Yeah, I had a friend. I remember we there was one of the Peter McCullough before he was cool.
Before he was just completely canceled.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
no, well,
Before he was on Rogan. Yeah.
Yeah, before he was on Rogan, I remember through Liberty Twitter, I managed to get a hold of an unlisted video of him talking at a church once, and he cited every single thing he said. He had all the data and everything, and it was wildly informing. I remember I showed it to a friend, and they did not compute, couldn't get through the 10 minutes of it. They wrote me an essay about how stupid this is. How could you believe any of this garbage? Well, he didn't even watch the video or whatever.
Oh no.
And it's just you present them with facts, or not even facts, just a different argument, and people just can't hear it. It's
and
really concerning.
It goes back to that boxer thing. If Napoleon says it, it must be true.
Yeah. Really broke a lot of brains.
It did, and I think for some it broke their brains. For others, it revealed just how willing they are to be cowed by authorities. And there is a disturbing number of people who are willing to do that.
I have so many friends that specifically only got the vaccine for the convenience. They don't believe it works at all, but they got it. And now they're like, oh, well, I'm not going to get the booster. I'm like, well, I don't know if I believe you there, buddy. You folded once.
Well, I haven't gotten the
again.
booster
I don't.
yet.
I don't judge anybody. No. That's your choice and your medical decision, whatever. But they specifically got it for the reason of convenience.
Yeah. Well,
that's crazy to me.
I got the vaccine because I thought it would legitimately make things better for me. I'm 6'3", weigh only 160 pounds. I am not at risk. I don't think. I'm in pretty decent health, so I don't think I'm at risk of this sort of thing. But just to be on this, just because I thought it might make, if I did get it, not as bad or something, I did go ahead and get it. Now, getting boosted, well, I mean, honestly, if you have a vaccine that has that short of that much short of a shelf life, what the hell is this thing? But if I really think it might help, I might get it, but I haven't gotten boosted yet because I'm hesitant, not because I don't believe in it or something, but because we're already in a phase where the prevalent variant now is one that is less likely than ever to cause me serious problems.
But to circle back about in regards to this and back to the nursing homes that we're talking about, I remember that like the day the vaccines came out, I was like, well, I don't need it yet at first because I got COVID at the beginning. I was surrounded by COVID. People were dropping like flies around me. I was in the room, people dying with COVID every day.
You were seeing it. You were seeing the effects of it firsthand.
And I already got it from even if I did everything right. I was wearing garbage bags for the longest time because we didn't even have gowns. Like I was doing everything. Full PPE, every room, whatever. Did it all. Still got it. So when it came out, I was like, well, there's a limited number of vaccines. I don't think I need to cut the line. Let somebody else who needs it have it. Let the elderly have it. Like I don't need it. And the way some of the families looked at me immediately of me saying, "Oh, I don't know if I need that yet." They looked at me like I was insane. Like you're gonna kill my mother. And I'm like, I've been taking care of your family for 8 months now, and it's never been a problem. But day 2 of the vaccine being out, it's a problem now. And now I remember I saw a Twitter post. It was the first time I got ever really burned on my Twitter. Was somewhere I said they were talking about the vaccine mandates in healthcare. I was like, oh, I left New York because of this, and everybody was like, good. Don't. My mother goes to one of these things. Thanks for not killing our elderly. And I was getting, I think I got like 300 replies of people just shitting on how of a terrible person I was, and I was just like, what?
Oh, I mean,
last year you guys were saying we were heroes.
Considering what you just told me, that's kind of heartless.
Oh yeah, no, it was so nice because there was only 2 people out of like the hundreds of comments, and every attack on me got like 30-40 likes at least, and they would all. I got one nurse that said, "Hey, I got thrown away just like you. Don't let them get you down." But it was crazy, and yeah. I would always dodge as much as I can whenever the families ask, because I it wasn't their business. It's always never been their business, but all of a sudden they like to ask.
And this goes along with the kind of comments that people have made about, like you said, like, well, at least it wasn't of COVID, which is a little bit like saying, well, you were shot to death, but at least you weren't stabbed.
Yeah. Well, I had another way that people's minds were broken. I was talking to someone who's training to be a nurse from a coworker, and I have my uncle. He actually, I don't know if I can say this without getting you banned, but it strongly looks like that he died from the Moderna vaccine. Strongly. I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying it did. Not saying it didn't. But 3 hours after he got his second dose, he was paralyzed from the waist down, and then 3 days later he was found dead. So that affected my decision for sure, right? I wasn't gonna get it anyway, to be honest, but that affected my decision, and I'll never forget that my coworker, who's again training to be a nurse. She goes, "Oh well, Bill, he was supposed to. What happened? How do you know that was from the vaccine?" I was like, "Oh well, apparently, he had a small cyst on his spine, and his body was trained itself after the vaccine to attack his spine. So she goes, "Oh well, he was immunocompromised, then that's why that happened." And I was like, "This is only supposed to be really for the immunocompromised. That was the point." And she just, a nurse in training, just didn't get it. And I was like, what happened? No wonder medical malpractice is like the 3rd leading cause of death in the world. Like, okay.
Well, insane. I mean, I have to be completely honest and say that, I saw that issue with the whatever cocktail of drugs they gave my mother that just left her forever in some way infirmed. Yeah. And I don't know what it was that they even did, because I wasn't up there at that time. That was more than 20 years ago. But they put her on something that just either they gave the wrong dosage or the wrong medicine, whatever it was. It just did a number on her, and she never fully recovered from it. And I know that most doctors are good. I know this. We all know this. And when it comes to things like the vaccine or safety or how to keep yourself safe, talk to your doctor. That's the advice I give to everybody. Talk to your doctor. See what they tell you. And because my father actually asked about this 2 years ago when it was starting, because his last job, he's pretty much retired now, but his last job was he would take pictures of daycare centers. He's a photographer, and he asked if should he go back to work? Is it too dangerous for him to? And I said, well, why don't you go to the VA and talk to your doctor, ask what he says. He said, I hadn't even thought of that. Why was that even an issue?
Well,
who is he listening to?
To play devil's advocate for a while, you couldn't go to the doctor. I had a friend who.
This is true.
I had a friend who he did taekwondo, and he like his ACL was like missing, and he couldn't it was considered an elective surgery, so he had to wait 6 months into the pandemic to actually get anything done. I don't know how the guy was a savage. He was walking around. I don't know. I don't know how he was doing it, but it was people were getting to the point where they weren't going to the doctors because they were too scared.
And who knows how
Or
many
they couldn't.
who knows how many missed cancer diagnoses there are going to be. There are so many things on there, and Tom Woods did a podcast where he talked specifically about a whole bunch of these. He mentioned so many things that could go wrong with this, and in excess, for example, you could see more than a million excess deaths beyond the normal of tuberculosis because of that. Millions of cancer diagnoses being missed. These things are just happening. So many surgeries which are called elective surgeries, and there are so many elective surgeries which are completely necessary, but are just called elective because they're not, to keep your heart beating or something, and they're being missed out on. Like I said, if you broke your ankle 2 years ago, how long would it be till you got to actually see a doctor?
There's people still doing that now. I saw. I saw that on Twitter the other day. Some woman was saying that her kid sprained her ankle, and like, oh, we'll have to wait a few days to go to the doctor until things get a little better. And I'm like, well, then you're a bad parent. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I wouldn't say that. I don't go on the attack on Twitter. I
don't either.
I only defend. And I have to do it a lot now.
me too. I pretty much have two rules. I never attack somebody unless they're uncivil first.
Or they're a politician. I'll go after them. I don't care.
Okay, that occasionally.
They're not people. They're demons. They're lizard people. Whatever.
I try not to do that because I'm not really a conspiracy guy, but I do think that's a funny thing to call them now.
Yeah, I don't honestly believe that they're lizards, but it's fun.
But it's a funny pejorative at this point.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny.
But my rules are pretty much I will only insult. I will if somebody is uncivil first or is a piece of shit politician, as you put it, I suppose. Yeah. Oh, and if somebody starts name calling me, they're getting blocked.
Oh no,
I do not tolerate insults.
So that's a blank check. Everybody watching, you can call me whatever you want on Twitter. I don't care.
No, well, I mean,
I've been called worse, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, I understand that. Well, I mean, it depends.
I block the hell out of people.
Oh no, I just let them go. Far away, boys. I don't care.
Well, to each their own. That's just me. I mean, I've seen what happened to you. You're not the only person I've seen. We've seen this on Liberty Twitter. A lot of people just going poof. And
Reed was a big one, right? He was the first big one, I think.
I mean, there were so many. There were so many people who thought Liberty thought was gone.
She
just taken a break, but people thought she was.
She's back. She just
I just saw that she was. I just saw that she was. Yeah. And I'm glad to see she's back, but I hope it, from what she said at least, I hope it's not detrimental to her happiness to be back.
I have to
if
say,
she's happier not being on Facebook, on Twitter or something, then do that. I would just want her to be happy, just like with everybody.
I have to say, I mentioned it in the what was it, the before we went live, but like you, Kurt the Libertarian, Liberty Lock Pod, like when I was in those rooms with the iPad and listening to CNN constantly, like maybe you think you're just dank memeing all day. I don't know, but like personally, as a looker on, it made a difference for me, and I want to say thank you for that, because to have the iPad and well, obviously I wouldn't do it when the serious ones where people are dying, but like to hear people doing their BS, hearing CNN going, and then being able to find a shining light on Twitter of all places was so grateful. I'm so grateful for, and thank you for that.
Well,
I'm glad it got through to people. I'm glad it got through.
That Karen video was
so. I was going crazy. Oh, the video.
That Karen video was delightful.
Yeah,
That
you
was-
talking
It's
about
gone
the video when you
forever.
look outside?
It's gone
Oh, I know.
forever.
I love that.
Yeah, the binoculars. I don't
Yeah.
have it
Oh,
on my
yeah. It's like
phone. It's gone
somebody,
forever
somebody's.
now.
You start calling the police on him and shit. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm like, they have a baby. Don't they know babies can die?
Yeah. That was so
That was
funny.
it. That
So
was
good.
perfect.
I'm pretty sure that was like when I followed too. That was that. It was that one.
That was when I started following you too.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
And that was
it
from May 20. I made that in May 2020, and it's
Mhm.
still it's still valid.
It's evergreen.
yeah.
It's evergreen. It's evergreen. Like I still remember seeing a commercial where I don't even remember what the commercial was for, but it showed somebody, and it shows this lady looking at a window, banging out 6 feet apart. Literally, they were endorsing the thing that you were parroting.
Yeah.
They were endorsing something you did a satire.
I hope I didn't like create it. I hope I didn't bring it into existence. 'Cause I saw this shit.
No.
Give them
Karen-
ideas.
Karens were already a thing.
Yeah.
Karens
No.
were
Yeah, they
becoming.
were.
Karens-
I was gonna mention in the chat, Jessica in the chat, who Jessica I know in real life. She was supposed to have a surgery recently, and she was trying to call, and then they just canceled it on her. So now she has to start the whole process over again. This is going back to when you're talking about surgeries and stuff.
Yeah,
But like, what
it's
the
insane.
hell? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's all in the name of healthcare.
Mhm. See that you just reminded me of the other favorite video that I wish was still around was the one where you were commenting on the people who are all about resist, and then I love the way you said it because it was in such a smug, condescending way. It was perfect. So you're the party in power now. What are you resisting, honey?
Or the
I
old
just love the way that you finished that off. That was a great flourish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it was perfect. It's like this whole
I'm
bullshit.
glad you
with,
appreciate
like,
it because
Neil-
I feel like I'm so
No,
dumb and
I-
cringy, and I'm like,
No,
oh,
like,
no,
God,
no,
like,
that was-
I'm
get it.
dead
that was
serious.
perfect. That was perfect because it's if anything, it's aged even better with this Neil Young bullcrap. Because
Yeah.
this Neil Young, I'm like, these were people who were
He
fighting
sold out to
against the machine, and
the
now
guy who
they're
owns his music
now they're
owns-
fighting
is a
for
pu-
the machine.
yeah.
You know?
Yeah, the guy who owns his music is like on this Pfizer board, so it's
Mhm.
it's not even him. It's ridiculous. He was told that was this, but yeah, honestly, Forrest, that was
rocking
like
in the
I'm
free
dead
world,
serious.
I guess, unless you say unless you say
Rocking in the
something
free
we don't
world, right.
approve of. You know?
Yeah. I'm not even joking. Like I'm legitimately grateful for you guys existing on Twitter because it kept me sane in those rooms, and thank you.
Fair point. I am not part of that conversation because I was like you on that. I am a member of this, much as you are, due to circumstance.
Well, I was always a lurker, but like
Lurker's a really good way to put that, actually.
yeah, I was always a lurker because I've always been libertarian my whole life. I just didn't have the words for it until college. But when everything was going crazy, it was nice to have somewhere in my hand that I could see some like semi-honest and rational thought at some point of the day. So don't think you don't make a difference. I was very I literally I remember when your channel went down, I tweeted out, I was like, it's a dark day when we lose Forrest Mommy. And thank God one of our mutuals pointed.
Yeah,
it's like,
I
good.
I don't remember who
They
pointed
can't.
that
They
out.
can't get rid of me. They can't get rid of me now. Like I'm in it to win it. They can keep trying, but
Like I said, I was always a lurker, but you guys kept me sane in those rooms. I tell you.
Well, I think
You really
the thing
did.
that, I think the thing that's really important to keep in mind is that it's it's that great Chad meme of who radicalized of the of the NPC who radicalized you, and it just gets up really
You
close
did.
to you did.
Yeah.
And I almost
So
think
true.
it's like
true.
and I
It's
think
so
he says
true.
it like in a
So true.
Batman voice or something. I want to say it like that, but yeah, you
Yeah,
did.
of course. Yeah.
Because yeah, I mean, and the thing is, as I said, I'm a lot more. I don't want to say okay. Before I say this, don't take this in as
Jessica.
insult. More
great.
mainstream, I would say, traditionally speaking, than the two of you probably are. But that doesn't mean that I'm not willing to call out bullshit when I see it. And I honestly wish that there were more, like a good example is one of the people I cheer on the most is when I see Rand Paul calling out Fauci for his bullcrap. I just want to give this guy a high five.
Yeah.
The first chance I get, because
Well, one thing bothers me about that, because Rand Paul, I mean, I love what he's doing, love him, but nerds on TikTok found out all that stuff he was saying 4 or 5 months prior to him saying that.
No, I know that.
So people are calling me a conspiracy theorist because of things I saw on Liberty's Twitter and on TikTok. So what else does the government? What else do they know up there? They have to know.
Even before then, the end of 2020, Rational
Yeah.
Ground found all that stuff at the end of 2020, like August, September, like that stuff was. We knew this happened,
but we're the crazy ones. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know how it works out.
They're doing their best to justify literally every conspiracy theorist at this point with the way they behave.
Yeah.
And
right now, I think
complete lack of transparency. I mean,
I'm 6 for 7. I think in conspiracy theories right now. I'm still waiting for Jesus to be proven to be a time traveler, but not really.
Oh, the flat Earth is just next. Then after that, I suppose. Fucking penguins guarding the wall in Antarctica or something.
Now, if we ever get anywhere, someone's gonna take that clip and say, "Oh, he's
absolutely. They're gonna take anything that I specifically say out of context, and they're just gonna be like, "This is what he's really saying."
That's what the left does. They argue in sound bites, which is why I think the left likes.
Then they'll give us hours if they watch all this just to find stuff.
Yeah, it's engagement nonetheless.
Yeah.
But a lot of times they argue in sound bites and they neglect any nuance, which is why I like libertarianism so much, because it acknowledges that there is nuance to issues and we don't know the best, so we don't know what's right for other people, and I don't understand how people could argue for it against it.
Well, the basics ideas of it are more or less just leave me the hell alone, and the government that governs the least governs best. That's more or less it. Yep. The rest of it's details. And the thing that I find most unique about this is how many actual government programs don't create massive amounts of waste, corruption, and cost multitudes of what they're supposed to cost. I only ask half jokingly.
I have a friend who works in the Florida government. Won't say any more than that. But he's like, "Oh, you won't believe the waste that the government does." But he's also a socialist, so his argument is to make more waste. And I'm like, "You're almost there, buddy. You're almost there. Just keep going a little further. You'll get there."
No, dig up, stupid.
And I find that so much when I talk to these people, that they think almost there, and they'll just settle at this answer. And like I said, I was guilty of that with the 15 days. That was my fault, and I regret it so much.
Hitting the hard right at the exit sign, they're almost to the right spot, and then they just go straight in the other direction.
And it happens so much these days.
That's the thing that I find weirdest about it, is that I don't know how people can constantly see failure after failure after failure and think, we need more of this. It's like the one that I always like to use is that line from that Halloween episode of The Simpsons. The politics of failure have failed. We need to make them work again.
Yeah, well, this
is literally what they do, though.
That's what they're doing now. It doesn't work. Double down.
Absolutely what they're doing.
And the politicians are just getting rich and profiting and they're profiting like crazy. They're manipulating everything they can to make more money, and they're stealing more money from us. They're printing more money. They're like, and all these people are like, yeah, but let's give them more money. We just need higher taxes. And it's like, what?
I wish.
Tell me harder, Daddy.
Oh, this is my based wife. Thank you.
No, that is
Sounds
sweet.
thanks,
sweet.
That is
wife.
really sweet. Yes,
What?
thank you.
Thanks, wifey.
Yeah, a little bit.
She can come on next time. She should come on.
Said you could come on. She
We'll
was a
make fun of
teacher
you.
in New York, and
Oh, my mom was a teacher.
she's making a sound because she's nervous. But
She's nervous. I'd never
she
been
says
on
she's not
something like
nervous,
this
just not
before.
dressed for this. But she
I'm terrified of seeing myself on this when it finally uploads.
it's interesting because me and her both saw the pandemic from two different sides, because I saw it from the elderly and she saw it from the children because she was a teacher. And one of the other reasons why we left New York is because how bad they were getting screwed down there too.
Do you follow Top Lobster? Because he's trying to leave New York.
Top Lobster, I believe so.
He does all the art. He's an artist. He does a lot of the art for Josh Smith's podcast and stuff.
I
but
follow him.
yeah, he's a cool dude. But they're trying to get the fuck out of New York too.
Yeah, it's terrible. She was like would say how much like kids were just getting angry, just in general, just angry. Hold on, let me move. Be based. Let your based flag fly.
Okay, chill. Across
Oh, we heard
America,
her.
school suspensions for like kids having bad behavior is out the roof this school year. But aside from that, just all of the kids being in online school was kind of a hot mess because so many of the kids get services from the school, whether that be as simple as a school lunch or they get some type of in-school therapy. Some of them see the social worker on a regular basis, the school psychologist, speech therapy, all kinds of stuff. The kids were just not getting it during online school. I can't
There
even
are
like
plus
begin to
sides to
explain how
it,
much of a
yeah.
mess this pandemic has been for children, specifically in terms of school education and just being forced into isolation. It's just psychotic.
And it made the separation between like the lower income kid. They've already said like, oh, the kids in worse communities are the lockdowns made it 100 times worse for them and stuff. And it's like, okay, this is the example of the left making things bad. And then they're saying, oh, we need to come in and fix it or whatever, because look at these guys aren't getting it. It's like, you fucking made that happen.
Well,
You created that problem. Like,
well, think about it this way also. Some kids, that's the only escape they have from like an abusive home is going to school.
yes.
And I mean, I'm not obviously not the biggest fan of public school. It's not perfect, but it did give kids an out. And it got to the point where
We can understand the nuance. There are people who can protect them, and there are other people who can put eyes on them, you know. And
that's
and
why I love the
they can
libertarianism.
actually create a support group for their problems as well. So there's that too.
Yeah. But so my wife, it was getting to the point where MS-13 was like picking up kids from school. We recruited them because they didn't have the structure at home.
Well, you know, this is
yeah.
You know, this is something that happens with this sort of thing when you have society basically leaving people feeling like they're completely left out, just completely abandoned by society. The most hateful elements of society are going to come up and they're going to put their arm around their shoulder and say, hey, don't worry about it, man. I got your back. You'll have that. And it's a terrible thing and it shouldn't be happening, but you'll end up having that happen. You know, to use an example, you know, you'd mentioned, you know, kids in worse neighborhoods. You know, a good example of that is my mother's nursing home. Was not exactly in a good part of Cleveland. Sadly, it was not the worst part of Cleveland, but it was not a good part of Cleveland. And in fact, one point, a druggie literally broke into her nursing home about.
And that's where they got a lot of drugs at the nursing home. So
yeah, they got a lot of narcotics there.
Yeah, well, that would be why the druggie broke in. Just a wild guess. But you know, so you can't help but think that that had a lot to do with it couldn't have helped the situation. And the worst part about it is the director's mother was in that place, and I still saw her, and she was just kind of rolling around in there. But you know, who would put your mother in there? their own mother and something like that, if you know what's going on.
I think a
And
lot of people didn't, because I know people didn't start hating Cuomo until, well, I mean, they still don't. Not everybody still does, but
the
I
people who were paying attention.
so that same nurse that I was talking about earlier that wrote off my uncle dying being immunocompromised, she also said, "Oh, I hope Cuomo stays exactly where he is." I was like, "How on earth could you have worked in a nursing home as a healthcare worker and still want him to stay where he is?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I don't buy any of that sexual harassment stuff. He's Italian, whatever, it's fine." And I'm like, "What? Do you? Is there a cog turning in your head at all? Like what?" Oh,
It's like the hero. It's hero worship or some shit.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember.
Exactly right.
I think it was the way Tim Pool put it. The kind of people who do this are the kind of people who buy Fauci bobbleheads.
Yeah.
That is a perfect way of putting it, I think.
I don't idolize. I've never understood even bumper stickers personally. I've never idolized. Maybe that's because just libertarian, I guess. But I've never idolized any person that I don't know personally enough to do anything like that. And maybe I'm a cynic, but I don't think that, like you said, that's hero worship. You shouldn't worship any person that you don't know.
See, I don't.
Let alone someone who steals from you and will put you in jail if you don't pay up, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good point. See, I wasn't. I just by nature don't hero worship at all, because I don't know. I don't know if this was something that was innate about me or something like that, but typically speaking, I always know that no matter who you elect as president, even if he's a good president, this is a person who's going to have flaws about him, who you're not going, who you will put you off on some level. There are just people like that.
You should never agree with anyone 100%. I don't think
No,
it proves that you're not really thinking.
No, if you do, you are either talking about a clone, or you have modeled yourself after that person. In which case, you are.
I don't even agree with myself 4 years ago.
No,
Like
I don't either.
it shows growth.
There are some times when I don't agree with myself a week ago.
It's because if you think about things critically, and new information comes, But I think it's interesting what Jessica Wheeler is saying in the chat. There's been a ridiculous uptick of speech delays in children, I know, among elementary schools.
Of course there's going to be. Of course there's going to be.
And kids are having more trouble reading facial emotions, which is very concerning.
I saw something even today. There was a speech therapist wouldn't let a 3-year-old come to speech therapy because the 3-year-old wouldn't wear a mask in speech therapy.
I saw that.
I didn't see that one either, and I'm glad I didn't.
What? And these are experts? These are college-educated experts? Like, what? Like,
we're going to see the damage of this for the next 20, 30 years. And that's assuming we fix it tomorrow.
Probably the point of it.
Yeah.
The damage for this, I don't think people realize how much credibility so many things have lost. The medical community is going to take a generation.
Well, yeah, think about how many people are doing their residencies now. How many surgeons right now are learning under these conditions, are learning online. Would you want your surgeon to learn medical online? Like,
okay, how many of these people are looking at, how many of these people went in thinking Fauci was a miracle worker? Now, I don't know if the worst allegations against Fauci are true or not. I'm not actually trying to dig into that at the moment. But what I do know is bad enough. What I do know is bad enough that this guy literally said, "Don't wear a mask." And then when people challenged him on it, after he flip-flopped on it, keep in mind when he said "don't wear a mask," he gave a reason not to.
Yeah, he put on.
Our knowledge of how masks work have not changed. So the argument of we know more now than we did then, it doesn't work because there's still masks.
Well, the people defending him, there were people defending him over that flip-flop, and they were like, well, he didn't want us to go buy him on. I'm like, okay, so he's treating you like an idiot, and you're going to worship this guy?
I don't know how
it's
people didn't
simple. It's
rage
either
about that.
either he was lying then or he's lying now. And if he was willing to lie one
He's
of those
flip-flopped on a
times,
lot.
what else
He's
is he willing to
flip-flopped
lie
on a ton
about?
of times.
It's
Yeah.
insane. I don't understand.
I have a
like,
video of
it
him
hurts my
from
brain.
February 2020 saying asymptomatic cases never drive a pandemic. That is from February 2020. That is Fauci saying asymptomatic cases never drive a pandemic.
And I don't
Okay.
understand. People know that politicians are bought and sold, right? I don't understand why it's infallible that scientists could be done the same.
Also, I mean, considering the fact that considering the fact that this is a guy whose entire career is based on this sort of thing. To him, the idea of a viral outbreak must have felt like the lottery.
Yeah. Also, he makes
Also, I mean,
$500,000 a year. It's not going to end.
This is like an anti-terrorism expert. After 9/11, all of a sudden he had something to do.
He was still making money off of AIDS. He was money off of
Yeah.
AIDS research and HIV. Like he was still making a shit ton of money off of that.
Well, there was that old Chris Rock joke from like 20 years ago he made that it's still kind of true. He said, he didn't think there was ever going to be a cure for AIDS because he said at some point there's just going to be a thing. Well, I got to go in for my weekly AIDS treatment. Yeah, I got to call in work because I got a problem with my AIDS today. So there ain't no money in the cure.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, apparently there is now. If the difference in now though is that
there's medicine for it. There's that PrEP medicine. There's all that medicine for HIV and AIDS now that Fauci makes money off of.
Well, there's also money in it if the government keeps telling you to go back and get more of it.
But you also have to remember though, he makes what $458,000. When you get paid per hour versus per job, it's very different. So of course he's gonna ride this thing as long as he can. He's a rock star. He's a millionaire. You saw in his emails he's saying he's hope Brad Pitt plays him in a movie.
I didn't see that, and
read those emails. They're a wild ride.
I don't know. I have a threshold for visceral disgust.
That's
and
fair.
I'm afraid of how close that might be, because that would be retching levels. That would be like, Jesus, that would be like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez talking about what actress she'd want to play her or something, which I'm sure she already has ideas. Yeah. And by the way, my brother did the best comment about AOC that I thought was really funny. He actually describes himself as a bit of a misogynist, but he's that kind of guy. But he made the funny comment that AOC is a 6.5 in a room full of 3s, acting like she's a 9.
100%.
That's absolutely true.
That's funny.
That's why she acts like, oh, if you look
at her history, she was curated for this position too. Like she was put in all the college. She worked for all these different
Yeah. Like if you watch The Young Turks, Cenk Uygur basically takes credit for her going up and being big. And I try to she's a butterface. That's pretty funny. Well, I don't know. I gotta disagree with that when she's wearing that stupid tax the rich dress.
Yeah, and what's funny is her tailor got in trouble after all the publicity because she didn't pay her taxes.
Because of course she didn't pay her taxes.
Did you watch the Corbett report? Squirrel? The Corbett, he talked about that in his fake news 2020. And he's like, yeah, she was a fucking tax evader, which good for her, but that was funny that
yeah.
Well, I mean, it's good for on some level, that's kind of funny, but at the same time, I can't excuse it when there's somebody who's wanting me to pay more. And literally her dress says tax somebody. No, I'm not listening to this person.
Or how about Bernie Sanders, who's we got to tax those millionaires. Oh, we got to tax those millionaires. And then he becomes a millionaire. Oh, we got to tax those billionaires.
Yeah.
Gotta get those billionaires.
I always loved.
So absurd.
I think the funniest comment I ever heard
Everyone
was
eats it
from
up.
the funniest comment about Bernie Sanders though was from Lindsey Graham. He said, "This is a man who honeymooned in Moscow, and I don't think he ever came back."
Yeah.
Ridiculous, these people. And he's been in government this whole time as everything's gotten worse, and people are like, oh yeah, he can fix it. And it's like, so in the private sector, if you've been a part of something and the company's gone in the ground because of you being a part of it, that's your fault. You know, you're a part of it. But that doesn't happen in government. Like, you can be a fucking terrible.
It's just like the teachers who are griping about parents now, and they're talking, and they bring up how test scores are lower. So they're basically trying to use evidence against parents, and the evidence is their own failure, and they need more power because they're failures.
Well, that's what's crazy about the teaching thing too. And my wife, even though she's a teacher, she has a defund teachers union shirt that she'll proudly wear all the time. She looks for that all the time.
I love your wife. You tell her I love her. She needs to come on. We'll do a podcast.
She's super based.
If I wasn't too much of a train wreck to not be invited back, I'd love to see her. You got a great rig going up there. Yeah.
Yeah. What was I saying?
Don't worry, I derailed you. I'm really good at that.
I forgot what I was saying though.
No, you were saying she's like anti the teacher union. She sees the flaws in all the teacher union shit, probably.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I now remember, because the teachers unions were making their decisions based off of what they felt, not like what the actual doctors were. Mm-hmm. Teachers were the least susceptible, but the teachers unions are the ones that are deciding, oh no, we can't teach because they don't like to work. And they were teaching from like Cuba. Not Cuba, Costa Rica, I think was what it was. They were, and Costa Rica was offering packages to people to remotely work from because they were. Oh my god, it's insane.
And how does the teachers union make sense? Because the employer is the government, the teachers union is basically the government, and the teachers are the government. So what is the teachers union even like? It's just all part of the whole fucking same thing. It's so bizarre.
You know what I find interesting about this is that the hilarious unintended consequences of this scheme that they've done, which is basically let them not have to go to work. Is a hilarious thing about this is that parents now, who've also been home for a lot of this time, are seeing what their teachers are teaching their kids, and they're not very happy about it.
Yeah,
it's funny how parents don't like.
That's been one good white pill.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, people are realizing the indoctrination that's going on.
And I could have told them that years ago. Like I said, my 4th grade teacher was trying to terrorize me into becoming basically an eco nut. And the level of disgust I have over that is just palpable. To this day, I still think about that. And anytime I see somebody, it doesn't matter if it's about environment or the pandemic or some other issue that's going on. Anytime somebody tries to go in and throw out this panic porn, my media thought is, no, I'm not getting on board. When somebody throws that out there and they say get on board, I'd rather drown.
In my life, I feel like, just as a rule of thumb, the first thing to do is stay calm, and the second thing to do is think. And both those concepts have been thrown out the window for most people. And I feel like that if you just think for more than 2 seconds, a lot of these problems could be really easily fixed.
they really, really could. It's,
And another thing.
It's all activists. They've all become activists. Teachers are activists now instead of teachers.
Well, all those TikTok
the colleges trained them into
videos.
Oh yeah, that shit's really fucking weird.
Yeah. How many
really
teachers?
Weird.
Oh,
how many teachers?
Libs of TikTok is doing God's work. You're not following her.
Anything like that. When I was in school, I couldn't imagine a teacher looking like that.
Yeah.
Or talking about their sexuality. We were all taught if anyone talks about your no spots or that's bad. And now the teachers are fucking talking about their no spots and shit. And it's like, what?
So it mind boggles to me that, and I feel bad for these people, honestly, because they they think that's the most important thing about their life. You know,
And
I would never go up to someone and say I am a heterosexual man, because that is not important. That has nothing to do with who I am.
yeah, like yeah. Hey, I'm a
There's more
straight guy.
than
I mean,
there's more to
like
you than that.
yeah, like if you went up to me and said that, my immediate thought was, no, this would be if I didn't know you. I'd say, oh, really? We're pals? We're really close? You can tell me that? You
Yeah.
think that's something I really need to know?
I'll never forget when I was in high school. A friend came out to me once, and I was a kid then, I didn't know, and he said, like, yeah, I'm gay. I'm like, oh, okay. Like I didn't know that was a big thing at the time for them to come out. I was like, all right, whatever. Yeah, I was like, you want to play? You want to play
That's
COD?
what I
Like,
thought we were trying to go towards. I thought we
yeah,
were trying to get kids to be like, where it's like, yeah, okay, cool, whatever. But now they're like, no, no, no. Not only is it, you have to make it your whole identity. And I was listening to James Lindsay today, and he talks about the queer thing. So the communists or the Marxists, they don't even like gay necessarily, because gay is like a structured thing. They want this queer thing where it's called like you have a fluid essence, because then everything can constantly change and constantly be moving and which whatever kind of humans are like that anyways, but they want it specifically that's what they want these kids to be, is all this non-binary, non-gender, like all this stuff, because it keeps them like in this fluid state where they're never like solid in who they are, and then they can just come in and groom them.
In a yeah.
my
I
wife
wasn't
is in
even-
chat, and she said, "Hi, I'm Squirrel, and I like tits," and I think that's pretty accurate. She can. I guess that's how I should start conversations now.
I mean, you're a guy. You're not.
Oh, is that
wrong.
I didn't know that was your wife. Okay, good.
I didn't
Yeah.
either. But that's hi.
I
Nice
don't know
to
if
see
she
you
wants me to not out her like that, but I did, and I just had this is like my 4th shot of rum, so maybe. But
Well, she can come back into the room and hit you in the
yeah,
back.
she
of
can
the
hit me
head
if she
she's
wants
mad.
to. The door's open. She could. If I just get, you'll know
I'm
why.
hitting my jab rig every now and then. That's why I'm going over there, by the way.
I don't understand why these people
FYI.
think that is the defining characteristic of them, and I honestly I pity them for it.
That's how boring
but
they are. That's how boring
Yeah.
they are.
Well,
Like
this
they're
is-
just
this
boring
is-
ass people.
there's also the realization that it's the only way that they can stay. It's the only way that they can be that they can be controversial. It's a little bit like I remember seeing this thing about it was a thing about the basically about climate skeptics, and it was Patrick Moore, who was one of the co-founders of Greenpeace, and he walked away from it because they were going too extreme. And he said that the problem was everything Greenpeace was about initially. Everyone's on board with that now. Everyone's against pollution. Everybody wants to preserve the wild and our habitats and everything. So they have to start going and turning that much harder to the left, because that's the only way that they can actually confront people about things. Because nobody's going to nobody's going to listen to you if you say, "Hey, we need to stop pollution," and everybody up there says, "Yeah, I agree." But now they have to start talking about adding all sorts of other things in there. Like he said that the Patrick Moore said that the moment he left Greenpeace was when they were talking about a worldwide ban on chlorine. And he said that's an element of the periodic table. I think that's out of our jurisdiction. And they're doing the same thing with gay rights. People are fine with gay rights now. Like my cousin is literally gay. I think he's actually married to his partner now. He lives in San Jose. At least he did for a while until he moved recently. His I remember talking to my aunt. She's happy for him. She's happy for him that he's good. And she's visited with him, and they've taken trips together and
And no
everything.
one gives a fuck. No one cares anymore.
There's no
like, cool.
controversy about it now. So the only way that they can be controversial is to throw all this other stuff in there. And even, I mean, we both know, if nothing else, on Liberty Twitter, we've come across trans people, and I have no issue with that. If there's a trans woman, I would not call her anything
for the
but
last
a woman.
like 15 years of my life. Yeah, for the last 15 years of my life, I've been
It's just
on the full spectrum. Like, all
yeah,
of it.
exactly. And
we don't care. We don't care.
And yeah, and that's and but so they have to throw all this other stuff in there, all these, you know, not to even mention the non-binary thing, but other things to try to they're trying to throw into everything they're trying to throw everything that they can out there to be controversial because it's all about the struggle. If they're not struggling, they realize how empty their ideology really is. So they have to find
Did you
something.
guys listen to the James Lindsay on Joe Rogan? Did you listen
Who?
to James Lindsay episode? It's so good
Not
because
yet.
James Lindsay is
No,
super smart, and he goes,
I haven't
he's
heard that
so
one.
into this stuff, and he talks about all like just like you're saying. So back in the day, if you were like when Mao and all that stuff was happening, if you were a landlord's kid or like all these things, you were bad. And it's just now in this
Mhm.
world, where like if you're white, if you're a cis man, you're bad. So you have to be gender queer, like you have to like go to then that makes you special. And I'm like, I spent all my life trying to look like a basic bitch because I just wanted to look like this blonde, like basic bitch, you know. And now they're like, no. But like it's just funny how that like the way James points it out because he's so smart, like he just points it out perfectly. And it's like, oh, like, and I get that because it makes these people who grew up in a white family who or whatever family where like they were okay financially and blah blah blah, and they've been told in school that they're bad because they grew up in this white family and they were privileged. So now they have to become something else. They have to become gender queer or whatever, and like it makes them better than just whatever. And it's just like fucking.
They
How
have to
about
be
get a
something.
personality? I don't know. Just
Yeah.
get a fucking personality. You could just get a fucking good personality. That's all you need. Like, look at people love me, and I'm the most basic looking bitch ever. So whatever. Like,
You say that
I don't
like
get
it's a
it.
bad thing. I like blondes.
No, I know. Me too. Me too. Like I'm like I did everything in my life to start. I was on my own when I was young, and like I was like I went on my own young because I was on the whole like strong independent woman thing, which I'm glad I learned how to like take care of myself. There are some good aspects to that, right? But like then I'm like, oh, then I start getting taken care of, and I'm like, I just want to look like a trophy wife. Like, you know, like that's just what I want to do. Like, and
All of
it's
a
all
sudden, he went
good
from being a
'cause I'm
basic
and people
bitch to a
like it. It's all
trad.
good.
Or at least
Yeah.
a little bit of that
I'm
creeping in.
total trad now. But at least I know, like, I've lived my
opposite of
life
my
a
life.
million different ways, and
Hey, each their
the
own.
issue with
Each
that,
their
but
own.
yeah, like, whatever. That's everyone's
But
life, but that's how everyone's life should be. It should be this journey to figure out who they are and what they want to do, and then like, yeah. No, I just
And-
work part time for my bubblegum money, you know.
yeah, that was a comment that Joe Rogan said. Now, if you've never seen his routine about the Kardashians, you owe it to yourself to watch it. It's like 10 minutes long and it's absolutely hilarious. But this was because he talked about how about how he's becoming more and more of a bitch every day because of his wife. because he has a wife and daughters, and so he's the only guy in the house. He said, "But I'm going to tell you this: I'm not going out like Chris, like I'm not going out like Chris. What's his
Bruce.
name? Bruce Jenner. Yeah, I'm not going out like Bruce Jenner."
Bruce.
He said, yeah. I said, I'll say what everybody else says, which is what everyone's supposed to say, that he was a man born in a woman born in a man's body. He said, maybe. But maybe also, if you're living in a house full of crazy bitches, you become one.
Well, I've definitely noticed it even online since like more people were girls who started posting selfies, and then all of a sudden the femboy thing got huge, which I have no judgment against any
they
of
did.
it. But like you can
And
see these different things that happened.
Well, if you look
when
at
I
it
was
10
a
years,
little kid, when I was a little kid, I liked the color pink. I don't want to think about what they would have done to me if I was that kid today.
yeah. When I was a kid, I had Barbies because GI Joe needed a woman to come home to. That's what I thought when I was a kid.
No, that's
I
not
was
a bad
tomboy
idea.
I was in the forest. I was in the forest running around like a boy. I had to have short hair. And thank God, I've said this a million times, but thank God no one ever said, well, maybe you're a boy. No one ever said that to me. Ever. And as they shouldn't. Because that was who I was.
If you'd taken it seriously.
Well, these kids are
because even boys who
They're-
would make fun of my boob size would like that would fuck with me a little bit, but obviously I'm fine with it now. But like those comments to kids fuck them up from whatever side. But now, right now, it's just so crazy from the left right now. But
And well, back in the day, it's always been a problem of, I'm not skinny enough, or I'm not, I'm too skinny, stuff like that. I'm not yoked enough. It's always been kids trying to find their how they fit, what they're supposed to be, what they're supposed to look like, how they're supposed to. That's always a part of growing up, is figuring that out. And now, I think people are just kind of jumping on that confusion, and now especially with the fact that it's so mainstream, you can't even talk anywhere against it. It's almost
a lot of girls too. Right now, they're saying it's even more girls. They're going off of their secondary sex track. Like if they have hair, that genderbread man. I don't know if your wife knows about the genderbread man and all this stuff, but it's like, if you're a little bit more hairy, maybe you're a boy, or like if you don't develop boobs, then you're a boy. Like they're confusing it, and there are these literal under 18 kids getting mastectomies. And when a girl does it, when a girl starts on male hormones, she sterilizes herself. Men can kind of still get away with it, even if they take like female hormones. But when a girl does it, she's sterilized. So you have these 20-year-old girls who are upset they went through this process because they're like, oh, I'm not actually a girl. I was just fucking a little butch, which whatever. Like you could be a little butch or a little masculine. Like it's fine. But there's like
no offense, but you struck me as a girl who is a bit of a bit of a rowdy tomboy as a girl.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. Honestly, I liked a lot of girls who were like that when I was a kid.
Forrest Mommy being the first, but my second Twitter crush was
again Forrest and like Road Pose.
Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome.
There you go. But Forrest Mommy being the first, my second Twitter crush is Melanie Mack, and she talks about that, how like tomboys is no longer a thing anymore.
No,
that was a thing forever.
Like this, and
why force?
They're more structured. They're more binary than us. I'm like, it is a fucking spectrum. Like you will have more feminine boys and you can have more masculine girls. It doesn't. But they're like, well, if you don't fit into the strict like genderbread, then you're not one. And I'm like, you guys are more strict than we are. Like I'm fine with the fucking spectrum of shit. You are the one saying that they aren't a boy or they aren't a girl because of this or that. And I'm like, that's fucked up. It's a kid.
I find it interesting that they always talk about, this thing isn't binary, but yet their attitude about your acceptance of it is 100% binary. You either celebrate it all or you're a complete bigot.
But to poke their logic even further, you're either binary or non-binary, thereby making you binary by default.
Yeah. So it's really trinary. So I guess it's really trinary, or is that a word? I don't actually know.
It's just people who are. It's just people who are. They're people. Everybody's fucking different, and that's who they are. Whatever. Like it's just so frustrating because it's like I've always looked for something I can love in everybody, or gotten to know everybody as the individual they fucking are, and then like they're like no, like this person, like it's just
okay. Thank
it's
you.
So
that
weird.
Yeah, and like Jessica says in the chat, like who didn't feel awkward in middle school?
That is a really good point.
Yeah.
Everyone did.
Really good point. Everybody does.
Everyone.
Are we gonna keep going? Because I'm gonna go get it.
because-
Are we gonna keep going? I need to go get more to drink if we're.
Oh, I'm totally fine to keep going if you guys are.
I'm okay.
You guys are 2 hours ahead of me, so.
Well, I'm unemployed still.
I'm gonna need to eat probably in the next half hour or so, but I'm good for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I technically am still unemployed. My job shouldn't start till hopefully next month, but I couldn't get a job down here because I wasn't vaccinated, and every job down here, even if it's a remote job, they still say priority will be given to those who have taken precautions against COVID-19 for remote jobs. Now that's busted in the brain, if you ask me. But
now I'm honestly curious, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Why didn't you?
Why didn't I? Like I said, I already got it at the time, and I was surrounded by it every day. When
so
I
basically,
got it,
natural immunity.
Yeah, when I got it, it was early April 2020. I got it really early because I was surrounded by it. And back then,
Pretty much
actually,
swimming in it at that point.
back then, actually, they wanted you to come because we were so low on staff. They wanted you to come back ASAP. So as long as you didn't have a symptom, you were supposed to go back if you didn't test positive. And I never tested positive. Later, I did an antibody test and I had the antibody, so I did get sick. It was a false negative. Luckily, I had sick time, and I thought like, hey, maybe I shouldn't go back yet, and I took extra sick time for it. But I was sick for I think 3 days, and I was just tired. So I was like, okay, I handled it okay the first time. I don't think I need to do it again. And I saw a lot of coworkers and stuff getting sick from the vaccine because I know it hits you hard the second dose or whatever. So I was like, I think I'll be all right.
It does leave you feeling pretty crummy.
And then
speaking as
my
a guy
uncle,
who has had it.
and then after my uncle, I was like, no way.
Not the virus, but getting the vaccine, the second dose. Yeah, that'll leave you feeling more or less like you've gotten a gut punch to your system overall.
Yeah, but so I already had it, and then the fact that my uncle died after was the deal sealer. I'm not, but I don't think I need it. So,
yeah.
But I don't
My
judge
parents
anyone who
both
got
got
it. Don't judge anyone who
COVID.
didn't.
My parents both got COVID. They're in their 70s. My dad, they got it in October 2020. My dad has still got antibodies because he has to give blood for a lot for whatever reasons, and he's still throwing antibodies. So they're not even going to get the vaccine at this point because they're
the lady,
whatever.
there was a woman who survived the Spanish flu, and she still has the antibodies to the Spanish flu.
Which, by the
know
way,
it's not the same.
Which I'm pretty sure you can still get. You know, smallpox is, I think, the only virus that has ever been completely eradicated. There was a case in China like 2 or 3
Bill
years
Gates
ago.
says it's coming back. Bill Gates says it's coming back. Remember?
Yeah. Well, he brought polio back in India with oral vaccination.
He did. The shots gave people polio.
Yeah, 46,000 people
the shots
in India.
gave people polio.
And in China, there was a case in 2019, I think, of somebody coming down with a friggin' black plague.
Oh, really?
Because I ate the live liver of a marmot or something like that. Like traditional Chinese medicine.
I'm sure they tried something on somebody.
Well, I mean, it's those old school kind of concepts that are, and you know, there's a really brutal video a guy Serpenza made showing one of the biggest reasons why China became a vector for disease and why China continues to be a vector for disease. And one of them is the fact that they'll eat literally anything.
Yeah, well, I imagine population density is probably a big part of it too.
There's also that. There's also a out in the countryside. There's a really appalling lack of hygiene.
Yeah.
One that you do not expect to see out of a country.
Yeah, that's true.
What's that?
Sometimes living in the dirt is like my sister, I'm very much younger than my siblings. And they were like, my sister was a bubble baby. They like didn't let her touch dirt, nothing. And then I came along and I had my face in the neighbor's dog bowl and all that shit. And I'm not allergic to anything, but my sister has had a ton of health issues. That's a very good point. Like it's like
yeah, that's a very good point. Whatever happened to rub some dirt on it? When we were kids, that was a thing. My wife is always very hand sanitizer, very clean, and I was a rub some dirt on it kind of guy. And for years, she'd always be the one that got sick, never me.
Well, this was something that would
child healthy dollars, right?
This was something that up until 2 years ago. Remember, if you use the Wayback Machine on the internet, you can see archive articles saying, "Are we too clean? Are we using hand sanitizer too much?
And too much antibiotics? We're creating super bugs."
Now, either we were wrong then, or we're wrong now. But the fact that they pretend like they never said these things, yeah, conversations obviously need to be had about the media and the responsibility on their part for how many people they've helped get killed. Because let's be honest, they have caused deaths too.
Even at the end of 2019 and early 2020, there was all these articles about how there was going to be this terrible flu this in 2020. The 2020 flu season was going to be terrible, terrible, terrible. And then all of a sudden, those articles were gone, and it was all
Yep.
COVID.
Well, don't
It's like-
forget that those articles came out every single year.
Yeah,
I think-
it's true.
yeah,
That's
I saw a compilation
true.
of Time
Get a flu
magazine.
shot. This is going to be the worst year ever.
Yeah. For Time magazine, I think every single year for the past 12 years said how the hospitals were at the brink because of the flu. And then we're supposed to act like it's different. And people act like, oh, the hospitals are being overrun, but like they pay for those beds. So it's a business. They want to fill the beds. So of course they're going to. It doesn't mean much. It doesn't mean what you think it means.
It's true.
Well, this is
Even
something
like,
that happens a
I
lot.
think I didn't feel so scared about COVID at first because I remember briefly seeing the articles like with the swine flu and the bird flu and all that. And they didn't shut anything down for that. So I was like, oh, it'll be just like that stuff. And then was I fucking wrong?
Well, the whole time I was just thinking about that South Park episode where those guys running the Indian casino deliberately gave the townspeople SARS, and Stan's dad is talking to him and he says, "Just stay away from me, son. I only have a 98% chance of living."
No, according to the left, 50% of people who get it need the hospital. And I'm like, what have people been doing? I've like never gone into the hospital for anything. And I didn't even have a doctor for a long time. I've used the ER twice in my life as a kid.
Yeah.
I haven't
like, how
been
did,
to a
like-
general practitioner in I think 6 years, and that was only to get my proof of measles, mumps, and rubella to get hired at my job. And before that, it was another.
Did they
6
test
years.
you? Did they test you for TB at the elderly facility?
Yeah, they tested me every year.
I remember.
See, I've
I'm
only
like, that
been-
makes sense.
Yeah, that's
I've
fair.
only been kept at a hospital overnight one time, and that was honestly because I got food poisoning. I got long story
You're
short, I got
sick.
poisoned by my coworkers, and
You're sick.
they're trying to pull a prank on me, and they gave me such a violent stomach reaction that I ended up in the hospital for 4 nights. Aside from that, I went to a hospital once because of a severe migraine, but that's it. I almost never end up going to a hospital.
The whole goal was to not go to the hospital, and now they've been like, if
Yeah.
you feel, go get tested at the they've been like, it's so weird how everything flip-flopped. And I've been upset with the
Well-
whole medical health insurance because when I moved out young, I had to pay my own health insurance because I moved out. I couldn't be covered by my parents at the time. And I'm like, I'm fucking 19, paying $300 a month. So I paid so much money into that system, and then I dropped it at one point after I quit a job that I had insurance through. And I'm like, I have to keep myself as healthy as I fucking possibly can at this point because I don't want to have to need it, Like,
Yeah.
But everyone's like opposite now. Bye, Ape. Everyone follow Armed Ape, by the way.
Okay,
I did.
good to see you there. Love your comments. Those were pretty damn funny.
Joining.
Hilarious.
They were really good.
His
Yeah.
videos are hilarious.
I'll keep that in mind. See, I had never heard of. I'll be honest, I never heard of you before this, and I'm going to give you a look now.
Me?
Yeah, yes, you.
I'm not.
Okay,
with
it's hard to see.
I'm-
It's hard to see who I'm looking forward to.
I'm
looking at, to be
I'm
honest.
still a baby on Liberty Twitter, so I only started really with the pandemic.
I mean,
But Squirrel,
to
you
actually
you
call
have
me-
a YouTube I followed, right? I think you. gave
Yeah,
that to
that's
me.
gaming stuff though. Soundwave
Is it?
Spectre, if you're into gaming.
Hey, that's something that interests me.
Yeah,
I
I
have a
do.
very wide range of things I'm interested in. I like anything from movie and TV reviews to gaming to sports.
Yeah, I'll put it
politics.
in chat.
You are unlikely to find you have to try to find something I'm not interested in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing gaming right now, just like gaming humor stuff, because, like I said, I'm out of a job, so I figured I might as well do something. And so I was doing audio description videos of games, so that blind people could.
Thank you to
experience the
you're a
games
kept
again?
you're a kept man by your wife, aren't you? You're a kept man.
Kept man right now, yeah, technically. That's embarrassing enough. But
It's not
um,
it is what it is.
it
Because
no,
it's
know
the
what I call
stupid
myself?
shit going on.
I call myself a participation trophy husband. So she gets that.
Yeah.
Okay,
I call
that is
myself
some
a
that
poor
is some
man.
really clever bullshit right there. I got to give you credit for that one.
I say I'm a poor man's trophy wife. I'm a poor man's trophy wife. It's just funny. He's not poor, but I love saying that because
Like
I work so.
she said, locked up in a
You're
tower
Charlie
like
Rapunzel.
Rapunzel. Yeah.
Let the hair down.
Yeah. So because you stepped away for a second, but I was having trouble finding a job for even remote jobs down here because, like I said, I was trying to get a paralegal certificate. So I was trying. Once I came down here, I was like, well, I'm not going back into healthcare. So I tried to use the paralegal certificate I got during COVID, to try and do a career change. But down here, they even want you to be vaccinated for remote jobs, which is absurd to me. The logic doesn't. And you'll see it on
Hopefully
every
that's
interview.
starting to go away. Is that starting to
hope.
go away with the Supreme Court OSHA thing?
It better.
I'd like to
I
think
have a bunch
so,
of Liberty
but
friends in Colorado who like quit because their companies were going to do it, and then they've like talked to people who still work there, and they're like, yeah, they kind of dropped it at this point. So I'm like, hopefully that
Yeah,
happens.
but like literally on, if you go on ZipRecruiter, you'll try and get the jobs. It says on the bottom, it says, "Oh, priority will be given to those who have taken steps to take precautions against COVID-19." For a remote
those
job.
are all the people who
like,
called out. Everybody I know, everybody's job I know, all the people who called out and are at home sick are vaccinated. So what the fuck does it even fucking matter?
I don't know. So yeah, so I've been doing the YouTube thing for now, trying to make people laugh. Hopefully, trying to help blind people see games, and I got a couple of blind followers there, and then I just do humor videos. But that's just for now. Hopefully, I'll get my job. I have a job.
Are you on Twitch too? Don't you make money on Twitch if you do that kind of shit?
You can make money on YouTube. You can make money on Twitch faster, but you can make money on YouTube better. So I'm doing YouTube, like you. But I'm way behind you. Your growth is really going great. Right now it's just gaming stuff. But I'm sure
started way earlier. I should have started way earlier.
You should have. I would have.
I wanted to start podcasting years ago, and I just never got around to it.
Well, that's the libertarian rule. You have to at least think about starting a podcast, and you have to tell somebody they're not a real libertarian. Those are the two main rules. Otherwise, you're not a real libertarian. That was me completing stage 2.
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing that's kind of kept me.
North Carolina, I'm living.
And I don't know if this is a politically incorrect way of saying it, but it comes sort of in the closet on this subject, because for everyone in a liberty camp who's based like this, they're always the ones who are accusing everyone of being a Fed. They're always the ones who are saying you're not a true libertarian. They're always the ones who like.
Well, fuck, that's just collectivism.
I know, but there's a lot of them who just want to like practically give out a goddamn questionnaire, and if you don't answer everything right, you're not a libertarian for them.
Again, that's the antithesis of libertarianism.
Take it or leave it.
Well,
take it or leave it. Take it or leave it, motherfuckers.
Well, there's that too, obviously, but the whole point is that, it's what Republicans say, and it's what Republicans should actually do, is be a big tent.
I don't understand why anybody would gatekeep.
No, I hate gatekeeping. Gatekeeping is the worst thing ever. To use Liberty Thought's phrasing.
It's snobby.
Yeah. To use a phrase that Liberty Thought used to like to use, it's fake and gay.
She's funny.
She is great. Funny. She is legitimately funny.
I met her in person. I hung out with her in person in Tucson, and we had a blast. I'm old enough to be her
picture.
mother,
it was either yours
we had a blast.
Hers. She really is tall, though.
We both were posting stuff. She posted videos. Yeah, she's super tall. She's like 5'11", I think. So.
Yeah. So
I gotta, especially since I'm unemployed, I gotta go out and meet other libertarians. I gotta go out and get involved instead of just bitch on Twitter. But you know, that's
just
kind of the
in your
libertarian
state.
way.
Just start a little group in your state. You don't even have to be
Yeah, I
libertarian
gotta.
because that's what I started. Towards the end of
you
2020,
just
I'm
find
like,
people.
I need friends. Yeah, and
And
there's
the
a ton
thing
of them.
is,
Like
the thing
Jessica
is,
Wheeler in the chat. Her husband found me on Twitter, and now me and her are like bestest friends. So like, you can just find people, and it's all good.
and
Yeah, well,
you know,
I
I
moved
came
states,
across
so
you.
I don't
I
know
came
anyone yet.
across you a long time ago, and I don't even remember where exactly because there's just a few of them who I really like to follow, and a lot of them are girls because Liberty girls are like the best. This is just an objective
Facts.
fact. But and quite a few others who are really good too. And it just kind of happens because you see some and you see when you see like 3 or 4 times in a row that somebody else retweets them or something, you realize, hey, they're saying a lot of good stuff. I actually think that's how I found you. One of the other ones I was following said it retweeted like half a dozen of your tweets. And I thought, oh, I got to keep this person in mind.
It's just
I'm
nice to
pretty
know
cool.
other people are out
I'm
there.
pretty cool. I'm pretty cool. Just FYI. Jessica in the chat can say that she's me in real life. She's painted my boobs before, so
That's a resume.
Oh, so she's the one who
my
broke my
computer
heart.
is fucking up. Sorry, guys.
Or either broke
I'm-
my heart or had the job that I wish I had.
Everyone
They're my
loves
COVID
Liberty titties.
titties picture. I don't know if she painted COVID on my boobs.
Oh, I
Yeah.
remember that one.
Yeah, I remember
Everyone
that was a
loves
good one.
titties
That was a good one.
anyways, like, come on.
No, that was a good
Everyone
one.
loves it.
Whatever gets the message out, honestly.
I was laughing
Sex
because
sells, and if it
And
sells
boobs
kind
liberty,
of, so I'm part of the like
out
Mises
well.
Caucus a little bit. When you guys know, do you follow Angela McArdle? So she's kind of like the top of the Mises Caucus, and she's badass. She's in LA. She's fighting shit. But we were on a Zoom call, and she's like, she said that I'm pretty much the Colorado social media influencer for liberty and shit. And I was like, oh my god, thank you. Like, it's so stupid because
Angela
I'm fucking
McArdle,
too
you
old
said?
for this shit.
I
But I'm
mean,
like, yeah, I'll do it.
I don't
Like,
think
I'm in.
I don't think she's
Because
wrong.
Yeah,
I don't think she's wrong.
I am. And I just kind of like came up. I wasn't even in the Libertarian Party at first. And I've joined since then to kind of, I in my heart do not believe in the political process. And I do not think libertarians will change shit in the end. But I'm like, I could throw some energy towards it, like whatever. I'm like, I only work part-time. I can put energy towards that shit. So
Yeah,
that's
at
what I'm
least meet
doing. And it's
like-minded
fun.
people.
It's fun to meet people and all that shit.
That's
Yeah.
actually why I've been hesitant about the party itself. Aside from the fact that most of the time when you see the libertarian candidates, it's like Gary Johnson, who makes an ass of himself at debates.
Yeah, that's the
So,
thing. And all these little states are doing all this stupid bullshit like I've always hated the whole committee board, all that shit. I've always hated that kind of thing, but that's like the people who are in on that, that's like their only power and that's what they do in life. And that's like, and they don't like that, like people are coming in and saying, okay, maybe we can be a little more productive or whatever, and so whatever, but who wouldn't want to we got to be a culture. Really has to be a culture shift.
No, it does, and this is why. And I am an outlier on this a lot of times, but I really favor libertarians trying to make at the I don't want to say make nice, but try to at the very least connect with Republicans on a lot of these things, because I think
a lot of
the
Republicans would be libertarians if they had a conversation with an actual libertarian.
No, I think a lot of them would be, and I think getting more and more of those principles into the party, I think will at least have as much of a chance as getting as voting for the Libertarian Party itself.
There is one problem with that because
No,
I've noticed that in regards to Republican and Democrat, right?
Mhm.
Republicans could be convinced to come to the libertarian side, I would say, right? So
Right.
the problem is I feel like libertarians would always vote libertarian because we stick to our values pretty much. Like we'll always vote for who we actually believe in. But the left is the collectivist horde, so they'll always have the inherent advantage of the collectivism of the hive versus individual people who just some people just vote R because that's closer to what they believe in and they think that has more of a chance. Whereas some people will waste their vote on libertarians.
Jessica
so-
there, what's a
Jessica.
lipo? I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, you have a point. But that's honestly the thing that libertarian or Republican, either one, it's still the same fight. It's the fight of of a bunch of individuals coming with common goals against a hive mind that only has one goal, and that's the battle that has to be fought. And it's a matter of how people think it should be fought, but that really is the battle.
Yeah.
And the
it's always
sooner that
going to be the
soon-
individual against the horde.
yeah, and the sooner people realize that it is a battle, the better off it is. And I've said this. There's a history podcast where I talk to a lot. This is a really good podcast, by the way. And he's an anarcho. He's an ANCAP, and I said to him, and he had to agree with me. The next candidate, doesn't matter which party, the next candidate who comes up with an optimistic message is going to be the next political rock star. Anybody who gives you something to look forward to is just going to steamroll the competition. It's just
until
going
the
to
media
happen.
destroys them.
What's that?
Until the media destroys them.
Well,
They'll find something he said or she said 20 years ago, and they're dead. That's how it goes now.
I don't know. I mean, possibly they'll try.
Pessimist here.
No.
I was so pissed off. I was pissed off during COVID that the Libertarian Party could have gotten all the religious vote because the Libertarian Party should have been
Yeah.
sticking up for the churches being shut down. And I say this as an atheist. I appreciate faith. I appreciate all of that. That's what these people's communities, and they were being shut down. Even the Jewish
I was
people in
very
New York,
disappointed.
they were shutting them down. And like all the Libertarian Party say is like, this is wrong, and we will fight for your churches and communities to be open. They would have gotten all the religious vote,
It
but
was
they
a
didn't.
massive-
They fucking didn't.
I was very upset with
missed opportunity.
Yeah, I was very upset with their messaging. They didn't even
Mhm.
start pushing Joe Jorgensen and Steve Cohen until like 3 or 4 months prior to the election. They really
Well,
didn't.
It's because it's a
I
bunch
really
of
liked
like it's a bunch of
liked them,
dumb
too.
it's a bunch of unlife people who are like are in the committees and all that. They have no life experience. They have no they don't fucking know how to do shit. You know what I mean? They just know how to like get into these committees and go to these meetings and do this shit. They're not like people who've lived a life and so they just they fucked everything up because half of them are fairly like bought into all the left shit. One of them was like, oh, you just raise your fist when the Black Lives Matter come and yell at you at the table when you're eating outside. And it's like, what?
No.
Like,
If somebody
no.
if somebody demands I do something, guess what? I'm fucking not.
And also, there's a lot
You
of
get one of these.
bad libertarians out
Yeah.
there, and will say like, I know what's his name, Gutfield from the Five. He identifies as a libertarian, and I'll never forget during the Chauvin trial, and not commenting on the trial at all, but he specifically said, "I don't care if he's guilty or not. I hope he gets the guilty verdict." And I'm like, if the libertarian on Fox is sacrificing innocence to the horde, that's against everything that's libertarian. So just, the one that's there is a terrible one.
The worst part about it is I see a lot of things that he says that I actually like, and it's really kind of disappointing to hear that.
Yeah,
because
I know I liked him too before I heard that, and I was like, that's a snake oil salesman right
that
there.
whole trial, Rittenhouse broke people's brains too. That whole Rittenhouse
Oh,
thing
yeah.
broke people's brains
But
too.
the best thing
that cringe that that people like Reese Witherspoon did and shit like that. Yeah.
The best thing that came out of the Rittenhouse, besides freedom being upheld, was the memes. The memes were phenomenal. Oh my god, I loved every. I have thousands of those memes saved, and they're all amazing.
This is the thing. These people are. The left is the most unintentional meme factory there's ever been, and it's all through their cringe.
They were trying to tell. I remember, if I wasn't already so red pilled, I think it overdosed me. When the judge, his phone went off, and the song. They said, "Oh, he has a song that's being played at Trump rallies." The song was fucking "Proud to Be an American."
It was literally "God Bless the USA." That's
Yeah, they play it
literally
at rodeos. We play that at the rodeo all the time. Like,
But it's like, oh, he breathes the
like
same
whatever.
air as Nazis. Of course, oxygen. Yes. Like, what the hell? Oh my god, insanity of these people. Now Rittenhouse is like a polished professional actor. I don't know. He's still cringe. I can't listen to his interviews.
Yeah, now he's all cringe. Did you see that when that rapper was on Tim Pool and just like fucking lost his mind about Rittenhouse?
That was unsettling.
Oh,
R.A.
no, I didn't see
Rugged
that.
Man. It was really, it was, he first just went into it and was like, well, he shouldn't have been there. He should fight with his fist. Well, and it was just, then it just got worse and worse and worse and worse. Like he just would not understand. And Tim Pool's like, we had people who like were witnesses on. We know what happened during the trial, and this guy didn't know shit, but he was still arguing against it. And like,
I'm unemployed. I watched the entire trial. That was the most clear-cut case. And thank God they had like 37 different angles, including the FBI, and it was televised.
Yeah, what the fuck? Those drone videos out of nowhere? What the hell was that about? First of all,
that were doctored to be less confusing. Well, they were doctored, but that was, thank God, that was the most clear-cut case, because how many other people have been dragged through the mud and destroyed because of a similar thing like that, and they didn't have the grace of God to have all that evidence. If that was the most clear-cut case ever, and I thank God for it, because
and people are
the
still
Second Amendment
defending
would
them.
have taken a
They're
hit.
still defending the bad guys. They're still
Yeah.
trying to defend the bad guys. People will like be instantly like, and they're like, well, he didn't know that, and I'm like, well, they were attacking him, so they're a bad guy at that point, and cool, he was also a fucking pedophile, and they got him, so whatever, like.
Yeah, a minor was getting chased by a pedophile who was outside, who was only there because he was not allowed to go home to
He's attracted
his
to
wife.
chaos. He's attracted to
his
chaos.
girlfriend.
These are the people who like showed up to do bad shit like that. Yeah.
That was a lot of all 2020 in a nutshell. There's a lot of angry people just getting their anger out in terrible ways.
And I love how people were basically trying to act like, now, I'm not defending Rittenhouse as a person because I don't know much about him personality-wise, but afterwards, after the trial, he was on a ladder with Crowder, and all of a sudden, because he mentioned his interest in women, they were like, "Oh, he likes boobs and butts. What a sexist!" Like, so what? He's a guy. So what? Yeah, this is the worst thing that you can say about him.
I'm a girl, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah, 4 doors, more whores. They're trying to take him down because of his TikTok. Like, that's fucking, oh my God.
Yeah.
I love that hashtag 4 doors, more whores went wild for a while.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I
feel like all the videos on TikTok are just Chinese propaganda. Like even the crazy groomer ones, like, or like all the pro-vax ones, like it has to be because it's from China. We all know this.
Yeah. I will say though that there are some gems out there of like Liberty Twitter. They have some really good ones. Like that's how I found out about the gain of function. I found that out back in like fucking April. And I told people about it, like, you're insane. That sounds like a conspiracy theory. I was like, first of all, everything is a conspiracy theory at one point until it's proven true. And then when I was proven true, I got no apologies, of course. But
yeah, I had a bunch of friends who got banned from TikTok. A bunch of Liberty people got banned from TikTok at one point or another for shit that's actually true. Like,
yeah,
it's so stupid.
It's a very scary world where the Silicon Valley is acting as the arbiter of truth.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. And
oh, you play Call of Duty, right? Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
I forgot about that one. And he's like, yeah, but he's like, yeah, the point is to kill people, right? He's like, yeah, but that's a video game.
And then the DA got up and pointed that gun and put his finger on the fucking
right at the jury.
Like someone who
that was
has
right
never
at the
touched
jury.
a gun ever in his life.
Yeah.
That DA was one of the biggest pieces of dog crap I've ever seen in a courtroom. That guy made that guy made the judge from the freaking case about Anna Nicole Smith's kid look reasonable. You know.
I remember that.
Okay, yeah, I can see you smile. I could tell you knew what I was talking about.
I was all about the Anna Nicole Smith shit. I was all about that shit. That's an insult to dog crap. Good one, Kels.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're right. I should.
There was
show
a-
more
and there was-
respect.
The other guy that was like, "Oh yeah," this big fat guy was like, "Oh yeah, he just should have taken a punch like he was supposed to." Yeah, a skateboard to the back of the head and 3 guys pummeling him. Yeah, okay.
That's not how that works.
That's the thing. That's what the R.A. Rugged Man guy said. Other people said they're like, he should have just fought with his fist and blah blah blah. And it's like
People who say that never
dude,
actually got
The
hit.
city was
No,
burning.
they
The
don't-
city was
they don't-
burning fucking down. The city was
Yeah.
burning down. Like
But
shit
the
was-
biggest
like people
biggest
showing
thing
up with
was like,
guns
oh,
to protect their things as a next step.
the biggest thing was like people like, "Well, why was he there?" But why were the other 3 there?
Yeah. Oh, they were BLM.
Again.
They were protecting the Black Lives Matter rights. They were there for the
Yeah,
black people,
dropping the
not at all because
N-bomb.
they were pieces of
Dr-
shit.
They're dropping the
biggest-
N-bomb hours prior
Yeah.
too on camera.
The biggest argument, of course, they would
Yeah.
like to make would be, that, oh, well, they were peacefully protesting, which is really funny when they mention the fact that, they were trying to beat him to death with a skateboard.
Yeah, peaceful.
Yeah.
And light
But
a
at the same
dumpster
time,
on fire and all that shit.
Yeah.
Like that's
I
really
watched
cool.
every second of that trial, and it was insanity.
It goes back to the whole fact that it's not the truth.
Thank
doesn't
God
matter to
we
these
could
people
watch it.
because
But Ghislaine Maxwell, no way.
Yeah. Because it's not something that matters to them, because what they were worried about, he wasn't on trial. Self-defense
Yeah,
was on
exactly.
trial.
100%.
Yes.
Yeah. That's why I
And they
think
still
we
think
all.
it's wrong. They
Yeah.
still think it's
Of course they do, because it's not depending on the government. That's
if-
why. That's why they hate it.
I can't imagine what this country would be like if we weren't still armed. I
All
can't
you-
imagine what
all
the whole
you
world
have-
would be
all you
like, to
have
be
to
honest.
do is-
We'd be
all you have to do is
Australia.
look at parts
We'd
of
be like
Europe.
Australia.
Well,
This is-
I don't
this is
even, I
what's
think it'd be
happening.
beyond that.
And
I
I've
think it'd
talked-
be beyond that.
I've talked to Australian people. I don't know if you guys caught my Australian feeds, but I have a bunch of
I
Australian
can't
people
watch
on
anything from
Twitter. and we
Australia.
talk.
I haven't seen that, so
I can't watch anything from Australia. It's too depressing. I want
No.
to start gun running.
no, it's this
Send them a 3D printer.
it's honestly soul sucking to me.
Yeah.
To see what they're doing there, it really is.
But even like, I mean, to quote Reagan, we're the shining light on the
We're,
On the
we're, we're,
mountain.
the, we're the shining city on the hill.
yes, city on the hill. Thank you.
Mhm.
If we gave up our guns, then the globalists would what's left for them. That's it. They got it. They win.
Well, this is the thing, and this is something that people keep commenting on, and it's one thing that anybody who's not on the left agree with. We're it. If we fall down that rabbit hole, there's nothing left. There's no refuge.
There's a great comedian, Ryan Long. I don't know if you guys ever seen him. He was a Canadian immigrant, and
Yeah, I
he's
love
based.
Ryan.
I love him. He's based as fuck.
He's
Uh,
hilarious.
But he was talking about on one of his podcasts, which is pretty funny, but it's pretty deep actually. You have to vote for freedom 100% of the time, because the minute you can vote for freedom 99 times, so that the 100th time, if you don't vote for freedom, you're never getting that one back. And I don't think people realize that. As we keep chipping away at everything people died for.
It's
It's
true.
scary.
It's so true. Yeah, I mean, there's nowhere else for in the chat. Like, there's nowhere else for us to go. Oh, this is good. Obama and Holder should have been running guns to Australia, not Mexico. That's hilarious.
Okay, that's
true.
that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny.
That would hurt their bottom line, though.
They can have some guns. That's what I figured out. But
But I
It's
do
hard.
see signs that are still good, that occasionally do still give me reason for optimism. Like just down the road from where I live, there's a Gadsden flag. Just hanging out somebody's driveway, hanging out by somebody's mailbox.
nice.
I try to
I have
explain
one
to my-
out. I have a little suburb woman garden flag, and it's the Gadsden flag.
That's awesome. And of course, there's always that great
Yeah.
there's that great meme of the flag. No step on snake.
No, I love it. And I
Oh,
never
it's-
used to
it's
kind of
great.
understand that whole thing. Like like 4 or 5 years ago, I didn't really understand it, but now I fucking get it. I'm like, I get one. Get it, Kels. I got it. I got it from Amazon, but they have a little garden flag and it's a Gadsden flag. So that's what I have outside. And then this is the what Navy Jack. This was like the original Don't Tread on Me. It used to this was the first one or one of the first ones.
Well, I mean, that's just kind of anytime I see your stream, that's one of the first things that it's easily identifiable that it's your stream.
I always try to like make it look like it's coming out my mouth. It doesn't work.
Okay, that would make it sound like
that
would make that look like a
my
completely different kind of video.
Me? Never. Anyways, we good?
I mean, it would probably get you more subscribers, I'm just saying, but not for the reasons you'd want.
I don't mind that either. I mean, whatever. Like me for what you like me for.
Come for being a pervert and stay for the liberty.
Yeah. That's what that's another thing Angela McArdle says. She's like, because the Mises Caucus gets like, they're like, oh, they're so right-wing, alt-right, blah, blah, blah. And then she's like, but then there's you for us, mommy, and you help like bring it back. Like, and I'm like, yeah. So I'm like, whatever, man. Like,
but I think it comes down to the everybody just mind your own business aspect, which is the whole point of all this.
And voluntary associate. You don't fucking like me. You don't have to fucking like me. That's fine. I don't care.
Pretty simple.
I don't care.
Yeah, the last 2 years they've really been trying to tear that concept down. That they've been on an open assault on that concept.
Yeah, individualism is dangerous when
in particular the idea of just
voluntary. If you don't like someone, don't be around them. You don't have to be around them.
That because they're like, not only must you let us be around you, you must agree with us.
Yeah, what a revolutionary idea that we've been living our lives that way entirely. And all of a sudden it just doesn't work anymore on the grand scheme. I don't know. It's not illegal to hate stuff. Yeah, exactly. I hope, like, the worst part for me is like I would love to go and do something. I would love to go and start, campaigning or for a candidate or something. But I don't know who to follow or what to do. Like I wish we had
what I've been helping with is we're starting a single issue PAC because, like I said, I don't believe in the political process. But so there's a girl in the Mises Caucus here. We started I don't know. Are you involved with the Mises Caucus in where you moved? I don't know if you know about.
No, but like I said, we just kind of started. So moving down here, we just got here.
Yeah, you just have to find them, and then you start hanging out with them, and then it's cool. But like, so a couple people started a single issue PAC, which fucked all that shit, anyways. But our PAC, we're hoping to gain enough money, and we have people who will write bills. And our whole thing is Colorado has a licensing board, so it even holds like my real estate license, but they hold all the medical license as well. And they have a mandate on all the medical workers that they need the vaccine. So our whole thing is we started this PAC and we're going to try and write bills to say that like they can't do that. Like they can't have a mandate on it. Now, and then they kind of put me in charge of it because of the whole social media side, because I'm kind of good at that shit just to get it in. But it's so hard to get shit like that going. Like it's just so hard to get it going. And then the girl who started it, she's moving now. So like I'm gonna have to take over some of it. And I'm like, I don't even know. But there's shit like that to do. And just hanging out with cool people. Like if you start, you got to find your, like, there might be did you say you're South Carolina or North Carolina?
North Carolina.
There's probably a North Carolina Mises.
I did message the Libertarian Party of North Carolina because there was a guy who was just taken off the kidney transplant list. He got a 4% chance to live now because he's unvaccinated. And what's crazy is they've already found 100 kidneys. 100 people are willing to give them their kidneys, and the hospital just won't do it. And I was like, "Yo,
so fucking
if you want me to follow you guys, you got to do something about this."
They did there was one in Colorado where that happened too. I don't know if it was liver or kidney or what. It happened early on in our big healthcare thing, which this is government healthcare right now. This is government healthcare, and it fucking sucks.
Yeah.
But like, they were like saying someone couldn't get a thing, and then Colorado Libertarian Party did fine people, but I think they had to go out of state to do it, to somewhere where it was allowed, because the doctors here, their hands were tied and all this shit. And it was like, I'm sending you the North Carolina Mises Caucus page.
Oh, great,
you
thank
should
you.
contact them.
Yeah, I'd love to actually do something instead of bitch on Twitter.
That's where there's cool people, and there's a lot more like couples and families and women, and like, so your girl might want to get more involved. Like, as soon as I hooked up with them, I found like a ton of girls to be friends with out here too, as well as on Twitter too. But like, there's everybody involved. And I would bring a friend to some of our events, and she's like, oh, they feel like church people. They're not church people, but it's like that kind of community, you know. And like,
well, that's basically, you need to, the whole concept is to find more people like you, more people you can get along with, more people you can feel comfortable with. That's the whole point of it.
I won't.
It's a little bit why I don't find anybody like that. I have a hard time finding lots of people like that around where I am, because it's in New England.
You're in Maine? Did you say you're in Maine?
Yes.
You could go down to New Hampshire to the Free State Project and hang out with them at any point.
Yeah, they're pretty free there, right? They're one of the freest states out there, kind of trapped behind enemy lines, I heard.
They're like really getting involved, and like Jeremy Fox is going to run for Senate. And
I mean, Maine's actually a nice place. It's kind of hidden away, and a lot of people don't realize.
Pennsylvania also did a clean sweep of libertarians. They had like 140 positions.
They did.
And I was like, damn, that wasn't even on my radar. Okay.
We're trying to do that in Colorado too, because there's a whole bunch of little positions that are open. So we're just like, well, we'll just try and get in, you know. I kind of want to run for, I'm moving to a new county, but like I wanted to run for city council where I'm at, but I'm moving now. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Because I'm not
I won't say
whatever, it's confusing.
I won't say where we moved, but we moved to in North Carolina, and we're not. She's okay with it. I'm not too happy with it here. Like I still got the mask crazy people. Like I remember somebody dropped something at the food store. I went and picked it up to him and gave it to him. They saw that I wasn't wearing a mask. Like, oh, and walked away. I was like, oh, okay. But the town,
my brother just moved from North Carolina. My brother just moved away from Asheville.
We figured we should move to a battleground state to hopefully, fighting chance, maybe. Because if we all move to the promised land of Florida, we're still not going to win any elections.
So. Oh yeah,
and I'm not moving away from Colorado. I'm not moving away from Colorado. I'm not giving up. I'm going to fight till my death here.
Yeah, no, New York was a losing battle. So unless Long Island would have succeeded, and Long Island was pretty red. Which is the worst part. I loved Long Island. We lived on Long Island, Nassau County, Suffolk County, great place to live.
Did you guys grow up in Long Island? Did you grow up there?
Yeah, we loved it. We loved every second of it there, but it was too expensive, and nothing you did on the island mattered when you were next to the behemoth of the city. Your vote never mattered. And and unless you could secede as Long Island, which I believe is against the Constitution, you can't do that. Which is disappointing because I wish they could redistrict like Oregon's doing with another state I know.
And to answer your question, to your comment there, Babylon, about escape to the South, I bought a house here. I bought this house here back in May, so I'm here for the long haul. And in fact,
how was the market in Maine? Was it a busy market out there? Like, did you have to compete?
Insane. I had viewings of houses and they would be sold before I even. Yeah, I would have a viewing of a house and it would be sold before I could even make a bid on it. That's how bad it was.
I just lost with a client in Colorado. We were 40,000 over asking with an escalation clause to go higher. They got 18 offers. We didn't get it. Like it's just been nuts out here. It's just killing me.
Yeah, it has been. And I will say though that I was almost on the finishing touches of buying it when I visited my mother and telling her that that I was doing that was one of the last really happy things that she was able to react to. So I'm proud of that
That's good.
fact, and I'm proud that I'm a homeowner. I'm
I'm
proud
proud
that I
of
actually that I actually
I'm
do
all
own
about
land.
homeowners, baby. I'm all about
Yeah,
that.
I have five acres of
Soil
land.
doesn't spoil. Soil doesn't
Yeah.
spoil. And I mean, yeah, the government taxes you on it, but still, you can at least fight from it if you need to.
Yeah, and I own 5 acres of land, a nice wooded area there. So
Yeah, we don't own a house yet. We're renting, but we want to make sure we actually like the
fine.
state before we bought the house.
that's absolutely fair. Plus,
The
Yeah.
market's probably crazy. The market's crazy there too. I mean, my parents are buying in South
I think
Carolina,
the
and the
market's
market's crazy in South
crazy.
Carolina. Like it's
I think the
everywhere.
market's yeah,
Everywhere.
yeah.
Where are all these
But it was-
people? Who are all these people?
Our perception is so skewed though because we're coming from New York, where a studio apartment is $3,000 a month. So
Yeah, you went to
everything
somewhere
seems
that
good
is
to
at
us.
least it's more affordable where you went, at least coming from
Yeah.
New York for sure.
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
know how anybody could live in New York ever.
Thank God I wasn't in New York during the like shutdown in some like apartment, and that had to have made people crazy. I don't know, man.
I think people look at like New York the way that Yogi Berra referred to a restaurant once, which is nobody goes there; it's too crowded.
I never liked the city personally. I talk to people and they're like, "Oh, you must have go to the city all the time." I'm like, no, no, I hated it. I hated every second of it there.
I could believe that. Do you follow Robbie the Fire? Robbie
Let me see.
Bernstein. He's a comedian. He's always on Dave Smith's podcast with Dave Smith. He's really cool. But he lives in Connecticut. And then obviously in New York, he did comedy in New York, but then, the whole vaccine shit. So he hasn't been able to like work, and like, it's been interesting, man. Like the city has changed. He works for Gas Digital Network.
Yeah, they're
as
shooting
well.
themselves in the foot. That city's never going to recover
what
at
the
this
fuck?
rate.
Well, okay.
This is why I'm like,
honestly,
okay, all this capitalism, but I'm like, this cuts people out. This cuts money out. So obviously it's not like crazy capitalism. Go on, sorry.
I think you'd extend that to most of the big
Not even
cities. Though
capitalism.
most big cities are committing self-inflicted mortal wounds to themselves right now, all over the place.
Even Denver. Yeah, Denver is as well and has been for a while. Yeah.
Lots of them are doing that. I mean,
But to what you said, Forrest, it's not even capitalism. It's not, because it's not a free market.
well,
They-
no,
if-
this is
No,
the
it's
thing.
not. I'm just saying,
No.
like the people who blame that shit and say capitalism is evil, then I'm like, look, cutting
Yeah,
customers
it's
out.
not
They're
even
cutting
capitalism.
money out. So obviously capitalism is it's not your fucking problem. Motherfuckers.
These people
You
don't
can
think.
cuss on this channel. It's all about it. That's the thing. They don't, like you said, how they don't think the next step. That's been the whole thing. Like my friend David, who comes over, like we always say, like, okay, now explain the next step whenever they say something. Like it's like explain the next logical step. I think that's
Exactly.
why we're
Just
more
ask and then
liberty-minded,
what?
because you have to, you have to kind of go down this logical road, and they just don't. They don't. Like Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter.
They're the underpants nose.
That's it.
They're the underpants nose.
Yes.
Phase 1, do
Yes,
this.
yes,
Phase
exactly.
3, profits.
Yeah, great. Yeah, exactly.
Jessica, I looked up how many houses in Colorado BlackRock owns, and I found at least 3,000. I know there's more, so it's
Sketchy.
fucked up. And that's why, like, every time I put an offer in for my house for my clients, there are like 20, 30 offers every time. Even in January, it's fucking January. We're looking for townhomes, and there are all these offers. It's because there's nothing on the market. There is no inventory because BlackRock fucking owns it all, or like all these people, and not small time landlords. It's not small. If you own a couple houses, whatever, I don't give a shit. It's the corporate thing where they own all this shit. Like, it's crazy out here. As soon as 08 hit and everything was crashing, BlackRock came in and they started buying up all sorts of shit, and they've been doing it the whole fucking time. It's crazy. And we need more inventory. And they're building everywhere in Colorado. That's what's fucking sad, is they are sprawling everywhere. Everywhere they can build, they're building. Even within like suburb areas, which are already like somewhat developed, they're building more. They're building more. They're building, and there's still not enough fucking houses out here. It's wild. It's like this everywhere. And that's what doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Like, I've been a real estate agent since 2015, and Colorado went crazy once we legalized. Then everyone wanted to move out here when we legalized weed, and then it's been crazy ever fucking since. And I'm like, can we please have a crash? Like, for Christ's sake, like, can we please have a crash or something? But no, it's just nuts. Are you tired, Jacob? Are you fading out?
Well, I'm a little bit, I guess, but mostly it's that I haven't had dinner.
Oh yeah, and it's late by you. It's 9:30.
Yeah. I should probably. It's probably about time for me to have dinner.
All right. How are you doing,
Nice
Squirrel? Is your wife gonna bring you dinner on while you're online, or do you gotta get off?
No, I ate prior. I prepped for this.
I feel like I'm crashing your party by doing that now.
No. That's how my streams are. People come on and off all the time. Oh, well, then you should probably head off too, huh?
Well, I'm unemployed, so I've been up till 4 a.m. every day.
Night?
Oh yeah, I stream
Yeah.
sometimes.
We can keep going if you want to keep going. It's fun to. You guys were both so worried about coming on, and this was a really good time, wasn't it? Like, it was fun.
Yeah, no,
I
we had a
think
great time.
so. I'd like to think that I was a good guest.
You were a great guest.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah.
I know we started with like a topic on hand at first, and then we kind of switched, but that's how it goes. Like, I like it.
Yeah.
So it's all good.
And
I'm very sorry,
also,
Blaze, Jacob, that you lost your mother. I'm so sorry you
Thank you.
lost your mother.
Yeah.
Like,
And
as
and
well.
I think by the way, I think that's why it changed tone wise, at least, because we needed some levity.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, I agree.
well, because
were
we all
desperate for some
understand what
levity.
was going on. We all understand what was going on.
we
Like,
knew.
even still with all the
I
kids
didn't
that
even-
are killing themselves, even before 2020, or all during this whole time. Oh, I'm frozen again. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you
even
fine.
like-
I can hear you fine.
All the like mental health facilities for kids have been booked up since early 2020, since even the beginning of all this, and kids have been killing themselves like crazy, which it's so like they don't even
Like I
care.
said, my
They
patient
don't
was
even
26.
care.
26 years old, quadriplegic now.
Yeah.
And then I didn't even mention before, because I meant like I've repressed a lot of it. I haven't talked about it. I remember we had a
This is
patient
therapy. This is your therapy.
kind of, yeah. We had a patient that was 17. He flipped the ATV before COVID, and they wouldn't let him see his family. Like, they wouldn't. He was like seasoned up. He was in real rough shape. The poor kid. He passed away eventually, but like he was so bad, the brain injury, that he would like seize and knock his own teeth out all the time. And they wouldn't let the family in because that was in like the intensive care ward, because he had the brain injury, and it just wasn't COVID. I don't know. People lost their humanity. They really did.
I don't know if you guys saw my story about my friend who ended up killing himself. So we had reconnected. I graduated high school with them. We reconnected a couple years ago. It's actually one of our like mutual friends. Their daughter died of a cancer, and we met up at the funeral. Like, oh hey, let's hang out. Well, anyways, during COVID, he got weird. I had a party, and then he was like, that was risky that we had a party during that. Blah, blah. And I was like, well, fuck off. Like, why did you come then? Whatever. And then he was going down, and like he pushed all his friends away. He pushed me away by just being rude to me, where I'm like, I'm just not gonna be friends with you if you're rude to me about fucking stupid masks and shit, And okay, this is what's scary. He was in the hospital under suicide watch, and he still managed to do it. He still managed to fucking do it. Like, what the people. He wanted out, like he really wanted out. And it's the weirdest fucking thing. Like, this year is just fucked. If COVID hadn't happened, I don't think that would have happened. He had issues and shit, whatever, but like, I don't think that would have happened.
People
It's
lost their
perfect.
support systems.
Yeah, that's the thing that a lot of people don't realize. And I'm reading a lot of really kind comments. Thank you all for all the kind comments you made there. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. That means more than you'd realize, especially since this is the first time I've presented myself on the internet, so to speak, other than, the random tweet, which if you follow me, you know that most of my tweets are about cats. So
Cats and horny and like horny replies and stuff, which is fine because I like that.
and of
Jessica said
course
one in four.
they're all tongue in cheek responses, but I mean, to be fair, I mean,
That's
if I see
that's
something
how I
that's
am.
if I see something that's hot, I have to comment that it's hot.
Me too. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Jessica. Like that's the whole thing. So she's supposed to 1 in 4 20-year-olds have considered suicide. If I was 20 when all this shit went down,
Oh yeah.
like
I don't know what I would've
Jacob, like you said, you lived wherever you lived, it really affected you. You don't think you would have survived. Same shit.
No, I don't-
like
I
if
don't
I had
think
been
that-
in
I
a
don't think
different
I
place
would.
in my life, I don't think I would have survived either. Like
Yeah,
I worry for my sister. She's only 15 right now, and she's not the talkative type. And now that I moved too, she's in college and she's in high school and all that. I very much worry for her. I know myself. Before COVID, I was down to like 180. I was keto. I was healthy. I was working out, and then it hit. And Dairy Queen was the only place open by my work, so you're not gonna go to Dairy Queen and not get ice cream. And then I was freaking drinking myself to sleep every night to deal with what was going on. And I think I have a pretty level head on my shoulders. I can't imagine people who didn't have great support system
who didn't have
alone.
especially didn't have like a wife or like people who are alone, like truly alone, and like
that's the terrifying part about this, honestly, is for example, my father's a recovered. My father was an alcoholic for quite a while, actually for about a decade, and I actually like to have the occasional drink, but I have actually tried not to during this whole thing.
I did
Because I'm
before.
honest, because I'm honestly worried if I'll ever escape out of it, if I'll ever be able to stop, if I do right now. Because I'm being completely honest, I've been fighting despair over the last 2 years. Because I've been fighting the despair that I'm not going to be able to go inside to a grocery store or to a Walmart or to
they took community.
anywhere
They took humanity away from us.
and be able to see a smiling face. Be able to see a smiling face. I might not ever fly again if they keep their odious restrictions up.
Yeah, I mean, I know personally.
These are things that they just keep doing, and the fact that every single time it looks like we might be seeing the horizon, we might be seeing the sun come up again. We found out that we're only at 3 a.m. That's what it feels like, and I've been fighting that, and it's really hard.
Yeah,
Well, you always have Forest Mommy to talk to, FYI, because I'm in the same boat. But I'm in the same boat, but I'm like,
Mm-hmm. You really are awesome, and I do mean that in every sense of the word. You're a really good person, and I'm really glad you listened to me when I first messaged you, because I felt like I was being a downer and I didn't want to be one, but I also felt like what happened needs to be said. It needs to be said.
People have forgotten.
And they said the whole time. The whole fucking time they're crying about grandma's dying, and they didn't care. They didn't actually care about grandma's dying. They didn't actually care what was happening.
Yeah.
Ugh, drives me fucking nuts.
Yeah, it was brutal. And I every night I would come home and I didn't even know like what to say to my wife from like what I was seeing that day, and she'll always say, "Oh, it's not your fault," and like that. It didn't help. No offense, Kelson chat, but like, there's nothing you could have done.
I think that's the worst part about this is that people who are honestly meaning well and everything, saying
Yeah,
something
grandma was
like
a
that.
tool.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Is I heard it as like, if there's one thing I want to die, it's every single one of these insipid, manipulative slogans they're throwing out there.
I'll never
We're all
forget.
in this together. 15 days to flatten the curve, which, yeah, surprisingly, you don't hear anymore. Or, of course,
One of
all of those things. The new normal.
one of my favorite Forest Mommy tweets ever was on something like that, and you said, you said it's funny that you don't think you'll end up on the wall when this is over. I love that one.
Fucking losers.
Oh.
They're gonna get fucking killed too. Like they have nothing to fucking add to society. They're like fucking losers.
Yeah.
Like they'll especially be killed. Ugh. Anyways, I can keep going if you can keep going, Squirrel. Jacob, if you need to head off and have dinner.
I live for the liberty.
I know. I can.
Okay.
It's just fun to be able to talk to people. Fun to be able to talk,
Yeah.
talk to people and like, you know.
I'm
Well,
gonna need
I mean-
another rum and coke though before
No
we do.
I'm
Kels, before you go to bed, Kels, come on, we gotta get him his rum and coke. I love her already.
yeah, I do too. I do too.
She's probably more based than me, to be honest. I thought I was crazy, and then I met her.
Well, if she knew the 15 days was, I knew it was bullshit from the very start too. Like I just knew. Like I know. She's on it. I love her.
It's my biggest regret in life that I was fooled for those 15 days. I don't know how, because I've never been like
We've
that.
been
I've always,
conditioned. How conditioned
Yeah.
have we been to be scared of diseases? And like there will be this one disease one day that will like take
There's-
us out.
there's been-
You know?
there's been
she says
march-
on it. Thank you.
the last 20 years, there's been a marching parade of it. There's been West Nile, which my brother actually caught, mind you. It was hospitalized with.
I know people
So,
out here in Colorado who had it too. A lot of people out here in Colorado got
there
it.
was West Nile, then there was avian flu, then there was
Bird
SARS,
flu,
and there was
swine
swine
flu.
Oh, swine flu. I got the swine flu. It wasn't so
Yeah,
bad. I liked
yeah.
it. I
And
was
they
so
just-
happy when I got swine flu, because COD 4 came out, and I was a kid. I
Yeah,
was in
yeah.
high school. I got off for COD 4's release because I got sick. Amazing.
Yeah,
A godsend.
yeah, I'm with you,
You're
Jessica.
young.
The new normal can kiss my ass.
You
Don't-
said you're
don't-
29, Squirrel?
Yeah.
You're 29?
Yeah.
I'm almost
29 forever.
38. That's how fucking old I am. I'm fucking
No,
old.
don't worry about it. That's not old. That's not old.
It's not, but the last 2 years have kind of aged me a
Oh,
little
yeah.
bit. And I've been
Yeah, I never
bad
had
on,
gray hairs
like-
before 2020.
Yeah,
And now
You
they're
can
popping up
shave
everywhere.
them all off. At least you can.
Yeah, I
it
do.
all.
I do.
the 2020s have been the longest century of this century.
Yeah, I remember.
I had my life all
Remember-
figured out. Oh, go on.
Yeah, I remember. I saw it was one of the libertarian accounts that's been uptaking the. Oh, you're the best. Thank you.
Kels.
She's just being awesome.
Woo-hoo!
Hello.
Hi, girl. Oh, hey.
Oh, we got a cameo. That's nice.
Oh, then there's my dog too. But the 15, it was like day 14, and they're like, "Wow, what a fucking decade the last 2 weeks have been." It's just been exponential since then.
Yeah, that's why I just expanded it. It's the 2020s is the longest century we've been in. Yeah.
I hope we can look
been-
back at our kids one day and maybe find the remnants of one of those stand here circles on the floor and be like, "Yeah, that was fucking stupid." I hope.
If I ever have a family and I have kids, I will point that out to them. I will set it on fire and tell them exactly why it is only right to set it on fire.
Much like the Jewish people did after like all that, you know, they were like, "This is wrong. What the fuck happened was wrong," you know. But
Yeah.
And there were so many of those early on. There were so many of Holocaust survivors coming out and saying, "Hey, this is actually worse right now because they're saying it's for your health. They never lied in 1930s Germany and saying it was like for their protection when they were, you know. I don't know if you can even find those videos anymore. I'm sure they're taken down.
Well,
No,
maybe
it's
they're.
true. And then they
maybe-
said the Jewish people were spreading typhus, and also there were the disease people, and
That's not even to mention the fact that De Blasio was, shutting down synagogues. For
Yeah.
fuck's sake.
Or when Cuomo called their neighborhoods red zones, and that just got glossed over.
Of course it did, because it's cool.
By the
I
way, next
don't
week-
understand.
next week on my stream, it'll probably, I don't know which day it'll be, but I'm having a Jewish roundtable to help educate me on Jewishness. FYI, it'll be fun.
Well, I had a weird phase.
it, 'cause-
I had a weird phase where I consider that too. So, yeah, I've been all over.
I just want to learn about it because, like, one of them's an Orthodox Jew and he's really into guns. One of them's Robbie the Fire. He's a comedian and he like went to Israel. And then another gal, Yael Becker, she's gonna come on too, so it'll be fun.
Well,
Yeah,
you
what the
find
hell's
a
going on
lot
with
of-
Israel? Oh
You
my
find
God.
a.
Yeah,
You know
I'm
the-
interested
you know
to
the
hear their
thing-
opinions on all that.
The
Yeah.
thing is, I actually am temperamentally inclined to like Israel, but what they've done with what they've done actually with vaccines is actually the thing that I think is most objectionable.
It's so crazy that
This-
that of all people that is the
Of-
country
of
that's
all-
going the hardest.
That is the weirdest thing to me. That is the weirdest thing to me. Yeah.
Squirrel, I gotta go potty break and get another drink. You good?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think this is probably a good time for me to bow out respectfully.
Well, it was nice
I
talking to you, man.
suppose.
Nice meeting you.
All right.
Thank
Thank you for
you.
joining
If you-
us.
If you
Yeah.
ever want me back again, just let me know. This was a lot of fun, and I hope I was a good guest.
Hope I was a good guest too.
Thank you for coming on.
Seemed good to me.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna keep going. If you
Nice
want to
talking
keep
to you.
going, Squirrel, before you play
Yeah.
games, I want to keep going. Bye, Jacob.
Yeah.
All right. Good night.
I'll be right. I'll be right back
all right.
too.
Okay. Good night.
Yeah.
Good to meet you too.
And nice meeting you. I followed you on Twitter. Keep in touch.
I'm about to follow you right back. Until then, take it easy. Enjoy however much longer. And thank you all. Thank you all on the chat room too. You were all very, very kind.
she's got a good community going here.
Mhm.
It's nice to see you guys all out there. I'm not often left on camera of someone else's stream, but it's. I appreciate you guys. Keep up the baseness. There are a lot of similarities now between them. Yeah, be careful, Robert, because you're going to get Gina Carano for saying that. God forbid you point out any similarities to history. You'll get canceled. Yeah, it's absurd. I will share one not terrible nursing home story. Maybe I should wait till she comes back. Whatever. There was a time where I accidentally misdialed an iPad phone call. And instead of her family member, this one patient, we'll call her Janice, right? Instead of calling her sister, I called a random number. And this random number and Janice ended up having a beautiful conversation. Total stranger. They're like, well, we're both locked down. Why don't we talk? And they talked for an hour. So it was nice to see some people being able to connect even with strangers. I wish there was more of that. I don't have that many of stories like that, but it was nice.
Do you guys have kids, Squirrel?
No, not yet.
Okay. Yeah, you're young. You guys gotta go.
Possibly. I mean, we wanna, find a house first, and We'd have
Yeah,
to
they
have
settled
dogs,
down.
more dogs. But we're actually really torn about that, because
Where's mine?
we
Here,
we're torn between having 1,000 kids or 0, because do we have 8 kids to start a Liberty Squad, or do we have 0 kids
You just
to prevent them from being communist slaves?
no,
We're
you
kind of
can
torn.
have them and then just start a libertarian school or like the homeschool
Yeah, homeschool.
quads or whatever, like
She is a
your
teacher, where I am unemployed
yeah.
right now, so we
Even
could.
I could teach shit, and I'm not that smart, and I could teach that's the whole funny thing. I remember seeing someone pointing out how all the teachers nowadays, like a lot of them, it's like a lot of them wanted to probably be moms, but then they're like, no, I need to teach these kids. It's like a weird thing. I don't know how to explain it. Like, they're like, I need to teach these kids. And it's like, well, you could have become a mom if you wanted to teach people things too, like, I don't know. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Some of those
I'm
videos
a
of
couple
teachers
drinks
really-
in. So
I'm right there with you.
Yeah. I love it.
I'm
We
with
still
you.
got
Let's go.
we have a handful. Is that from the last couple nights? Like,
No, that's from this. That's from this.
oh, she brings you a new glass each time. Oh,
Yeah. Yes.
how precious. I love it.
Yeah, she's great.
I love that you guys were like, we need to get the fuck out of New York. Let's
Yeah.
get the fuck out of here.
There's
They
nobody
did.
out there that could say I don't stick to my values. We left everyone we
You
know
have
and love
to.
to a different state that we have no one in our state with us.
So is all your family in Long Island still, both of you guys? Or like in
We
that
have
area?
most of our families in Long Island. Some of them are in Florida.
Well, and the thing about the
I-
East Coast though is everything's so close together where if they want to visit, it's not that far. It's really not that
Yeah, you
far.
can just take I-95 everywhere.
Yeah.
Unless unless a snowstorm comes in and people are locked up for 14 hours. That happened earlier this year. One of those.
Yeah,
storms.
995. I saw that.
What's crazy is I had like the flu, maybe the Rona, I don't know, round 2, but we came home from New York after the holidays the day before that. So we just missed that disaster. Oh my God. I would have went insane if that happened, because we had our dog with us.
What kind of dog you guys have? What kind of dog? Is it?
A little lab mix. He's my whole world. He's one reason why I'm
Oh,
trying.
I think he was in the background. I think he was in the background earlier. I saw it.
Yeah.
He's
Probably
not
come
now,
back at some
but
point. Yeah, he'll probably come back at some point.
we're all dog lovers here.
oh, yeah.
Jessica's a dog
Oh, yeah.
lover. We're all dog
How could
lovers.
you not be a dog? If you're not a dog lover, I seriously wonder.
I
Yeah.
don't trust you.
Yeah. Mr. Fauci. I don't try.
Your sister said about, or your wife said about this. How,
Very
like,
different.
I would teach accounting, how to buy a house, in the legal manner, and forestry work. That's what I would teach if I had a school or was a teacher. If I could do like a school cool pod kind of thing, that would be my. Because a lot of people can sell or buy real estate without a realtor and they don't know it. Like, they really can. Like, it's not. I would might be a consultant almost, and teach people how to do that. I'm not doing Corona Escape from Babylon. It's vodka tonight. We're going hard with the vodka.
Cheers.
Cheers. So is Kels, is she teaching then where you guys moved? Is she teaching again?
Yeah,
or-
she's teaching like an hour away in another county, which is much better, much more American county. So she's
That's how it is in North Carolina too. It's county by county where that's how it is in Colorado.
it's town by town. It's kind of crazy here. So
That's why my
Raleigh
brother got out of Asheville. He was like,
Raleigh is really kind of crazy, and then you go to Cary, which is literally the next on the town border, and they're based as fuck. So so it's really weird. Like, you gotta really watch before you come down here.
Denver, Boulder, and Fort Collins is all very blue, very, very blue. Denver went crazy blue. And then a couple towns in the mountains where all the celebrities are, that's blue. But the rest of Colorado is pretty libertarian, pretty rural, pretty they don't know they're libertarian necessarily. They're red, but like they're libertarian. They just don't
That's
know,
what
or
I
like
feel
they're
most
liberty minded.
Most people you talk to, they're somewhere on the, like on the political quadrant, they're somewhere on the bottom right. Most people.
And that's how
At
Colorado
least most
used
people I
to
wanna
really
talk to.
be. Colorado used to be very much a live and let live state. And then we started growing like crazy. And a lot of Californians moved here, which whatever. I have nothing against Californians, but if you bring the politics that fucked your state up to our state, like
I'm not one for telling people how to live their life, but like if you're a politician and you screw up a state, you should have to stay in that state, I believe. So like Nancy Pelosi moving down to Florida, that's bullshit. I'm sorry.
Did she stop? Didn't she like pull out of that deal? Because it was also on the fucking beach. So if you believe in climate change, why would you be buying a beach house? You dumb bitch. Like I thought it's gonna be
she's doing it with all that
flooded.
Roblox money.
Yeah, her husband, like she helps her husband make so much money, and
she's the most successful like stock trader of all time, and nobody is doing anything about it because.
Did you hear her say it's a free market when they were talking about like
you bitch?
Oh, how could she
bastardizing the word?
How could she even say that? Like, and now she's running again too, and she's running again in California.
She's a real evil one. She really is.
No, like you said, have you
Mhm.
been agnostic and atheist, kind of like that? Like I grew up super Christian. Even when I was young, this is probably when I got red pilled. That I was young. I was like, God's always been there. I don't know. I don't know about that shit. Like I just never believed it, but I've always understood the like I said on other streams, like going to church taught me how to sit still when you have to sit still. You know what I mean? Like there are other good things about religion.
Yeah, like the sense of community, for example.
Yeah,
that people lost.
And so I still don't like. I don't necessarily believe in the spiritual world. Like I feel like, but now I'm like, I see the demons everywhere. Like even me and my mom are talking today. Like they are demonic. Like what they are fucking doing is demonic. That picture of Lightfoot with the get vaxxed in the money. Did you see that?
No, which one is that?
Oh my God. So should the Chicago
I've heard about it, but I didn't look it up because I didn't want to see it. But now I'm kind of curious.
It's the Chicago mayor, so Mayor Lightfoot, and she's they wrote out "get vaxxed" on a rug with money, and it's like, are you like? She's already demonic looking, and like she's physically demonic looking, and it's just like, what? Like I really started believing more in black magic and all that shit this year, especially with everything that's going on and all these like those TikTok videos and all these articles. Like that's why I try not to share too much shit because I feel like the whole black magic thing is you repeat something that's not true and you just keep repeating it. It's kind of like communism or whatever too. It's like, and I'm like, so I try not to like share the incantations in case it's real.
No.
But like, it's just like, it's so, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Why would she, if you see the picture, you're going to be like, what the fuck? It's fucking ridiculous. Are you looking it up?
Lightfoot rug?
It's on Chicago Mayor Lightfoot text or her Twitter.
Oh, I think I blocked that.
Well, if you blocked her, you can still see it. But I'm sure you could like Google it. Yeah, like Lightfoot money get vaxxed. I don't know. The ice cream really humanizes her. Kels, yeah, that was hilarious. And her fucking like $3,000 fridges.
Yeah, her $35,000 fridge and like 200. Oh yeah, what the fuck is that? That's twisted.
Is that twisted?
Yo, that's twisted.
That's demonic. Like I don't really believe in demons as far as the spiritual world. I think humans can be what the evil that demons are. Wow. That's demonic. That is fucking demonic.
That's wild. I've always been. I was agnostic growing up. I just didn't care. I figured my logic was there's some questions that I don't think people have the answer to, and I was okay with that.
Answers.
Yeah, and I was okay with that. I don't need to know. Then my brother died at the age of 18, so then I went pretty atheist.
Older than you or younger?
Younger brother. I was 7 years old.
I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. Yeah, we don't know why. He just kind of drew her up dead one day, and then
like in his sleep or what?
No, he had all of a sudden he got sepsis and died. My father never like got an autopsy or anything to figure out what went wrong. that his 18-year-old son died. But anyway, so I was pretty atheist for a while until 2020, and then honestly, I don't know what it was about being surrounded by all that, but it kind of, I don't want to say it gave me faith, but I was
You
that
helped
much
the
more
lady
open to
get to
the idea.
heaven. You helped the lady get to heaven in her death.
I
so
genuinely hope I did.
you did.
I hope I did.
If you helped her get wherever she believes, hopefully.
I hope so. I really do. I hope I help these people. I hope so, because they didn't get what they deserved.
No, that's what's been so fun. Because even when I worked in the elderly, when I worked there, we would shut down every now and then for stomach bugs as well. We would don't come to work. We're shutting down. Everyone's staying in the room for stomach bugs because it goes throughout the facility like crazy.
Yeah.
So that was
Like
normal.
I said, that's how it started. That's why they closed us, the daycare division down as well, because then we had that on top of Corona, so they just used that as Corona as an excuse. Don't bother, because they didn't really like us too much, to be honest. They didn't like the daycare
your
division.
facility? Because
They didn't like the daycare division
because you didn't make them enough money, probably.
We actually made them more money per capita. It's just that we were pains in the asses. We were very demanding, I guess, because we tried to make
helping people. You were actually helping people.
I've always tried my absolute best to make these people smile. So I would, squeaky wheel gets the grease. You gotta. I was more assertive for them than I am for myself in life. So I try to stick up for them and get them whatever they want, and that annoys the people who have to do the billing. We were actually doing. I kept just man another fresh glass.
He just got one. His wife just
I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
What? That was like a minute ago. Good job.
Like I said, I did a lot of drinking during 2020.
Me too. I get it.
I wasn't a drinker before that.
I wasn't either. I would drink maybe once or twice a month, and now I'm like, okay, twice a week. That's it. But then I do it more than that anyways.
Yeah, you do that more than once per stream.
Well, if I stream, I always want to drink. But anyway, so go on about your story about the. You said they were making money.
They weren't making as much money from us. So, before actually, one thing I totally forgot, I wasn't planning on talking about this, but before Corona hit, I kind of found something, and hopefully maybe someone in the chat will take something with this and go and run with it. I was setting up, because I had a psychology degree, bachelor's, whatever. I didn't get anywhere with it. Never went to doctorate school. I never could. But we had a vendor come by. I'm sure you did that when you were in nursing homes. Get the activity people to come in, right? We had a vendor of a guy I'm hopefully going to work for someday soon. He did VR for the elderly, and we would have him come in. And it was amazing. We would see night and day where dementia patients who would be nonverbal would come out of it and speak for a few minutes. It was absolutely incredible. So I got the college I went to agree to sponsor a study. And we were setting up the study. We were going to publish this in a paper of all this great finding we have of how much this technology could help people. And then it was all thrown away. It was all gone because of Corona. It was incredible.
I was gonna say I would see with just music how like people who would be in a vegetative state, music would bring them out of it, and they would start singing along. Like
it's amazing how the brain works. And music therapy.
I learned all sorts of good old music. It was the best music in my life because I learned all the old, all the old like big band stuff, and because that's all I would play.
Remember, my favorite patient. She's still around, thank God. I always try and visit her, and I buy her a transistor radio and talk to her and stuff whenever I can. But she turned me on. She didn't turn me on. She showed me that there is this one song, "Young Girl," and it was like, oh my God, that was I don't know if you ever heard that song. That's scary as shit. But I guess Americans know good beat when they hear one.
It was an old song. It was bad about a girl.
Don't look it up. It's really, it's like, young girl, get out of my heart. You're much too young.
Oh yeah.
And
I
oh my
know
God.
that song.
Yeah. It's like, damn, what are you listening to? But you know a good beat when you hear one, just like Yankee Doodle Went to Town was the British calling us gay, but Americans, we know a good beat. So whatever.
I love that about working with them. Like
Yeah.
I would do like chair exercise and shit, and then I loved the music, and we would sing all these old songs, like all the old songs, like the old, like these songs you would sing in like elementary school or shit, which I feel like they don't do anymore because they're too busy talking about their fucking gender, probably. But like all these old songs, and they like it would really wake some of them up. It was crazy. And I had this one lady. Sorry, so there's one lady.
Please.
She was probably late 60s, early 70s, so still physically healthy, but she definitely was Alzheimer's. And she would sundown after lunch every fucking time. And she would go outside and try to climb over the fence and like all this shit, like every fucking time. Like, kill me. If I get diagnosed with that shit, kill me. Like, I don't want to do that shit.
That was a big problem with me trying to do the iPad calling for people, because everybody went into their calls in the morning and I just couldn't physically do it. Like I said before, that was a huge part of budgeting my time. I had to budget time between people getting their families because I was only one person, and they only had one person per building be able to do this, which was heartbreaking.
So
like
dystopian. That's so dystopian.
And I remember I told someone about like how this craziness, and they're like, well, and then 6 months later, like, well, how'd you call it, Bill? I was like, because I was in it. Like, what's wrong with you? But back to what I was saying about the VR. So we had a patient who was a Russian immigrant. He didn't speak any word of English anymore because the dementia, he forgot his English. Nonverbal. I tried learning and Google translating Russian to talk to him, and he was a cute guy. He loved dancing. He was very prim and proper, and I put him in a VR experience of like a tour guide of Moscow, and he came out and he was like, oh, and I asked him like, oh, well, did you enjoy that? He goes, did you go home? He's like, oh, me, no, not home. It was home. And like, it doesn't sound like much because you don't know the guy, but from going from nonverbal to trying to express that he didn't actually go home, he was looking at pictures from home, is mind-boggling. If you've ever dealt with dementia patients. And then another time we did it again with the same guy. Put him in, I think it was another Russian city. When we take it out, and then he sees a picture of a resident we had, a registrant that we had that died, and he goes, "Oh, who is she?" And I was like, "How did you even form that sentence?" He goes, "Who is she?" I was like, "Oh, that's her name." And then I said, "She passed away." And he goes, "Oh, that's very sad." And I was like, "Oh my God, I'm talking to this guy." And we had this ability. What's up? Oh, good night.
Top you off.
Oh, thank you.
I love her. I love her.
She loves you.
I love her.
She says she loves you too. I don't know if you could hear that. Yeah, so it was absolutely incredible, the progress we were seeing with using virtual reality and stuff. And so luckily the vendor who did that now said after 2020 he's realized he's got to branch out. So I might end up, I shouldn't be talking about this, but I might end up, I guess is the alcohol coming through, I might end up working for him just down here. But it was incredible to see that progress of potentially staving off dementia progression, and then go to COVID and see how much the isolation will destroy people, because we wouldn't allow him to come in, obviously, because he was a vendor.
It was on purpose. I feel like it was on purpose, don't you? Like, especially with the
Okay, well, I feel like you're pretty based. So do you mind if I go into the conspiracy theory for a second?
Oh yeah, hell yeah, let's go.
So back in I think it was 2018, I specifically remember reading an article that China had an elderly problem because of the one-child policy, they were more elderly than there were young people coming in to work. So that always rattled in my head when all of a sudden COVID that affects the elderly came out later.
Yeah,
I don't
from
know.
China.
Can't say
Okay.
causation, but it sounds like a correlation. Maybe something to look into, people.
Well, why would they have put them back? Like, why did Cuomo put them? Why did they do that? Like, why? That was Murphy. Murphy's New Jersey, right?
Yeah, from Murphy,
Yeah.
New Jersey.
Sorry, I'm putting on sweatpants. I'm being
Oh, you're
lazy.
good.
That was
I got,
what's so-
I got sweatpants too.
Yeah.
I dressed.
That's what
I was
pissed-
trying to figure out what Liberty shirt to wear for my first Liberty podcast.
Don't you? Is this your first time on a stream?
Oh, well, besides the gaming stream that I do, but yeah.
I popped your cherry.
Yes, you did. You did. This is the most libertarian I've ever been being on a podcast. So
Well, it's fun to talk. Isn't it fun just to talk to people,
Oh,
right? And
it's such a breath of fresh air. And like I said, you and Liberty Lockpot and Kurt the Libertarian were like one of the first ones I followed. So it's like they always say, "Don't meet your heroes," but like worked out pretty well this time.
I'm not a hero, but yeah, I'm pretty cool. I'll be honest. No, that's what made me mad the other day because that the guy who had the gym in New Jersey.
Oh,
you know,
Ian Smith, yeah.
Yeah. And he has, so
Yeah.
he got a year of probation for keeping his gym open, which he paid taxes on, and he paid a business license on, all that shit. He got a year of probation, but these Murphy, no, he didn't have anything happen to him for putting fucking sick people back into that shit, you know? Like,
And
drives me
what's
nuts.
crazy, and that's also what you got to watch out for, those fake Republican. Well, I mean, maybe they are real Republicans, and I just don't. The meaning of Republican is meaningless now. But Dan Crenshaw went off at Ian Smith for being a fake patriot, and I was like, at this point, he's being more American than you, asshole.
yeah, you're paid by theft, motherfucker. Like,
Yeah.
he's literally paid by, like, fuck Dan Crenshaw. Fuck that motherfucker.
Yeah, he's fake.
He's
He's a
he
fake
is
oil
fake.
salesman. You got to watch out for him.
I feel like once people get into the system, like, how do they?
Yeah.
How do you not? Even like, I love Massey with all my heart as a human,
Yeah,
but
Massey's
he's-
great. Massey's
he
fucking.
still gets
I love
paid
Sassy
for all
with
that
Massey.
shit. Yeah, like, he's awesome and he's based, but he's still in the system. You know, like, he's still.
Yeah.
It's just hard. Like,
Yeah, I have a great distrust for them now. And I'm a very trusting person. I'm a very optimistic guy, to be honest. But if I was ever to run for office, I would run on the basis of this is the one term, this is the one thing I'm doing, and that's it. I'm gone. See ya. Because I would, and well, I would never get elected. My mouth is too New York to ever get elected.
New York's cool. I've been loving meeting people from the East Coast because it's like, it's so not Colorado. It's fun.
You're the first person I've ever met from Colorado, so I don't know what
Really?
Colorado even
Well,
is.
my accent's weird too because my family's from Chicago. Actually, Jessica mentioned
Chicago.
here. I wasn't actually born in Colorado. I'm actually not a true native, but I moved out here really young. But like, my family has all a Chicago accent. Like, everyone's just mixed out here. So I don't know. I just like when New York people say, "Go ahead, go ahead." Like, I love how they say that.
Well, yeah, it's fun to like talk to people from other states because like I've realized in New York versus other states, you're like, oh, I'm 3 miles away. That's what other states will say. In New York, that's not a thing. We'll say, oh, we're 5 minutes away. It's measured of time, which I thought was really weird talking to other people like that. That's always been how it was to me. Oh, I'm 5 minutes away. But it's interesting, every state's little isms.
Like,
And
I
to
grew
quote-
up like 30 minutes out of town. We would always say that.
Like to quote the comedian Andrew Schultz, he's pretty based. I don't know if you know him.
He's good. Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, he was. New York is the one state where, you know, everyone minds their business. Everybody minds their business. You know, it's the one state where you got to tell people if you see something, say something, because you know you got to mind your own business in New York. Nobody talks to each other. Now that I live in North Carolina and like I have a dog, people are putting up to their face to my window, looking in to see my dog, and I'm like, what are you doing? What is going on? It's
People
very
love
different
dogs.
world.
People
Yeah.
love dogs.
Oh, two?
No judgment. Okay.
I'm not judging.
We had just enough Coke to make a half. So it's kind of like at the diner when you get a milkshake and they have to serve it in 2 cups.
Oh man, I'm gonna get swifty. All right. Thank you.
That's all there is, though. No more Coke.
Oh.
Thanks, Kels. Love you.
Good night. Thanks for
Good
occupying
night.
him. Hi to Daddy's friend.
Oh, there's a dog.
Oh, rip,
There's the
rip.
dog.
Get denied.
Come on, Coop. Everyone wants to see a cutie face.
Yeah, he's my baby. He's why I want to stay. I would love to stay at home because you're gonna stay with him. You're being blocked by my
Yeah.
face perfectly.
Come on,
Oh,
puppy.
he's not working.
He's like, fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it.
He's got a strict bedtime of 9 o'clock.
You gotta go sleep with mama. Did you have a cat too? I thought I saw a cat in there earlier.
Not here, but I did used to have a cat when I lived with my parents, and it was so interesting to have a cat and a dog at the same time because they get the best of both worlds. Everybody says like cats and dogs hate each other, but like you'll get a cat that plays fetch and a dog that's chill.
That's what
So I
my
highly suggest it.
cat, my dog will not fetch, but my cat will fetch. Like I don't
Yeah.
even know. She'll
No,
probably be up here later.
My
She gets
dog
all
is my whole
curious.
life. My wife and I both agree that we'd rather kick each other out before we kick the dog out of bed.
I know. My dog's only like fucking 19 pounds and he pushes me out of bed almost every night. But I'm like, I
can't
would never have it any other way. Like I don't want to have it any other way.
I can't sleep unless I feel my dog pushing up against me at night. I can't.
Yeah. Because one day they won't. One day they won't be there.
Ooh,
to
don't
do that.
even say that. Don't even say
I
that.
know, but we have to realize this shit. That's why I get
Yeah.
mad because this little fucking dog's pushing me out of bed. But then I'm like, oh, one day he won't be there because I've lost.
The only thing that gives me solace in that knowledge is we don't have dogs our entire life, so that they have us their entire life.
Yes.
That's the only thing that gives me any solace about it. They don't have to. We have to suffer, so they don't. And I that's the only way I could stay
And we're
sane.
lucky.
Because
We're lucky to get to experience them. You know.
yes, because they are angels. And then
Yeah.
Fauci is a disgusting pig. That's actually why I didn't watch. I stopped watching the NFL because they kept Michael Vick. I wouldn't do that. I couldn't.
Right.
I
Right.
couldn't. Sorry.
People forgave him. What the fuck was
Yeah.
that shit about?
Yeah, I couldn't do it. No. If you hurt dogs, you're a monster.
Yeah.
There's
That's
no
so stupid.
but people are. I know a lot of Liberty people got upset because there was a huge outcry when Fauci got caught for the Beagle experiment. But
Yeah, they're like, oh, you
I think
care
it's
about
pretty-
beagles, but you don't care about people. And I'm like, yeah, I
you
care
care for
about
both.
when you fucking when you're testing on beagles. I'm gonna fucking care about that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know
Yeah,
exactly
that
what
was-
you're talking about because Liberty
that was a-
Lockdown did. He got mad,
Yeah.
and I'm like,
That was like one of the first times I really disagreed with the guy. I do like him though. But again, like I said, I don't think you should 100% agree with everybody all the time.
right, never, I've never, ever, ever, ever. You should look for something you love in a human, but know that you probably won't agree on everything or like, whatever. Like, yeah, I understood that. They're like, oh, now, but you know what? Even the mainstream people, the whole Beagle thing didn't even bring the mainstream people against Fauci, really.
Yeah,
That's what I was
how?
hoping, and they didn't. They didn't.
That's how you know they're lost. The lost souls.
They might even not even know. Like they may have not even
Probably,
seen
right.
anything.
Benefit of
about
the
it.
doubt, they probably don't know.
That's like what I've been like. I really think some of my friends I've lost, I'm like, I just don't even think they know. I don't even think they know what's been going on. And like, I had friends who were like, why are you listening to people on YouTube? Just do what you're told. And I'm like, yeah, that's what very smart people do. Very smart people just do what they're told and never question anything,
I know Jacob was talking about before about Steven Crowder, and they had the whole I don't know if you saw the whole H3 Productions
Is that
Steven Crowder
crying
debate.
guy? Is that
Yeah,
crying?
that cuck. And he was sorry. Like I said, I got the New York mouth. I'm not made for politics.
I'm okay with cucking, but I'll still use it as an insult. So it's all
Yeah,
good.
whatever. Like I said, no kink shaming. I don't care what you do. Live your life.
People know what you mean.
But let me
People know
insult
what you
people
mean
when
when
I
you
want.
say it. They know
Yeah.
what you mean.
I meant it as a derogatory term to him, but if you do it your way, whatever, I don't care.
Yeah.
But yeah, he said like the CDC tells us what to think. You don't even have to think about it, bro. I was like,
How is that? How does that sound smart? That sounds like stupid. That's what a stupid person would say. Like, just listen to what you're told.
what is that? The defer to authority fallacy.
Yeah, appeal to that.
Appeal to authority. Thank you.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
It is though. I made fun of people on my Instagram because there's this one dude. He kept saying like, "Oh, you're listening to your YouTube people," and I'm like, "I'm listening to like 50 people. You're listening to one person," and like,
but they're treating these people like gods, like infallible sources, and half the time they're not even like. I'll never forget the Nicki Minaj reckoning. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
I love that. That was I ate that up. That was hysterical because everybody had an opinion about it, and it was always funny. But I remember she said her whatever about her fiance,
cousin
her
in the balls or
friend's
something.
fiance's balls, which isn't absurd because they already finally admitted that it affects ovaries. So
Right.
affecting testicles isn't that absurd of a thought. But anyway, the CDC clapped back on Twitter. And did you see the CDC's clapback at all?
At her specifically, I didn't see it.
Well, they try to label it as misinformation and whatever, and they clap back. And then if you read that study that about that COVID-19 doesn't affect men's testicles, it was a study of like I think it was 42 people.
Oh.
And I'm like, fuck you, you fucking piece of shit. Don't tell me. That's generalizable.
That was like a lot of the mass studies. They're like, oh, we studied from May 2020 to April 2020. This is what we found. And it's like, no,
one town, it was
doesn't count.
Yeah. There was one town in Kentucky of 200 and I think 13 people. Because I read every study. I read every fucking study that they put out. It was wild. And that was, and my wife, she's not watching now, she's in bed, but that was what school was supposed to teach you, is reading comprehension, is to read between the lines of what's not said. That's what she teaches chemistry, right? Chemistry, no one's going to use that shit.
Kind of. No, like, it's still algebra. It's algebra. Chemistry is kind of like algebra.
But more importantly, it's teaching you how to read a lab, read a study, look for confounding variables. It's teaching you to think logically than to actually do chemistry, right? And that's what we're supposed to be learning in school. And it's like everyone threw that away for just do what you're told.
And they didn't learn like I was accountant straight out of high school. I got into accounting. So I've always been a numbers person. And even during all this shit, like I had to teach myself how to read these graphs, like all this graphs and shit that were coming out. Like it was all the different kinds of graphs, the, plot graphs, whatever. Like I had to reteach myself. And I'm like, this is what we're supposed to be fucking teaching people, like how to read these fucking graphs and shit. But I had to teach myself. So I'm like, if my dumb ass could teach myself how to read them, then other people could too, but they don't. They
choose not to. They willingly choose not to.
Oh, she's still up.
Squirrel was a pirate.
Are you doing? Is it rum and coke that you're drinking?
Yeah, Captain Morgan.
What kind
baby.
of rum? Captain Morgan.
Captain Morgan, my best friend.
We bought some good rums for Christmas, but we left them at Mr. Forrest Mommy's parents' house. But I'm like, we should get some rum.
Oh, I'm gonna have a headache in the morning. No, I'm not gonna have a headache in the morning. It'll be fine. Got Irish.
Who said that? Oh, squirrel. I won't either. I'm doing other drugs too that will make me so I don't have a headache in the morning.
No, never done.
COVID. That's COVID. COVID has made me a terrible person. But whatever. I'm actually really good.
Disagree.
Hi, Brady. Now I can pay more attention to the chat now that Jacob's gone too. It was great. I'm glad we got to talk finally. It's always fun. Like you never know what people are going to be like when you're like, hey, we talk on Twitter. We don't know
I've been talking to you on Twitter for like 2 years now. And
everyone knows what I look like, but I don't always know what everyone else looks like.
Like I said, I was trying to do the whole gaming YouTube channel. I'm trying to not stay political. I'm trying to just be funny and keep it light. but eventually my face it's gonna clash, I'm sure, eventually.
Is your
So I was
so is,
trying to keep
when
that.
you game, is your face in your gaming YouTubes at all?
Yeah.
Or no? Oh, it
Yeah,
is.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. That's why I
I
kind
would
of kept the libertarian squirrel account. Just I didn't tell my friends about the Twitter account. I just go full full I don't even know. Full out there on Thanksgiving.
She's there to
I
teach data. Chemistry is a
Wow.
tool to teach data. Yeah, I actually liked chemistry in high school. I liked chemistry. I actually went to like trig pre-calc in high school. Like I liked all that, but fuck
I
not
actually
now.
loved learning as a kid.
Not now. Not now, all that shit. Now I'm like, they change the contract. Like they change our real estate contracts every year, and I'm like, now I have to relearn it again. Like it's not even that big of a deal, but I'm such a baby about it now. Like it's hilarious.
Yeah, that they and that's the not to dial back too much of the nursing home thing, but like the policies there were changing each week too. They made it almost impossible for people to follow. And I was grateful that I had the paralegal training. I say that with quotations because it was in COVID time. I only got half. I only really learned half. Because after COVID, you didn't learn shit. School was terrible.
Learning from home is hard, or learning
Oh
online
yeah,
is
it's
hard.
so hard.
I can't do that.
It's so hard. It's you can have anything open on that second screen. It's so hard.
I had to go when I got
but-
my real estate license. I'm like, nope. There was an option to do in school or not, and I'm like, I have to do it in school. Like I have to be there on Adderall, like in the front row, to learning it all because I can't do it online. Like I can't.
I'm a nerd. I'm weird. I used to love actually going to school and taking notes. I just liked the whole learning process. Except, but in college, you had to really play liberal almost, which I hated.
Yeah, you went to full on. So you got your bachelor's degree in psychology?
Yeah, I got my bachelor's degree in psychology, and then I went back to school a few years later to get a paralegal certificate because it wasn't working.
Yeah, well, in psychology, you have to basically your doctorate. You have to go on to your doctorate at this point.
Yeah, I couldn't get in. It was ridiculous because I took a year off because I got hired at the nursing home directly because I had an internship there. So I got hired directly from my internship to that job, and I kind of loved it. Like at the time, I hated it. I really did. But looking back, it was so nice to bring smiles to people's faces. Like my thing was I was always playing bocce with them with beanbags, and I would always announce it like it was like a horse race. I would always go ridiculously over the top with it. I missed playing Santa Claus at Christmas time. Like I did all kinds of fun things like that. It was just nice to make people smile and laugh.
It was a human experience. It was like real.
Yeah.
It was real.
Yeah.
It was a real job.
And what I mentioned while you were gone, in regards to the whole COVID thing and doing the iPad thing, it wasn't all bad. I want to clear that up. I got to share some real moments with people that was amazing. Like, because again, normally you put the family in there and then you leave. I met one family that I absolutely fell in love with. I still keep in touch with them. They messaged me. They're living in Florida now. They're like, hey, watch out for the commie bastards. And I'm like, that's awesome. They were like, he was like a veteran. And then another family, another one I was telling your chat before, I misdialed the number of someone's family, and this old lady, I called another old lady by accident, and they just sat there and they just had an hour-long conversation, not knowing each other, and it was beautiful. Or I got to share a moment where one woman, she passed away, God rest her soul, but I was there when she found out she was going to be a grandma, and that was awesome. Like that, like there were genuine great human moments, like you said, and I really loved every second of that. And it was nice to feel like I was helping people, but the awful moments kind of almost outweighed it. I wouldn't say they did, but they were very, very brutal.
Well, in your heart, you knew it was wrong that these families weren't allowed to come in. Like
Oh,
that would
oh,
weigh
listen,
heavy.
listen,
That weighed heavy.
listen, I was fighting for those families every single day. I would get in trouble because I wouldn't lie to these people. Like they would get mad at me because I would just tell them the truth. So I would every day I would take a copy of the most recent company policy, and I would get a copy of the most recent DOH ruling. And whenever a family member was unhappy with something, I would tell them, "Oh, this is I understand you, but you might want to look right here." And I would tell them
Because you could
to
read
go.
the legalese. You could kind of read the
Yeah, because that was
legalese
what
shit.
so it kind of was a blessing that I did get the paralegal training, I guess, before that, and it was nice. They all knew me for me, and then eventually they started. I think they started realizing that everybody in this particular building became really really well known about the policies, but I didn't care because it was the right thing to do.
No, it was that was the right thing to do. That's like, thank God for people like you that were out there in these industries that were, it's still just, it just boggles my mind. Like I said, like I start crying because like, it's just
I've cried
fucked
many
up.
tears. I'm not like,
how could
machismo
you
enough to
not?
admit it.
How could you not like?
When that first woman I talked about, the first woman that I found out killed herself, I cried like a baby. I went to my car and I cried like a baby
Because she was
because
just alone
I
on the
loved her.
streets. She was just out
Yeah,
alone on the streets,
I
wasn't
loved her.
she?
She just had her. I helped that woman get a cat, and when that cat ran away, I helped her get a second cat. And this poor woman all by herself. No, it's not okay.
And
I hope.
schizophrenia is fucked. That's fucked. I mean, that's
Yeah.
like early. It's kind of like dementia early on, but it's like it's so fucked up, man.
And what's crazy, I didn't even mention this before. We had, some of our patients were schizophrenic and stuff, and also, violent
Older.
criminals.
Oh well, yeah.
Because I mean, I'm not faulting them. They have mental illness, but they
They
still
don't
did commit
know.
the crime.
Yeah, they don't know.
So we had people who were grabbing women on subways and stuff, convicted, or stuff along those lines, and then we just put them back out into the wild, not giving them the support that they need, which is, I just don't understand how that could have been the answer.
Because that's why we need smaller communities to be strengthened so that people can take care of that shit in their smaller communities, like there's a documentary on Amazon, and it's like I think it's in Canada, but it's like this home that has a bunch of schizophrenics that have committed violent crime. Like one of them killed his mother, like it was bad shit, but like you watch it and you're like, I love these, you love the people, you love them.
Okay, there's one guy.
They don't know what the fuck they did. Like,
there's one guy, I won't say his name, but like, he was the sweetest guy. But then he was telling me, oh yeah, I had this altercation with somebody. He stabbed the guy with his scissors in his sleep. But like, he was the sweetest guy. It's like, oh yeah, I had a little bit of an altercation with someone. I'm glad it's taken over. It's been finished in the legal system. I'm like, oh. And then I looked it up. I was like, oh damn. But I generally, he told me about it, but I generally never looked it up because I didn't look up anybody's records or anything because I didn't want to, I didn't want that bias of maybe treating them any differently or looking at them any differently.
Right.
It's just who I was. I don't know. Everybody else was very nosy, but I didn't believe in that.
No, I get it. I was going to tell you my sister is a psychologist, so she got her doctorate. And so COVID's been a really weird year for her. And with all the like gender shit. So she's always done. So it's funny because she's religious. I'm not. But she has always been like, try to help people who like don't want to be gay. That kind of thing. Not like conversion therapy necessarily, but just people who are confused or whatever. And like from a religious
I think it's
standpoint.
natural for people to question.
And it's fine. And she's open. She's definitely more open-minded and liberal in that sense, where it's not like she's not going to like do anything. But she was telling me the other day, if a kid comes in with the whole gender thing, she can't even say, maybe it's not about this. Maybe there's something else going on, blah, blah, blah. that gets, because conversion therapy is banned in Colorado. She can't even say anything against, or like, maybe it's not even about this kid. Like, she can't even say any of that shit now. It's so weird. It is so weird right now. Like
I said, I worry for my sister. She's in that age group, and I don't want to share
is that
too
the
much.
same mom and dad? How much younger is she than you?
No, my mom and my stepfather. She's 15.
Okay.
I'm 29.
So the half sister.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta take my necklace off. It's choking me.
I'll be right back. This we got to break the seal.
Potty break. Jessica, were you saying that to the whole with my sister? With the conversion therapy? Yeah. So like say a kid comes in confused about whatever, and they bring up gender shit. If she says, well, maybe it's not about gender, maybe it's something else. That's because you're fucking 13 and you're confused about everything. That gets considered conversion therapy. And my sister could lose her license and all that shit. Like, it's so weird right now, which, trust me, I don't like the whole conversion therapy where it's like from the right, where they were like abusive towards people and be like, no, you can't be gay. Like, I don't like that either. But like, you can tell a kid, hey, maybe it's not about your gender. You're just a fucking confused 13-year-old. Like, it's not, you're just a fucking confused 13-year-old in the awkward time of your life. It's not about that shit. Like, that's what I say. Because I don't like when the conversion therapy was from the right either, where they were like abusive, against gay kids. Because some people are just fucking gay. And like, but now we're at this weird point where we can't even tell kids, like, hey, maybe it's just because of this, you're feeling weird or whatever. Like, maybe it's because your teacher talks about your fucking gender all the fucking time. Yeah. Maybe that's why you feel fucking weird.
Yeah, like, totally.
And she can't even say that. She can't even say that now. Like, even as and she's very, they have a office and stuff. They're very open that they're religious counselors and religious psychotherapists or whatever. And like, it's just so weird. Like, it's sad. It's sad that teachers are allowed to fuck kids' brains up, but like someone who's like a therapist isn't allowed to say, hey, maybe it's not that, like.
But I mean, we touched on it before, just a little, but like, people always have awkwardness around that age. They always have struggles with, oh, am I pretty enough? Oh, am I fit enough? Oh, am I? It's just natural. I was chubby down here, but scrawny up here when I was a kid. Like, just. That's just what it is. That's just part of growing up. Just finding out who you are.
Hell yeah! I used to, even in 7th grade.
And it's an internal journey.
In 7th grade, boys would make fun of me for not having boobs in fucking 7th grade, which whatever. That's not even that old. Anyway, and I never got boobs, anyways. But like, like you just deal like that's. I don't know. Like, it's fine. Like as an adult, I can think, oh, it's fine that happened because I was able to just realize it wasn't a big deal, like it's. But if a teacher had said something about that, or an authority had said something about it, that would have been different, like it's just weird.
What Jessica said in chat, every kid feels weird about their body. That's just
she's fucking 6. She's 6 foot. Jessica, were you really tall when you were young?
6 foot. Wow.
Yeah, she's 6 foot.
I'm 5'4". I've always been looking up for people.
You're a shoddy.
Yeah, no, it was really bad when I worked retail and I was to ask other grown men to pick things up from the top shelf because I was too short.
Is your wife? Is Kels taller than you, or are you guys the same?
We fight about this because she says she's 5'5". I'm 5'4", but I still say I'm 5'5". I don't know. It's really close. It's hard to tell.
All right.
I think she's taller than me. I'll admit it, but
I'm Sicilian on one of my mom's side, and like all my cousins are short boys. They're all short and little. I'm like, I love it. I have no preference. I'm all down. Like, whatever. It's all about the personality. That's what matters. Wait, her kid, she was a dog.
I did hear that is a thing, pet regression. There's age regression, there's pet regression, there's changing your pronouns and your.
Yeah, now my sister teaches Jessica. She's in she's moving now, but she was in in Colorado Springs district, I think D20. And she said after all the whole COVID thing coming back, when all the kids finally came back, is that one of the new 2 ones she just brought you? Or is that the other one? Was that the one of the 2 new drinks she brought you?
That was one of them. This is the second one.
Damn. Anyway, so my sister said all these kids were showing up with the cat ears and all this shit at school. And I'm like, whatever. Like, I get expression. I get this. But like, there's a point when you're like enabling it too much. And I'm not a parent. So whatever I say is whatever. But it's like, there is a point where it's like too much, you know?
Exactly, Jessica. She says also consider bodybuilding. They would never approve a skinny 16-year-old guy steroids, but if he thinks he's a girl, they'll get him estrogen. That's 100% right. Yeah.
It's so fucked up right now. It's so weird.
Medicine should never be political. I don't think most things should be political, but.
And you can't tell me trying to get all the younger people to transition is not to make money for the plastic surgeons and big pharma. I'm sorry, but like.
Oh, my wife clears it up that we are both 5'6", but.
Oh, nice.
Go to bed.
She's probably online in bed. That's what I am. I'm always like in bed, like, I'm online forever. Jessica's been a giant forever. Yeah, she's tall.
Yeah, I should have ate my Wheaties as a kid.
You know, I'm 5'8" somehow. Like, and my sisters are 5'3", and then I'm 5'8". It's like, what? Like, what the hell? And I'm the only blonde. Oh yeah, Jessica's taller than her husband. I love it. And she lost a shit ton of weight during COVID too.
Good for you. I gained a lot of weight during. I just went back to COVID. Back to my diet from pre-COVID. Going back to keto and stuff because I feel like if you're a libertarian, you got to be on some keto or paleo or something because that's part of the rules too.
You gotta be healthy.
It's funny. There's like an overlap, like the stereotypes kind of really apply.
The fat neck beard, the whole like fat like.
Yeah.
Whatever. I love everybody because I understand. Like, and you don't understand how like everyone's raised different. Like I was raised on 10 acres running my ass around, but if I had been born in the city and like playing video games or like my body would probably be different. Like it's just have to like think about that kind of stuff. Whatever. You are and you. What are you saying you to, Jessica?
She says I am an ooh.
Oh, is your wife on Twitter? Is your wife on
No,
Twitter?
she's not on Twitter. She's not on
Get on
she's
Twitter.
On Insta.
Get on you're on Insta? I'm on Insta.
She's on Insta.
Here.
I'm not on Insta because I was banned from Instagram for correcting someone's grammar.
I'm on it still.
I got reported for harassment.
That's my Insta. I just put it in the chat. I'm still on there for now, and I've switched it over. All my normie friends were like, "Fuck you, bitch," and they left. And now I've been letting all my like Liberty friends follow me, so it's all good.
That's funny. Yeah, I don't give my Twitter out to my friends unless like a few times I'll send a picture of a meme with a screenshot and be like, "Oh, are you libertarian squirrel?" I'll be like, "Yeah, but don't follow me unless you want to see how crazy I am." I guess.
That's what I say. Jessica, do we follow each other on Instagram? I don't know if we do. I haven't been on it much because it kind of gave me PTSD because all these people who were all in alternative lifestyles with me and all were like, and then they bought into all this COVID shit. And I was like, and then I found out this one friend was a fucking real ass commie. He was like, yeah, I learned about it in college and like it would work. And I was like, what the are you?
I have a relative that is a devout socialist. Oh, and that was another we talked about red pill moments before. I originally wasn't going for psychology. I was going to be a history teacher. And I'll never forget when I worked at a gym. My first job was at a MMA gym. And there's
You're like Joe Rogan. You're a little Joe Rogan.
I'm bald too. I worked at an MMA gym back in high school. It was my first job, which was gross because those short and curlies didn't didn't clean themselves. It was disgusting. So I worked and there was a guy from Hofstra. He was a conservative history professor. He was like, "Good luck, don't do it." And I started, and I did. And when I remember my second history class in college was from a guy who literally said, "Oh yeah, I'm a socialist. I'm the person your parents would tell you to stay away from." And let me tell you, when he talked about the Russian Revolution, he was a very, very thirsty boy. He really loved the Russian Revolution. It was insane.
It is. So my dad was adopted, and the lady who adopted my dad in Chicago, her parents escaped Stalin and came to America and like survived the whole fucking journey to come to America to get away from Stalin. So like
That wasn't real communism. I mean, that wasn't real socialism.
I'm like, why did these people escape? And so even though my dad's adopted and it's not blood, I think he got some of that, like, get the fuck out of that kind of, you know, and like my parents are more libertarian, although they were kind of GOP growing up because you don't know. They didn't know
my
there's other
my
options.
family's very GOP.
Yeah, they didn't know. We were
not.
conservative Christian. They didn't know. And like, but now like when I look back at this stuff, I'm like, oh, like it makes sense. Like, you know, oh, the cat ears at school, Jessica. Yeah. Sorry, I was just following her. It is weird.
Yeah, it's always hard when you're streaming about the delay.
It is a delay. I think,
It's
although
very-
now you and me, I think it's not too delayed between us.
Yeah, I think we're
right
doing
now.
better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's hard to figure it out. But whatever. It works. I do what I can. I should have started it fucking at the beginning of COVID. But
I'm happy.
whatever.
You really shot up. I've been watching you
I
for a
did.
while, obviously, and you guys really shot up here.
It's really
I'm
not
so-
hard. You just don't have to be a dick. Like, don't be a dick. Be nice.
Well, as someone who hasn't broke 100 yet, I guess that means I'm a dick.
No, I just mean like on Twitter and like all that. It's
Yeah.
harder as a boy. It is harder as a
Yes,
boy.
it is. It is objectively harder.
I throw in the sexy stuff a little bit because I just know I've been throwing in sexy shit since 2007 online. So
It works.
I'm very practiced at it, you know. But oh, Jessica's degree is history. Nice.
I loved history, and maybe I would have done good as a history teacher, but I think I would have got canceled, considering how this went, the world went. I think history
wild.
is one of the most important things to study at this point. And I have friends that have history degrees but are still socialist, which that doesn't compute in my head.
There is so many people who are so close, but they still think, even Joe Rogan, like we need that social, you know, to protect people who need the help. And I'm like, listen, a community can, if you strengthen communities and let communities thrive, think of religious communities, they take care of their own, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So like if we could all do that, like, but they're like, they're going to take our money. I'm like, I've donated so much money this last year to fucking GoFundMe's and shit, but like, and I also have to, well, actually I didn't have to pay taxes last year, but like you have to pay taxes, you know? And it's like, if we had more money to give to our communities and let us strengthen our communities, we don't need the government.
That reminds me of when people are like, oh, Jesus was a socialist. Oh, but like, where did Jesus say, give all your money to the Romans and hope that they gave the money to the poor?
Did you
Again,
ever
that's
see that
just-
video where a girl was like, it's like a potluck, guys. We all bring stuff. And it's like, okay, in a real community, yeah, sure. It's like a potluck where everyone brings something and maybe someone doesn't bring something and they can eat still. But if we give it to the fucking government, it ain't happening, you know?
Yeah.
Like
I said,
drives me nuts.
someone who's a good friend of mine is in the government. He's a socialist, and he says, "Oh, the government's wasteful," but he's still a socialist. Doesn't make sense.
I don't get how they can hate wealthy people who are wealthy through whatever capitalism, but then they are fine with the government people who are wealthy. Like, how does that make sense? How does the only reason they're wealthy is because they steal from you? Like, that's it. Like, it's just so crazy. Are you dying?
it's
Are you
easiest-
super drunk?
Oh yeah, I'm feeling it now. Is it telling?
Yeah, you
It's
chug those bad boys.
it's starting to hit me now. I'm not gonna lie. So if I say something stupid, I apologize. But it's starting to hit me.
No, you're fine.
I always thought, like, armchair general here. If I was a politician, I wouldn't. I wouldn't take a dime more than I should. I'd do the job and then I'd get out. Maybe that's because I have a soul. I don't know. How do you study history and think socialism is good? Yeah, I don't know, Jessica. I really don't. A delusion, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe because they think they're getting paid. If they work in the government, then they're getting paid through the basically socialist system. Maybe they just, I don't know. I don't know how people's minds, even in my mind, like I kind of was on the left before, but not really. It was more just culture wise. I was on the left and I still am culture wise, but like,
I feel like a lot of people are on the left because of they feel I hope, I could be wrong. I hope people are on the left for empathetic reasons. They think that is the way to make people happy, and I hope, I always try to look at the best of people. I think that's what they're going for. They just don't look at the ramifications of the policies that they're saying, and they're
Right.
getting co-opted by evil people in the name of helping people. Like for example, Black Lives Matter. They're just making their money off of black people. They're grifting people.
that was such a huge grift. That's so sad. And all those
It
people
happens
who
every
also
4 years too.
and who donate, yeah, they show that it goes up every 4 years. But like all the people who donated that too to like help criminal fucking Antifa losers get back on this, who were like
Oh, the Minnesota
being
Freedom
bailed
Fund
out
you're
of
talking about.
jail. Yeah.
I read a book. I don't know if he's probably not a credible source anymore because people hate him. But Andy No wrote a book on Antifa and how the Minnesota Freedom Fund raised something like $4 million, but only like 36,000 went to actually giving bail to protesters.
So where'd the rest go?
Where'd the rest go? Exactly. That's a. I'm not good at math, but there seems to be a discrepancy there.
Well, they even said even like when you would go to donate to Black Lives Matter, a percentage went to like Act Blue or like all this stuff that helped Biden. It went money towards that. Like it's just all this money. Like they want us to believe in like helping people and socialism. I'm like, yeah, I will give money directly to someone. I will not fucking do that shit. Like because who the fuck knows where that money went? We don't know where it went.
What's funny is I back a long time ago, I remember I overheard people talking when they were talking about relationships, and they were like, "Oh, I would never give money to a friend, but I will go help out and I'll do anything. You want me to help you run the lemonade stand, whatever, I'll help you, but I'm not going to give you money because that's not how, because it doesn't work." And that kind of resonated with me when I saw that shit going on. I was like, kind of sounds like a grift.
I remember I got in arguments on Twitter with that whole potluck thing I said. And I remember, if you know your neighbor is going through a hard time with medical issues, you can go over to their house and do chores. You can go over to their house and clean their fucking house or do shit like, and they're like, no, they need money. So I can't. And it's like, well, if you're not even willing to do that little bit that actually helps people in their day-to-day life, then you just don't fucking understand what the fuck life's all about, Mystic sign. Sorry, I'm reading the trips is fooled.
Yeah, you have a really active chat, which is great to see.
I know everyone loves his chat. And Jessica's my buddy. Actually, and my real name is Jessica too. So we're like Jessica twins.
I feel bad because I've been a lurker. Like I said, I just watched.
You were chatting that one time though. That's how I was like,
that's how we
should do
connected
this.
finally. Yeah. I mean, I've been talking to you on Twitter for years now,
Yeah.
which is weird to say. It doesn't feel like years, but
2 years, man. I got on there I started getting really active on there right as COVID happened.
Admittedly, I was so happy when you followed me because you had such a big following. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to make it as a libertarian on Twitter. Like I have potential.
It's so silly.
I mean, all you did was hit the follow button. I'm being a little too honest now.
No, I love it. No, but I feel like I get that. That's why I never kind of got involved with a lot of people because I understand how people got involved with people because it's like helps, you know. But I was like, I'm just my dumbass, because I had a shit ton of viewers even before I started the podcast and shit, like, or followers or whatever. Like, I was just fucking saying my crazy shit, and people are like,
kind of crazy.
I like it. I get it.
I started the pandemic with 3 followers. I think I'm at like 450 now, maybe something like that.
Is it your original account, or did you get banned too?
No, I never got banned. I didn't get that rite of passage yet. I'm not big enough. I'm not cool enough yet.
No,
I'll get there eventually. Maybe
just
after
don't
this
put
stream,
tits in your. Just don't put your wife's tits in your profile picture. And you're good.
There we go. Yeah, in my profile picture. They were just looking for a reason to take you down. Let's be honest.
I think so, and I think someone reported me too.
Yeah, someone probably hate followed you.
Because there was people doxing people that day, and I said some shit against it, and that girl didn't like me, and I was
That's
like,
small PP energy. Let me tell you.
It's so stupid. Like, you're at 446.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I get up to 450, and then it kind of drops down a lot after.
That happens a lot.
Seems to happen to me a few times. I'll go from like 450 to 433 the next day, and I didn't say anything different. I've been pretty consistent in my messaging.
Yeah. Escape from Babylon. What do you mean Corona sun logo in the urinal cakes? What?
What?
What? Jessica is a motor mouth, but she's not on Twitter. I'm going to make a post to follow you, by the way, libertarians.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
That's all it's about. It's like you found me probably through other people, you know, like it all.
Yeah, I don't remember. Again, Libertitties was probably a big part of it, but but you know, whatever works.
I am what I am. I am what I am. What are you gonna play a game tonight on your stream? If you keep going.
I usually do stream on Tuesdays,
but now you're hanging out with me. You're hanging out with Force Mommy.
Like I said, you know, meet your heroes. So
I feel bad too because you're 2 hours ahead of me, but whatever. You're used to it. You're unemployed, like I'm.
Yeah, I'm unemployed. I'm up to 4 a.m. every day. Doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. Okay, then it's all good. I can keep going.
Yeah. I should have something lined up by next month. So hopefully, but
no judgment. Whatever. Like if I thank you for standing up and not getting. You didn't want that fucking thing in your body, and you didn't do it. Like, thank you for standing up for that shit.
I moved cross country because of it. I get a lot of people follow me, so thank you for this opportunity.
Already? I just posted it.
No, I've gotten a bunch of people to follow me already. From this. Too drunk to play a game. No, I play better when I'm drunk. Let me tell you. I got all the
kind of games do you play? I don't know anything about gaming. So.
I'm a slut. I'll play anything.
What's your favorite kind of game to play?
Probably just multiplayer stuff with my friends at this point.
Okay, so you're like, but that's the thing when you play games, like it's the same kind of like this, but then there's also a game to play too, right? Like you're chatting and you're playing a game.
Yeah, yeah. Like my viral clip on TikTok right now is we made a joke about like, oh, we were all riding in a Jeep together. I said, oh, and my friend goes, oh, this could be us in Ukraine, boys. And then we blew up immediately afterwards. Like, oh, that could also be us in Ukraine, boys. Trying to make light of the terrible situation in the world right now.
Do you see that Lord? You know who that Lord Miles guy is? He's in Ukraine right now. He was the one who was in Afghanistan.
Oh, yes, that guy, that savage. That guy was wild.
In Liberty Lockdown, Clint had him on his podcast at one point.
Oh, really? I admittedly haven't. I used to watch Liberty Lockpod religiously. I used to watch Dan Bongino and Steve Crowder.
You like follow. It's like, you know, it's all fluid.
Yeah, I was watching them religiously, and then I was like, I got to take a break. Now I'm making like Gordon Ramsay soundboard videos and Bob Ross soundboard videos over a video game, just to get a little lighter for a little bit.
Didn't Gordon
But
Gordon
I gotta
Ramsay
agree.
moved out of is Gordon he moved out of California too,
Texas.
right?
Yeah, he's
He
in
moved
Texas
down to
now.
Texas.
All my base boys are in Texas. I gotta move to Texas.
That's pretty cool. They all moved down there. So do you listen to Joe Rogan pretty religiously?
I try to, not religiously.
What's nice
but-
about him is he has so many different kind of people on. Like the other day, he had
Yeah.
a girl who's a fucking spearfisher from Canada, and she was like adorable to listen to. Like he has just a different. The people who hate on him right now just have no idea. They have no idea.
Yeah. He just has different opinions on,
Yeah.
and that is in this day and age a condemnable offense. Listening to the other side, which is absurd.
And he has
This-
he's had some doctors on that are more pro-vaccine, and they'll talk about that shit, but no one's talked about that. They haven't
but he had McCullough and
it's quack
Malone.
doctors. They're quacks, you know. They don't know what they're talking about.
And
it's
none
like,
of those people who claim have actually listened to what they said or looked up what they said at all.
no. It's so stupid. Like, and I have to remind myself, Twitter is a very small majority of people, and even Joe Rogan's like it's a very. This is what. So the James Lindsay. Do you follow James Lindsay on Twitter? Conceptual James.
I tell you, you're giving me all the good ones to follow. Right?
Yeah, he's good to follow. So he was just on Joe Rogan, I don't know, last week. He's really good at the CRT stuff. He's been like researching all this shit the whole time. And
James M. Lindsay. There's a couple.
Jane, it's conceptual James, I think is his Twitter. But he was talking about how like, what was I just gonna say? Damn it, Jessica, Force Mommy. What was I talking about? I said something.
Joe Rogan having conceptual James on.
The different people and how they just like attack. I don't know. Oh, he was saying how, okay, this is what I was going to say. So he talks about on this Joe Rogan interview, which is so good. I'm listening to it for the second time because this guy is so smart. Like he just knows everything about neo-Marxism and shit, which I don't know anything about. But he was talking about how like the majority of people who were extroverts used to run the culture because you're extroverts, you're out doing shit. But now we have all these introverts and socially awkward people and social anxiety people
That's a good point.
online, and they're kind of running culture. And it's like, why? They're not fun, you know? Like, it was a really good point. Are you still good to go? I have to pee if we're still
I have to
going.
pee too, so I was so glad you're saying that. I'll be right back.
Okay, everyone, we're taking Jessica. I just put my thing in there. Ooh, same time.
Oh, same time. There we go.
Yes, Jessica, it's a vocal minority. Completely. Fucking dumb. Because I've always been kind of an introvert to some extent too, but I've been building my life to do exactly what I've just built my life to do exactly what I wanted to do, which is yoga and dancing every now and then. And then they took that away from me this last year. And skiing, I could still go skiing, but I can't go to the restaurants because I'm not vaccinated. Like I was such a simple person, and they took my simple fucking life away from me. You know what I mean?
I honestly was so introverted that like none of this really affected me that much. I realized how introverted I am, but I miss talking to people. Like now I feel like I'm much more likely to order something online, for example, just because I don't want to deal with going down to the store and maybe. I mean, I pulled back from that. That's how I was earlier. Now I don't give a shit. I'll just go without a mask. I don't care.
Is there a mask mandate where you're at?
Yeah, there is. I don't listen to it though.
Ours is supposed to go like stop soon, but what the fuck? They don't fucking know. Like,
There was actually somebody who was recently like I saw a TikTok on it that they were recently arrested for going to Best Buy without a mask. But Best Buy is fucking everything in Best Buy is non-essential. So
yeah, so when they brought back the new mask mandate here in like just November, December of last year, which is stupid. I haven't worn a mask in the groceries. I only go to the grocery store. The liquor store never fucking cared. The tanning salon, she didn't ever fucking care. And then like my grocery store, I don't go very many places, and I'm not allowed to go to the dance club because you have to be tested or vaxxed to go to the fucking gay ass club, which is I went to for fucking years and years. I went there. I spent so much money there, and then they're like, even there was no vax pass set in by the state or county, but they just did it, and I was like, okay, fuck you, like. That is so ironic, being the gay club, and they were the first fucking people to put this shit in. I never cared if people had HIV going in there, you know? Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I hope people start fucking waking up, but I don't. People's brains are broken too. Like,
really, it's scary.
Are you on Facebook still, Libertarian Squirrel?
No, I was, but I haven't been on Facebook in years.
I think
have
Facebook is a huge driver of all this. Facebook, I mean, all social media, but Facebook specifically, because the way it feeds you things. Like on Twitter, we get ads on Twitter and shit, but I feel like it's not. I get fucking gaming ads, and I don't ever game. You know what I mean? Like it's not.
Well, you subscribe to me, so that maybe that'll do it for you.
I think that's why it's all the libertarian friends. I get all the.
I apologize. Just mute those. Just mute those.
I block every ad I get. I block even the Twitter safety fucking ads. I block every fucking ad on Twitter I get. But it's different.
I haven't been on Facebook in a long time, and I haven't been on Instagram because I was banned from Instagram for a while.
You're on it now, though?
No, I haven't. I should go back on, to be honest, but I don't know how based that community is. I can't imagine very much.
There's a ton of Liberty people apparently, because everyone's like,
"What's
your Instagram?" Yeah, everybody's on Instagram, so.
Oh shit! Then maybe I should go back there.
I put my thing in the chat. Freelancer of fun. That's me. It's locked still, but I accept pretty much everybody at this point, especially after my fucking normie alternative lifestyle friends were like, oh my God, how can you say this shit? Even like back in the summer of 2020, I said something. I'm like, listen, here's an example of what's going on. If you had gotten tested for strep and you got strep throat and you're like, okay, whatever, you get over strep throat and then you die in a car accident a week or two later, it would be on your death certificate. That's what they were doing with COVID. Up to 60 days. In some places, it was up to fucking 60 days. And like some friends were like, no, that's not happening.
It was the guy that shot himself with a shotgun. Yes. That was labeled a COVID death.
Even in Colorado, we had an Emmy from a small county in Colorado. I don't know if it was a man or woman, but like at one point they were like, yeah, I turned in the death certificate for this alcohol poisoning, motorcycle accident, and gunshot death. And it got counted as a COVID death. Like, how? And that was just 3 in this one little fucking tiny county here. You know what I mean? So like,
yeah,
I want to audit them. I've offered to people. I'm like, if you can get the fucking records, I will do the fucking data entry and audit this shit. Because they were doing that in Florida.
That's why I don't believe any of the numbers that they put out for anything lately.
No, you can't. You can't fucking trust it.
And when I was working, and I did report, like I said, I did report that they weren't labeling people as COVID deaths or whatever. I think that's what I reported them a few times. Nothing ever came of it. But I remember thinking like, we have no way of knowing that this is actually right in any way, shape, or form.
Because it was different coming in from every state, every county. The one thing in Colorado that was good is one of our Republican like state legislators at one point was like, hey, there is a difference between from and of. So Colorado started reporting the two numbers because someone called them out, but they weren't going to do it until they got called out. And then they got called out. And August 2020. Yeah, exactly. It was I remember that article in August 2020, and I think it was the fucking New York Post, not New York Post, but New York Times released this article saying only 6% of COVID deaths were actually fucking COVID deaths.
Yeah.
Like, and no one fucking cared.
I'm a little drunk now, so I'm not remembering exactly. I want to say one of them brought it from like dozens of thousands to hundreds.
Yeah.
And I can't remember for the life of me right now which one it was.
Italy? Was it Italy? I think
you're right. I think it was Italy. Sorry, I get a little fuzzy.
No, you're fine. And we can, whenever you're done, just tell me. Because
I'm done. I'm done when you're done, to be honest. I'm good.
I'm on fire right now.
Yeah, I'm loving this. Again,
like
I said, I moved to a place that isn't based. So being alone and unemployed, it's nice to see someone who is based. I appreciate
and I'm like
it.
half unemployed. The funny thing is they counted all these COVID deaths. So no matter how you died within 30 to 60 days, wherever your county, however your county counted it, it was a COVID death. But now with the vaccine, if you die within 30, 60 days of your vaccine, it doesn't
matter.
Vaccine isn't listed on your, it's not listed. And it's like,
funny how that works out, isn't it? Yeah.
That's not fair. Like
how every single death in existence was COVID death prior to the vaccine coming out. And then all of a sudden, oh no, it's totally different now. They changed the rules. You can always tell you can't change the rules when you're playing the game. That's always been how it works in life.
I have a video of the Illinois. I don't know if she's the Illinois Health Department director, but it was at the very beginning. And she was like, I have it on my phone. And she's like, actually, most of these people who are dying of COVID are on hospice already, and she says
a huge if. That's a huge difference.
That's what's like. All my grandpa's been dead for a fucking long ass time, and like 2 of them died from like getting pneumonia from a cold or whatever. Like that was normal. It was normal. Like it was sad, but it's like it's just the Florida. When I was looking into before Alex Berenson got banned off of Twitter, he was posting a lot of the well, he's banned on Twitter anyways now, but he's on a couple Joe Rogans. But he was like really digging into the data, and they dug into they started auditing the Florida death certificates, and it was like there's like A, B, C, D reason for death, and like COVID's always C or D, and it's always like 89-year-old renal failure, and then COVID down here, and that gets counted as a COVID death,
Yeah, I reported my facility for that. I hope this doesn't get out that I don't lose my pension, but I reported a couple of times because I literally had the census and it would say cause of death, whatever. And it was because we weren't testing. So they weren't saying here that they were sick, but we say, oh, they go to the hospital for breathing problems. We go to the hospital for whatever. And then if they pass away at the hospital, it'd be listed as COVID because they're testing there. But they weren't testing here. And if you're testing for shit, you're gonna find shit. What was his name? The PCR guy said you're gonna find it no matter what if you do a PCR test.
Kerry Mullins that died.
Yeah.
No, it's all fucked up.
It's nice to see that other people actually see through it. That is something I'm grateful for.
One thing I'm really grateful for on Twitter is like younger people like you. And I mean, I'm younger too, but like that we get it. We like we're red pill or whatever you want to say it. Like with your stepfather.
It was my stepfather. He was the guy who taught me history and it stuck. I appreciate that for sure.
was just nice because like I said, all these people I used to be friends with in an alternative lifestyle where they used to joke about going to house parties and giving everybody strep. Then they all like went crazy with COVID, and like it was bizarre. It was just fucking bizarre to me. Like,
what's most bizarre to me is here, read your comment first.
Yeah. No, you're good. Keep talking.
So I have a friend and I love the guy, but I remember he was harking on the fact that his sister was an ER nurse, and there was a guy who intentionally got COVID, and he figured he would get over it, just get it over with, get over it, and he ended up dying. He's like, well, he deserved it, kind of thing, playing stupid games, win stupid prizes, kind of thing. And I was just like, how is that your opinion? Like, I never wish death on anyone. Even people I hate, I don't wish death upon them. Like, maybe IBS, but not death. like, are you kidding me? Like, it really broke people's brains.
It did. I have friends who are nurses, and they would joke, or a lot of them got burned out on nursing because they would be in a level where it was all overweight alcoholics, and it would be the same people coming in all the fucking time, and this is something they can control. I never thought those people should die. I never thought it's been.
What was the example I used earlier? People shoving stuff up their butts. Like, I don't think they should die. No. I think, what was it? A stat that like 11,000 people die from staircases a year. I don't think those people shouldn't be allowed to go upstairs. Like, what? I don't get it. It's just,
and it's from the people who said, all these people who said healthcare for all, and they're the ones who are like saying, no, actually not for all.
Yeah, it's a fundamental lack of compassion.
Completely. And I'm someone who's paid in. I've never gotten it for free. I've always had to pay for it and shit, but I've never thought anyone should not get care. I've never thought that. Like, whatever the fuck stupid shit they did, I don't fucking think they should not get care,
It's just insane.
Even like you were saying with the testing, even in America, when they started doing the track and trace, they would call people up who were
contact tracing. Yeah, that was
and even if they said, well, I feel fine, my nose is a little runny, COVID case, that got added to the COVID case without even testing them, like, oh, someone said he loves the shove it up your butt talking point. It's true.
Good,
though.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find that number, because I remember I used to use that number in argument. People that die of things. I am going on a list for this one.
Nah, we're all on lists already. You're talking to Forrest, Mommy. You're on a list already. Sorry.
Good. I'm glad.
And I'm so nice.
I can't find it. I'm afraid to click on any of these links. So I don't want to.
I know what you're talking about, though. I've seen that. I've seen it.
Yeah, it was an infographic going around for a while.
Because that happens. People put shit up their butt.
Hey, you live your life. It's your butt. You do what you want with it.
Do what the fuck you want to do with your butt. I have no whatever. Do whatever. Like, I don't care. If you need medical help, you need medical help.
Yeah, it's from compassion. It's from humanity. I don't get it. It's really heart-wrenching.
It is heart-wrenching, especially because they were all worried about the fucking death panels and all that shit. And then they're like, they are the death panels. They're like,
speaking of the death panel, it's like, I'm hardly a Trump fan. I'm just putting that out there. But every death was personally Donald Trump's fault up until Biden was elected. Then get the vaccine. No, it's okay. It's all good. Even though more died now than last year from complications or whatever.
Everybody's looking up stuff up your butt.
Good. I want to say the number was 268, but I could be wrong.
I mean, people die from everything. You remember when people were doing that like milk crate challenge?
iPod challenge. Oh, the milk crate challenge. Yeah, I was thinking
people
the
got hurt challenge, and they had to go to the fucking hospital because they got hurt doing that shit.
People will always be idiots. doesn't mean they shouldn't be alive. You learn from your mistakes.
Like, and that's why I've always been okay. Like, in the original way the medical system should work before the government took over and like purposely crashed it. Like, whatever.
The government crashes everything. But that's
On purpose.
why college. That's why I'm still in college debt right now, because they they agree to federal loans to anybody who asks. So therefore the price will go up because colleges could ask for whatever they want.
And I've seen that colleges are in the positive right now because they got all the PPP loans and all that shit. So they actually themselves could just limit debt, or like forgive debt, but they won't.
Oh yeah, the college I went to was like, I want to say 25,000 when I went, 27,000. I think it's now up to like 60,000, and that was only 10 years ago. Wild.
I got 2020. There were 287 cases of people dying by putting foreign objects up their butt.
Wait, how many was it?
287
Oh, it was close. I said
in
260.
2020.
Yeah, but that's my point. It's an odd point to make, but
Humans, like we've all known that humans do silly shit. So
yeah. And since when have we ever been like, oh, did you get your rubella vaccine? Oh, well, guess you can't get chemo. No,
never.
it's heartless.
It's so stupid. No one's ever asked, or to go to the fucking restaurant. Like, what? They're trying to like make it normal, and they don't. Like,
Yeah, the new normal. Anyone who says the new normal, I'll see. Like you said, I'll see you on the wall.
yeah, they'll be
Wow.
there. They'll be right next
If
to me.
there's a God. If there's a God.
Just like in elementary school, sometimes all the kids had to stand on the wall and not get recess because one kid was bad or whatever. Like, that was training, apparently, like for all this stupid bullshit. Like, I can't deal with it. Clog up the household milk crate.
Everyone really likes that statistic, huh?
287. I'm gonna post it on Twitter because everyone
Follow me on Twitter for more for more solid logistical arguments there.
I mean, obviously that happened.
Oh my
It's on ifunny.com. How funny.
Oh my God, I got a lot of followers on Twitter, so thank you for that.
Okay. You should. Do you have your YouTube on your bio or whatever?
I'm gonna have to.
Yeah,
Wow,
put it on
I'm up
there.
to 484. That's crazy. Thank you. That's like 44 more than I had before. Oh my God. I'm gonna be successful in liberty Twitters.
Oh yeah, man, you're cool. We're having a good time tonight, aren't we?
Yeah, no,
Been hanging
I
out for
really
6
am.
hours.
Yeah.
You're all good. I'm all amped up now because
Yeah,
Jacob was
there's-
talking a lot, which is good.
Yeah.
But now I'm amped up to talk.
Yeah, there's a lot of caffeine in that rum and coke, so now I'm drunk and caffeinated, so I'm ready to go. Ask me anything at this point.
Tell it all.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta post the 287 number. I guess
like
that was
Jacob
a
was-
high. That was a high number.
What was?
According to the 287 up the butt.
Yeah. If you learned one lesson from today's podcast, take that. Follow me on Twitter for more butt stuff. Yes, Graveman.
More butt
CD
stuff.
Ramen, whatever your name is. I'm drunk. It's blurry.
Not hard. I know when you get too drunk and you're like trying to look at the screen, it's like, what? What did it say? Ugh, Lordy. Well, what else? What else you got to talk about?
What else I gotta talk about?
I love that your wife was involved tonight. That was cute.
Yeah.
How long have you guys
I
been
didn't think-
married?
We have been married. Oh my gosh, she's gonna kill me now. 3 years.
Okay.
What's fun? Yeah, that should be your title. 287 of the. That'll get clicks. My wife and I, honestly, it's kind of like meant to be because we didn't know each other growing up, but our parents were always best friends. It turns out I went to her third birthday party not knowing that I was there. And then we actually found each other in the wild later on, and it turns out our parents were best friends the whole time, and we never knew. So it was interesting. It's kind of fate.
Like secret, you guys were secretly betrothed. Like,
Yeah,
it was
kind of.
secret.
And like I said, she's crazy. She's based as fuck.
I love her. She's been great.
She
Well,
she
she's
registered
sleeping now, but
Republican. She registered Republican for primary votes. So she's playing the strategic route. I'm libertarian because
I get it.
I
get
want the
it.
liberty. I get it. She's playing the game. I get it.
I
But like
get
you said,
it.
I really gotta find actual libertarian groups and actually do something. Especially now when I'm unemployed, I have no excuse to fight for my not fight.
Yeah,
for
you're
my
the
country.
trophy wife. You need to get involved in politics.
Yeah, I got to do something. I gotta like bake pies for the community. I don't know. I feel so bad because I am the trophy husband, the participation trophy husband, and I cook for her, and she comes home and it's terrible, and then she doesn't
Aw.
have the heart to tell me it's garbage, but you know it is.
You gotta
I
get.
know
You
the
have
truth.
practice to get better. You have to practice to get better.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Like I said, hopefully I'm getting that job.
It's all good.
287
We
of
still
the
have a
button.
handful of people in here. Here, give me a second. Hold on.
No, I'm gonna take a second too.
Have you set up playlist? Oh, he left too. Now it's just me. Hey, everybody. There's still a handful of you in here watching. Y'all are crazy. Jessica, did you go to bed or are you still here? I didn't pee that time. I had some drugs. I'm done on the alcohol. Although I could drink more. I could. See, Brian. Yeah, I was hitting my thing. Thanks for hanging out in the chat. CFRA men. Like it.
Can't be your pee breaks is a sign of co-host
I know.
chemistry.
I didn't pee. I didn't pee. I was just hitting my drugs. But I was gonna say
I drank a lot, so it was peeing for me for sure.
I know. I was thinking if I wanted to get another drink or not, but I probably shouldn't, but I could. I was gonna ask you something. What was I gonna ask you? Damn it.
AMA. Ask me anything. Open book.
What did we say right before we left? Something about trophy wife, trophy husband.
Oh, that was a
cooking.
bad cook for my wife, maybe?
Oh, yeah, practice, get better. That's all it's about.
Yeah, crock pot is great. I like that because I just
yeah.
throw it all in and I don't have to think.
Hell yeah. Oh, this guy, you're only funny. I should start putting these comments on the screen. I didn't put them up earlier.
You're the only president that does. You on Twitter, CUV Ramen? Because I'll follow you.
Yeah. How did you join the stream, CV Ramen? And that's fun. I love chat. Is that what you do on your streams? You talk to people? Like, do they chat with you while you're
And I get people to join in, but like it's gaming. It's not honestly, it's trading based, but I'm trying to keep it not, but I don't know. It's not me to not be based. So I'm sure it'll devolve into that at some point, but I have friends that aren't. So I don't know. I haven't touched that yet. I want to be like Melanie Mac, who is super based.
Melanie Mac.
She's my other Twitter crush.
Do you have playlists set up on your YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay. So make sure tonight, like, you add this to a playlist of yours.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But now
What's Melanie Mac? What's Melanie Mac on Twitter?
I think you've actually liked one of her tweets, and that sounds stalkerish to say that, but it says
it sounds familiar. It sounds familiar.
She's she's a super skinny tomboy who is a gamer on Twitch, but she always posts
dark hair. Does she have dark hair?
Yeah. She's my other Twitter question. You were the
Okay.
first.
Okay.
Which I'm drunk now, so I'd admit that. But no.
I'm following her. Hey, crushes are fun. Oh yeah, she posted the video where she's eating, and I love that. I do that too. I like that. That's how you.
Yeah,
post
she's
videos.
always
Okay.
she's super based. I don't know how to YouTube much yet. I just started. I started in September, so I'm trying to go into that same community where I could be my based self and not get canceled. But you never know with YouTube. It's a dangerous game.
You never know. I just get on and do these streams, and it's like
You
some people
really
watch.
grew, and
People
you
watch.
really grew, and I'm happy to see that.
One thing that
Because
helped
you
is
should.
I posted it before I got banned on Twitter when I had 18,000 people, and a bunch of people followed me on YouTube. But
Because I didn't know you had a YouTube for a while. I think I joined around, I want to say like 600 subscribers. And the fact that like 2 or 3 weeks later, you're at 1,000, that's awesome.
it was pretty awesome.
But you
Fucking
said you're behind on the watch hours, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. So someone was saying like I have to do more like yoga videos or stupid videos that people like watch.
Yeah.
More
You
than
gotta
the
make
streams.
you gotta make like what you gotta make is stream highlights. You gotta download
Yes.
these and cut these. If I don't know
And
if you know
that's
how to do
hard.
that or anything.
No, I don't know how to do that, and I've tried to learn, and I don't.
Adobe's not hard. I've found that I love Adobe.
Oh, it's on. Like I can do it through Adobe.
Yeah, Adobe Adobe Premiere is like $20 a month, I want to say. But it's not hard because if you download the whole video, you just plop it in and then just hit cut, and then cut out, delete, and just get like a good segment. And I think that would do a lot of good for your channel.
Yeah, especially some of my stupid shit. Like the other night, like on Sunday night, I was like, we were having me and my
I watched
buddies,
that one. Yeah.
Turbo
I was a lurker.
Tactical. Like we were going crazy, and like I just love all the stupid shit I say afterwards. I watch it. Sometimes I'm like, oh my god, I say the stupidest shit, but it's so funny. Like,
I subscribed to him thanks to you. He's pretty cool.
he's cool. He's been so like he's like, mommy. He's been like really pushy about me pushing my YouTube and doing more on YouTube and stuff. Like,
Well,
he's
they
hilarious.
actually say collaboration is like the biggest way to grow. I did a lot of research because I'm one of those guys that like thinks to the point of inaction, you know. So for the first month of me not having a job, I really researched how to do YouTube. I haven't done it very well yet, but that is the way to do it. They say collaborations with bigger channels is the fastest way to draft up.
Yeah.
As if like draft as in like NASCAR kind of,
Yeah.
find another
Catching
car.
someone else's wind, kind of riding someone else's. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's funny. And I should be doing that for like my real estate career, but I'm like, nah, I hate advertising for that. Cause who the fuck likes a pushy realtor, you know? So like, but now I'm like, I need to make money on my YouTube so I don't have to real estate as much. That's my whole plan. That's my
Well,
plan.
part of the reason I never thought I would ever do YouTube as a thing. But that was my brother's dream. And like I said, he died young and I wasn't very close to him. So this is kind of like, be corny. It's kind of like my way to reconnect with him a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't, because he had a video that went up to 2.5 million views. And and again, I wasn't very close with him. So I don't know. I don't think he was alive to see that. And I feel terrible because he from age like 12, he just wanted to be a YouTuber. And I wasn't close with him. And I always thought to myself, oh, when we're older, we'll fix it. We'll reconnect it. It wasn't that we had any problems. It's just that we didn't
You're
have
so
a lot
much
in common.
older. You're a lot older.
Exactly. Yeah. That's a big part of it. So, and he was very much into sports because my father was, and I wasn't close to my dad. So he was very like my dad's son kind of thing. So I didn't follow him, but like, so this was kind of my way to reconnect with there. And, yeah, I don't know. I'm drunk. I'm sorry.
You're good. How long ago was that? Night, Jessica. Yeah, you should go to bed. Good night.
Nice talking to you, Jessica. How long ago was that when he passed away? He passed away the day before my wife's bridal shower. So 3 years ago.
Damn.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild? Isn't it crazy how any of us make it? Especially like
Yeah.
You hear about all these people who have problems just getting pregnant and shit, and it's like, how the fuck did any of us make it? You know,
Yeah, life's crazy.
it's
And
really crazy.
the pandemic's made me realize, and just life in general has made me realize that life is precious, and we should not throw away 2 years in the name of safety. It's just
We shouldn't.
life's too precious. Because can you imagine if you abided by every COVID law, right? Every COVID law for 5-6 years, and then if the government, daddy government, finally gives you your rights back, hypothetically, 6 years into it, 6 years, one day, you go outside, you get hit by a bus. What was it all good for?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing. We can all die any day from anything. Like,
You have to live every day like it's your last. You can't have any regrets.
and I feel like I was really good at that. Like, that was my life was good, and I was built a really fun life. And then this hit, and the very few things I like to do, they took away from me.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's been so frustrating. Now I'm an alcoholic, probably, but whatever.
I honestly, I was close. I hit the sauce real hard. And like I said, I gained a lot of weight. I was down to 180. Then I got back up to 200 because of Dairy Queen. I don't fault Dairy Queen. That's 100% on me, of course. It was the only place near work that was available.
I get it. What was your Dairy Queen go-to? What's your go-to at Dairy Queen?
Oh, I don't remember. It's just some
All
mint
of it.
chocolate chip. You gotta really drown your sorrows in milk chocolate chip in the Notebook, right? That's what all the ladies do.
Oh yeah,
So,
that movie.
yeah.
It's a silly movie. My mom was like, "That's a story of me and your dad," and I'm like, "No, it's not. It was nothing like." It's
I've
about
never
like
saw.
he lives
I never saw-
forever or something.
I never actually saw the Notebook. Congrats on your weight loss, Squirrel. Weight awareness important. Yeah, I appreciate that, but I gained it all back during Corona because of Dairy Queen. Because of me at Dairy Queen, I should say. Though I am finally back on the regimen I was before COVID. So, strawberry cheesecake blizzard.
I'm an
Yeah.
Oreo blizzard or medium dip cone. That's my thing.
Yeah, before COVID, I was, all keto and all that, and no sugar and working out, and I didn't want to work out in a gym with a mask. I didn't want to deal with that. Dairy
was
Queen
me.
forced me to eat to be fat.
That was me with my hot yoga. So I used to only go to hot yoga, and then that during the whole first year, it was all masks, and I'm like, I'm not going to go to a fucking humidified 100-degree room and put a mask on for a practice that is all about breath. It's literally all about breathing.
Well, I used to actually coach wrestling at a high school that I went to. So I would coach wrestling. And then I would, after I stopped coaching, I was still running the tournaments, and these kids are wearing the fucking masks over themselves. And I don't know how much you know about wrestling, but like that mat is a breeding ground of disease.
People get ringworm. You get ringworm a
Yeah.
lot for that.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Yeah, exactly. Ringworm, staph infection, all that, MRSA, all that good shit. And now they're keeping that to their face. What? That's not. And it's in a sport where you're constantly touching. So at what? How does that matter? I don't know.
That's that logic. It doesn't make any sense.
No. So I haven't done that in a while. I will say, admittedly, that probably not going to the gym because of the mask was an easy excuse for my lazy ass. But I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'll get back to someday soon.
Get all swole again. Yeah, it's hard. And I was hiring a yoga teacher. She was my favorite teacher at the time to come to my house and give me it, because it is just easier to have a whole lesson. Like I can do it on my own, but it's just nice to have a teacher. And she was like kind of against the whole COVID stuff. And then all of a sudden she got into it. She got vaccinated, and then she got completely into it. And then she was like, and then the studio I used to go to became vax only. The county didn't require it or anything. That was their own fucking decision. And I'm like, fuck you. Like, fuck you white bitches for being in, like, yoga would never fucking, the real people who invented yoga would never be like, yeah, you need a
Is it all
vaccine.
holistic?
Yeah, it's all about like
Yeah.
that's what it's all fucking about. And all these stupid idiots were like buying into all that. And to be fair, it's near Boulder, so it was all people who bought into all that shit. But like, I'm like, what the fuck? I thought we went to yoga to like not get sick, and like that's what all these were, smooshing all our glands and shit to not get sick, and then they bought into it. Like, in a mask, the whole thing is about breath. It's all about breathing, and they want to mask. Like, it just made no sense. I can't deal with it. Like, it just really pisses me off.
I pray to whoever is listening upstairs that the breaking of people's brains can be repaired.
Yeah, I hope so.
It's real scary.
Because there's people like who got broken that I never thought would, and I'm like,
Yeah, I have really good friends that I'm just really surprised by the comments they made, and I still talk to them, but it makes you think. Well, when they tell you, "Oh, unvaccinated shouldn't get healthcare," knowing that you're unvaccinated, it's concerning. I don't know.
especially when you've never. It's really frustrating, especially when you've never fucking used the medical system or abused it or barely used it, and then they're like, "Well, it's all about." It's selfish. It's all the whole hospital thing is all about their own selfish desire to make sure there's room for them at the fucking hospital. They won't admit that, but it's like, I've never fucking been to the hospital, you asshole. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the
I've been to the
fuck?
hospital 3 times in my life. One was I was 4 years old. I had pneumonia and an asthma attack at the same time. And then 2 for stomach issues I had. I was having ulcers.
And that's okay. Like, that's fine.
And never since. I'm not taking anyone's spot. I never will. Unless I get hit by a car or something, I'm not gonna do it. Don't worry. And
That's
it's
what
scary.
I said. I've even said,
Really
like,
is.
fine, I won't go for, if I'm like gonna die from COVID, I'll die from fucking home. Whatever. But if I get into some other emergency, then I should be able to use the hospital. Like, it's so stupid anyways. Like, I don't know.
But that is one of the scary things. People think like, oh, at least they didn't die from COVID. Like I said before, there's things worse than death, and I don't think people realize that.
Yeah. Like being a fucking quadriplegic, like you said, like that one guy.
Yeah, poor guy. And there was a lot of anger in that kid, and that's understandable.
He wanted out. He wanted out.
And he told me his story a little bit. He after he took a bunch of pills, and he told his family immediately. He realized what he did was stupid. The minute he did it, he said, I've realized everything could have been fixed. Just a little too. He had that realization a few minutes too late, and then he had a stroke because of the pills he took, and he was out in a coma for 2 months. I hope he's getting his function back. They said his prognosis was he'll get his stuff back eventually, but
damn. But man, human life. Oh, Babylon's off work, so now he's starting to drink.
There we go. I'm upset that I'm not.
You were just out of Coke. You just weren't out of rum.
I guess I gotta go shopping tomorrow.
Oh damn! You want to keep going? Or are you good? Or what do you want to do?
I'm good as long as you are. I don't want to eat.
Oh, I can go for fucking ever.
I could talk Liberty forever. Let me tell you.
All right. If we do I want to drink more? Yeah, I'm gonna get one more drink really quick, and then how about we'll go from there.
Okay, sounds good. I'll be right back. I'll just drink straight rum, I guess. All right, be right back.
Babylon, I got a drink because of you. It's all because of you. One last drink. Is that master not single yoga? Yeah, exactly, Ramen. It's so stupid. Roy and the butt stuff. We've learned a lot of stuff tonight. We learned a lot. It's all about learning and, you know, talking to cool people, talking to base libertarian squirrel. Cheers. I know. I told Babylon, I'm like, I got another drink just because of you. Did you just do a whole ass shot?
Yeah, I'm gonna regret that.
I'm still doing vodka cramp. I'm doing a lot of cramp. Oh, I have to stir it though.
Can't imagine wearing a mask during any physical labor. Oh god, yeah.
Well, but the thing is, there are people who did wear masks during certain physical labor. Like it was normal. Like if you're painting a fucking car, you're wearing a mask. You know, like.
That's true.
But have you seen that meme where it shows all the different kind of masks and then like they're like the world's deadliest virus? It's like a piece of cloth.
Yeah, I know. I really early on, I remember I see on TikTok because honestly, as much as TikTok is Chinese propaganda, there is a solid based group there. And I remember it was a firefighter, I think, who put out chemical fires, and he pointed out how, hey, your mask isn't doing shit. I'm sure he got banned at this point, but I posted otherwise. Yeah. Because anybody who has been has worn an N95 mask, and I had to for a while, because like I said, it turned brown before I got another one. Very different than your cloth mask. It's very difficult to breathe. I used to come home, I used to have a cut every day on my nose from how tight it was. And then eventually they gave me a second one because it was literally brown and disgusting from my skin wearing it every day. They would put it on and it ripped on my head. And I asked for another one. They're like, well, you can't get another one. You can't have a second. You can't have a third one. What are you talking about? You got two. I was like, well, my head was too big for the ones you gave me. And they're like, well, how big's your head? I'm like, well, you're looking at me. I don't understand. How is that a question? Like, I know I have a big head, but come on.
I have a big head.
And I had to actually like tie it. I had to freaking tape it and tie it onto my head because we didn't get a fitted N95 until November of 2020. They just gave us N95s. They didn't realize that they had to actually fit them. And what was funny when they fitted them, the test was, can you smell anything when you were in? They like put you in the N95 and they put like an ET quarantine person. Like they put that helmet over you. And they asked if you could smell the smell they put in there. And I don't have a sense of smell in general. So they were really stuck on whether it was working for me or not. But that was
I don't even know.
Ramen,
Ramen, his dentist doesn't wear a mask in the office except when they should be. Yeah, when they're like over your mouth. That is based. That is super based. Post owner, he's always trying to get me drink. I'm drinking. It's not hard to. Yeah, everything's so stupid. It's so and it makes it's saying you're sick. You're automatically sick. You know? Do you know what I mean? Like I'm not sick.
Yeah.
I'm not sick. Like if you're not sick, you shouldn't have to wear a mask. If you were sick, it would make sense. But like it's all stupid. Oh, to wear unfitted masks was an OSHA.
But every single day of your life is risk assessment, whether you think about it or not. Every time you go in the car is a risk assessment. Every time you go outside for a walk is a risk assessment. So why this is all of a sudden somehow different is beyond me. If you want to go outside without a mask, that's your prerogative. You've assessed the risk for your health, and that's how it is.
It's messed up. People have gotten so fucking stupid. It became a religion. It really did become like I don't know if you know about like Opus Dei, and there. If you ever read the Da Vinci Code or watched the movie Da Vinci Code, it's
I watched the movie admittedly because I'm lazy.
Well, no, that's fine. So there's that albino in it, you know, and he like
Yeah.
he self-flagellates, which is called mortification of the flesh, which you're hurting yourself to prove that you're, you know, devout. And I'm like, that's
Right.
exactly what the masks are. They're like, especially the like all those nurses who are posting pictures of their face all fucked up, you know, like you said, how you get cut. Like it was totally like that. It's like a total.
Oh yeah, I used to every night I would have a cut right here
That's so fucked
every
up.
night.
That's so fucked up.
Like
you
there was
weren't
a
sick.
patch of skin. No,
Did you have to test? Did you have to test to go
Twice
to
a
work
week.
for a while?
I had to get tested twice a week. And we also had to. I know people gave me shit on Liberty Twitter for this because I didn't think of anything of it, but we had to scan in with our face at first. And like, well,
On
why are you
the-
having the
on the
government have
app?
your face?
On the
Yeah.
app or yeah.
Well, yeah, the front desk. And they're like, well, why'd you let the government have your face? I'm like, they already got my face. What the fuck? What am I gonna do? I didn't think that was the hill to die on. I think everything else is plenty the hill to die on, but that part didn't bother me. Went to HR because they laid me off because I always drank coffee at work.
What escape?
How
No,
do you
my friend-
survive without coffee at work?
My friend David, who I stream with in person here, he went to one of the pot stores out here, and they made him download an app because his like driver's license had a bent in it or something, and they're like, "Oh, you need to download the app," and it like took a picture of his face and all that shit, and I was like, "What?" Like, I don't care, I'm whatever, but like, why? Like, it's just, and we've all. I mean, we're all the age where we've been on social media enough where there's plenty of pictures of us. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just weird. They didn't lay you off. When was that, Babylon? That's silly. Drink coffee.
I would have gotten laid off if I didn't leave on my own terms, which I should have been. Well, no, because you don't get unemployment either way, so it didn't really matter. But we left. Me and my wife left during the summer, but the ultimatum was September. We left during the summer because she's
2021 or 2020?
2021.
Okay.
Because my wife's a teacher, so we had to leave in between of the school year.
Right.
And down here they start in August, whereas in New York they start in September. So we had to go. They didn't make me wear a mask anymore because I drank coffee.
That's funny.
It's
That's
amazing.
like the people who just drink all. That's the way you buck the system, I suppose.
Yeah, I remember I took a flight down here back when we were house searching, and I would just on the flight. I would nurse those nurse. I said nurse those flight peanuts real long.
That's what a lot of people are doing. Like, that's what they say. Like, what are they going to do?
Yeah.
I've only gone on
Well-
three flights since, 4 flights, I guess. I fucking hate it though. It's so
I
stupid.
hate traveling in general. I'm one of those people that has
Yeah.
such travel anxiety.
I don't
I'm
like
a little
traveling
pussy.
either. I've
I
never
hate
had.
traveling.
I never wanted to travel around the world. It's cool. I wish I could go to Sicily and all that shit, but I have no interest in it because I hate fucking traveling. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. My wife says I'm the worst person to travel with. I know. I admit it. 6 hours. Mommy's a beast. Yeah, she's got that stamina. As long as I drink coffee and worked alone, they left me alone. Yeah.
as I should, as any job fucking should. Like, I don't get it. I don't get how we're here. Like, it's so weird. And how how so many businesses fell in line for it too.
Yeah.
Even without it being an actual like thing, mandate or whatever. Like, how the fuck? How long are your video game stream normally?
Well, okay. Because my dog is my life, I arrange it around his schedule. So I usually stream from 2 p.m. Wednesdays to 4, and then I usually stream on Sundays and Tuesdays. But honestly, nobody watches those right now. I don't know why.
Whatever.
guess I'm
You
playing
just got to do it.
guess I'm
You
playing
just
the
got to
wrong
do
game.
it. You just got to
Yeah,
do
and then,
it.
like I said, I make humor videos and audio description videos. I hope.
I
they
like
think-
you. I think I like
Aw,
you. You
thank
should
you.
be getting more like
I appreciate
views and
that.
shit.
I've been really thinking about just fucking sending it and going based and just talking about my based views over a game because I know some channels do that, but I wanted to get monetized first. I wanted proof of concept that I could get paid on YouTube before I screw it up for myself with the YouTube overlords.
I know.
Your wife is like the third wheel. Yes, she is the third wheel to my dog. We both agreed that we would pick the dog over each other.
What is that? When Post Stoner, I don't know if he's still here. Post Stoner's always like, "Thank you, Mr. Forest Mommy, for sharing Forest Mommy."
Are you married?
We're not married, but we've been together 12 years.
Mazel tov.
So basically, are you Jewish? Are you Jewish?
No,
Um,
I was raised Catholic, but my wife is super atheist. But I don't know what I am, to be honest.
yeah, I'm like, I just don't, I can't like force myself to believe something, but I appreciate faith. I appreciate what I believe people really believe this, you know, but
I think I'm faithful that there is some kind of something up there, maybe somewhere. But I don't think the church is the answer, especially now.
yeah, because it's like collectivism almost and the dogma and all that shit. That's what I hated growing up.
And honestly, I guess it's kind of, cliche, but like the 1984 is kind of my Bible at this point. And there's no way that the Bible could have gone 2,000 years without being adjusted in some way.
Well, it has,
with humans publishing.
It's been rewritten and what do they
so
call
the word of God, I don't know if it is truly the Bible. And I tried reading it. It's a boring read. I'm sorry, God. Spice that shit up, buddy. But I think I believe that there is something out there. I think there is maybe something, but I don't know what that is. I don't have the answers, and I'm okay with that personally. I don't need to know.
That's the thing. It's like you have to be okay with not knowing
Yeah.
on a lot of things. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think we'll ever know the answer, and I'm okay with that. I'm just going to try and be the best person I could be.
Yeah, that's what I say. I'm like, I understand Jesus was a cool dude. I'll just try to be like Jesus and be cool and nice and be the best person I can be. And I am technically saved. I did get saved as a kid and get baptized and all this shit. So, back up.
I didn't get married in a church. I got married on a beach. So hopefully he'll forgive me for that. But
I think it's fine.
I don't think, if there is a God, I don't think he would have given us the power of rational thought and then get upset when we use it.
Right. Yeah.
I would hope that he's a benevolent God. I would hope that he looks at the big picture of what we've done, whether it's blind faith or analytical and just trying to be the best we could be. I don't know.
No, I'm with you on that. Like I said, because I grew up in all that, and I was just like I used to go to Bible camp, like everyone I was around, and I'm like, I just don't feel it like they felt it. You know what I mean? Like they would have these spiritual experiences, and then later in life with drugs and shit, I had spiritual experiences. But but I get it.
I'm a goody two shoes for a libertarian. I've never done any drugs whatsoever. That's what's crazy about me, because I'm a libertarian, but I've literally followed all the rules of life that have ever been given to me up until 2020.
I mean, drugs are bad, but they're fun too. I like them.
The worst I did was smoke a cigar at a wedding.
Oh, you're so innocent.
Yeah, I'm a goody two shoes. I was, just do what I'm told, and that's why I don't understand, because me, who would just go with the flow, laissez-faire with everything, just do what I'm told. If I could see this shit, how blind do you guys have to be? I don't know. It's sad.
I don't know. It is super sad. And it's like, what is different with us? Like, why did, because I assume you went to public school. Did you go to public school?
Yeah.
I did too. My mom was a teacher, but
Pop
like,
his cherry again.
oh, it's a drug. No,
I
don't
guess you
do
want me to-
drugs. Drugs are bad. It's like, why didn't some of us, why do we not feel like we have to go along or whatever it is? Like, you know, like, I don't know.
Before 2020, I would have never considered myself a strong person either. You know?
Spiritual discernment. That's probably right.
Discernment.
The Toyota Camry comment is funny because I have someone who comes on every now and then, and he talks about it was the funniest story. It like he randomly came on and he went to like jail to visit someone and then like had sex with someone in the back of their Toyota Camry. So that's why he always brings that up. It was so funny and silly. I loved it. Whatever. Yeah, discernment. It is a discernment thing. Like you're either kind of born with it or not, I suppose. I don't know.
Before this, I never would have considered myself a strong person. Never would have considered myself a spiritual person. But it's funny how the world just works out like that. You know?
You're like, oh, I just want to live my life, and they're fucking with it, motherfuckers.
Yeah. As soon as
It's true. I don't think Kenny's around. He's not on anymore, but there's a guy named Kenny who's on every now and then. He's hilarious. Damn. What else? What else can we talk about before we fade out?
I'm ready to go downstairs and get 2 more shots personally.
Oh damn.
Yeah, I don't drink often, but when I do, I make sure to go hard.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Wow, you got me like 50 more followers on Twitter. I appreciate that.
Oh, good.
Somebody will listen to my ranting. I'm about to break 500. I'm 496. Wow. I just want to live, Pojin. So yeah, exactly. I don't know why that's a hot take these days.
Yeah. I want to do what I want. But then when you sit down and talk to anybody, you're like, even like with the fucking gender shit, I'm like, you just want to be able to do that, right? And not be forced into it or stopped or whatever. Like that's how everybody is. We just want to live our little lives, but they don't get it. I don't know. It's weird.
My aforementioned friend that's a socialist, he always appreciates talking to me because I'm tolerant. Like I'll always listen to any bullshit, but I'll always listen to any point that you give me. Like I will never disrespect your views. Because I don't have the disillusion that I have all the answers. And I think it's absurd that these people think they do. So many people these days that are morbidly depressed and coming from someone who was diagnosed with like dysthymia like 12 years ago. Like, people come depressed and they tell you how to live your life. And I'm just, why should I listen to you? Why do you think you have the answers? Why are you so narcissistic that you think you know all the answers to life? Why is your truth the only truth that matters? I don't understand.
Yeah, and like it's like your truth kind of seems to suck. So don't tell me like what my truth is. It's so silly.
You're miserable right now. So why should I listen to you? As silly as that sounds. I want self-assured, happy people to tell me how they got to where they were. That's what I'd rather listen to.
And people just aren't going to tell you what to do, where they're like, "Oh, that's cool,"
I never once in my life thought I knew what's best for some other people. I don't even know if I know what's best for me. Why should I tell you what's best for you?
Exactly. It's that easy where you're like, "Cool, that's what you think you should do with your life." Like, cool, I'm cool with that.
But from like an anthropological point of view, I don't know how like I got to this point and other people didn't. Because I was raised in a very liberal area, New York. I listened to liberal stuff all the time. My honestly, my morals, besides my stepdad and my wrestling coach, my morals were gotten from Spider-Man and Captain America and maybe Optimus Prime. Like that's where I gathered all of the stuff from a kid as a kid. And that's where I learned from. So I don't understand how I got to this point and other people got so radically different from very similar experiences. It's interesting.
It is. It does make you think like the whole NPC thing is real. Like there are people who just can't. They just can't. Like even like I remember Blair White. Do you know who Blair White is?
That name sounds familiar. Hold on.
It's a trans woman, but very much against like the agenda of trans stuff, like more conservative and more like there are some people who are trans, but this whole trans agenda trying to turn kids that's wrong, you know. But she was saying she had brought up, which I haven't heard, but like when people do DMT, they all kind of see the same thing, but then there are some people who don't see it, and they're like, oh, those people who don't see it are kind of like they're like NPCs or whatever. And I was like, that's kind of interesting because like I have a friend, whenever we would do shrooms, she just wouldn't. She wouldn't get there. Like I would be fucking like tripping out, like seeing all shit, and she just wouldn't. And then now she's a fucking judge, like, and she's an elitist chaser. Yeah, like she was a lawyer and now she's a judge, and like it makes sense now. I'm like, oh, maybe she's just. There are people who are just, they just like chase something. I don't know, like they're just empty or something. I don't know how to explain it.
Blair White is the biggest non-cringe trans person.
She's awesome.
If you're trans, live your life. I have no judgment. You know, I just don't want it pushed on people.
And that's her. So she's got a lot of people who she talks to who are like 20-year-old women who started to trans into men, and they're mad now because they shouldn't have fucking done it. You know, the G transition. So she's very cool about. You look at her and you're like, yeah, you're fucking trans. Like she's. Like that Blair White, you're like, yeah, you're a fucking trans. Like there are people you look at, you're like, yeah, I get it. Like you're a fucking trans. Like I get it. But there are people who are pushed into it, and they shouldn't. Like, don't fucking talk to people about that shit.
It's honestly, remember back in the day they used to say just say no to drugs because they're impressionable kids. It's the same thing. It's just impressionable people just pushing something different.
It's true. And it's like weird because you're at that weird age where you're like trying to like come into your body and you know, be who you are. And then like I said, like I got made fun of for not having boobs in 7th grade, and it affected me for a while. And then I ended up hot anyway, so whatever. Like,
there you go.
But like it did like, yeah, it did like I could see where it affected from that direction. So obviously if other people are like, hey, maybe you're, you know, like where they push them in that direction, I could see where it like it affects all
Everyone
these
has
girls.
a tough time when they're young. It's just part of growing up.
Yeah, it should be awkward and weird. You shouldn't be fucking like you need to be awkward and weird.
It really feels like people are taking advantage of it, and it's disgusting to me.
And it's weird because it's like, is it a like kink where these people want to talk to kids about it? Like, why do they want to even fucking talk to kids about it?
I would never go up to a kid and be like, yo, you know what I love? Fucking diving in pussy. Like, I would never say that. And that's kind of what they're doing. I don't get it.
They're like, I'm gay, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Someone says,
and honestly, you that you're... looking back, I never would have cared as a kid. I would have never cared. Yo, teacher, just teach me what I'm supposed to know. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, it's weird. That's why it's like that
libertarian squirrel. How impressionable are you? Can I really convince you that you are not really a squirrel? I am a squirrel because the reason I started being called libertarian squirrel was first I was flying squirrel. That was my gamer tag. But then I switched to libertarian squirrel because when there was those libertarian follow trains, I would always say, I'm just the squirrel that doesn't want the government touching my nuts. And I thought it was funny when I started it.
Clever.
It's not that funny, but back then I thought it was funny. Yeah,
it is clever.
It does seem like a kink. And
because I understand where people come to their adulthood and they're like, oh, all those weird things I went through. Like at some point, maybe it was like from a good place where they're like, oh, you know, I don't know. It's so weird because then it's like, don't fucking talk to kids about this shit. You don't need to fucking talk to kids about this shit. Let them fucking do school. Like, you know? I don't know.
Oh
That's
yeah, the follow
weird.
trains. I hate those things too.
Oh,
Yeah,
follow
I just I feel like something like that should be the kids coming to their therapist, the kids coming to their friends, their loved ones. They should come to their friends naturally and say, "Hey, this is how I'm feeling." It shouldn't be pushed, and
by a
and that's a
teacher,
big part of it.
by a
By
history
a teacher.
teacher.
Yeah, by your history teacher that's also giving you extra credit for going to go to Antifa rallies. Yeah, absolutely insane.
Like you want kids to be able to develop and be like, yeah, if you're a little weird or you're a little off, it's okay. But they just go too fucking far. Like they just take it and like go too fucking far with
That
it.
again, that comes back to the whole libertarianism. You can't give these people an inch.
Yes.
You really
That's the
can't,
thing.
because you never get it back.
And like, yeah, like why are like I got banned on Twitter and there's literal pedophiles on Twitter. Like literally
Okay,
pedophiles.
that honestly, because I didn't know what you got banned for originally.
The picture I've used before. I've used it fucking before too.
Yeah,
It was
the
stupid.
fact that it was your boobs that got you banned was insane. When there's literally fucking porn on Twitter,
Well, that's allowed.
That's bananas.
That's allowed. That's allowed.
Yeah, yeah. Like what?
Just
I
not
don't.
just not in your header or profile pic. You can't have any of that. Like
Come on. That's like I said before. They were looking for a reason to get rid of you, and that's what they picked.
I think so too. I said something kind of terrible not terrible, but a little rude during the day, and then that girl
What'd you say?
Well, so there was someone who had doxed somebody, Liberty Lockpot.
I remember
you
that
saw
whole drama. I try to stay away from it because again, I'm small.
we shouldn't. So that lady who did that, I remember had messaged me before. I just stayed away from her because I could just tell she was a little weird. And I remember saying something like, "I've been doxed. I was doxed early 2020 before I got Facebook," and I was like, the only person in the world I want to like kill is the person who doxed me." Like I said something like that, and then I don't know, I deleted that post anyways. Someone's like, "You should probably delete that," and I was like, "Yeah, you're probably right." Like so I deleted it. But who knows? Like who knows? It's so stupid. That was stupid. And that girl is still, that lady who did that is still on. I have her blocked and stuff, but like
of course
she's still on.
There was a case, a court case, because somebody had their I don't know if I could say this on Twitter, but their underage video, put it that way, online, and they reported that was them and that should be taken down. And it didn't for a while. And I remember it got shared like 8,000 times or something like that before they actually did something about it.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
But
like,
a grown woman can't show her boobs. What?
And a non-erotic picture. It wasn't even erotic. Like it was, let's see, Babylon. I told Stephen King to jump in front of a train like his best friend that got me banned. Oh, that's why you got banned. Sorry, man.
You're talking some commie.
A lot of people got banned in 12-hour bans when they were saying shit to that Keith Olbermann guy. I know. I think some of these people, they tell them to like say something crazy or whatever, and then like people like us will jump on, and then I think they ban us because like I think they're looking for it. You know what I mean?
I think I'm luckily too like your YouTube, like you say, your YouTube is. I'm a little too under the radar at this point. Now I'm about to break 500 thanks to this stream. But so I don't think I've ever got the target on my back, but I know with posts I've made that people have really said, "Oh yeah, I'm glad you're unemployed. I'm glad you're you're not working in healthcare because you're a monster." And it's insane how it went from you're a healthcare hero to you're an absolute genocidal maniac.
What the fuck was that all about? What the fuck was that all about? Like when they were about to do the healthcare mandates here with the licensing board, it was just like we talked to a bunch of nurses and they're like, "Hey, yeah, I got all the other vaccines and shit." And they had COVID and they got the antibodies test. And they're like, "Why are they forcing us to get this? Like, it makes no fucking sense." And then we were the heroes during this whole time. And now we're getting fired.
We were thrown away. I mean, I wasn't a nurse. I was creation.
But you're in an important role. Like you understand that role being in
Yeah.
there, and like they've been trying to topple. They've been trying to like crash the system. Like that's what it's all about, really. You know.
It was honestly heartbreaking. It was a lot to take in to be thrown away like that. I mean, I know in my heart that I helped these people, so I was able to, shrug it off a little bit. But it was kind of brutal. That was the first time I had like a Twitter hate campaign coming after me. And thank God for that nurse that sent me a message and said, "Hey, don't worry, don't listen to them. They're insane." I appreciate that. You know, they were all saying how I was such a monster, and I was just like, I bet 95, not maybe even 99% of those people who were calling me a monster for not getting vaccinated did not do anything to help actual humanity during
Help anybody. Help anybody.
Yeah. I bet they didn't even call a loved one and check on how they were doing. Like my wife, she's based, like I said, she would call, she knew since her grandmother's church was closed down, she knew she had to call her grandma more because she lost that community.
That's what I do with my family, because my family's super religious, and like at first they kind of cut them off, but they kind of were some base churches where they fuck it, and they're out in the rural area anyways. But it's like,
if I was religious and I ran a church, I would have never closed, because
how can you take the community from people? Like, how can you? I gotta shut my door really quick because Mr. Forrest Mommy went to bed. Hold on.
Oh, let me get 2 more shots. I'll be right back.
Okay, everybody. Hold on, everybody. Stone, are you still around? Is it snowing in Greeley? It's snowing good here where I'm at. Tomorrow's a snow day, so I can stay up to whatever. Terrible. 2 more booster shots. I think kids are going to be addicted to they're going to get into heroin and shit a lot more now because all this, the way they're doing shots, making shots cool. It's weird.
Oh, he's getting 2 shots of bourbon, 2 more booster shots, 2 more booster shots.
Shots.
Got to get boosted.
It'll be a snow day for me tomorrow anyway. So that's what I was talking to Post. He's out here in Colorado too. I'm like, is it snowing? We're getting a lot of snow right now. We're having actual snow. It's so great.
Say, I didn't want to leave New York, to be honest. I love New York. I love the seasons of New York. I love winter. You get that nice little disgusting muddy snow that you get in the middle of the road. That cookies and cream looking.
You guys get
garbage.
that. We don't get that here in Denver because it melts in Denver, but it stays in the mountains. But yeah, I know what you mean, because Chicago's like that too.
Since I moved to North Carolina, we'll get a snow for like half an inch, and it'll be gone the next day, or be gone later in the day.
Even in Colorado on the Front Range, where Denver is, all the front of the mountains, it melts within a pretty good amount of time because we have the sun. But in the mountains it stays, where we have all the skiing and stuff. It's pretty cool. But then everyone moved the fuck out here. They're like, oh, the winters aren't as terrible out in Denver. And then they moved out here. I don't even know. Matt Johnson was getting shots too. He must have been with it. Oh, Rum Monsters.
Cheers, Matt.
Cheers, everybody. Did you get it? You're doing just shots of rum?
No, it's a Tennessee whiskey now.
Oh, okay.
I can't drink rum. I don't like
whiskey.
Woo. Yeah, I got Irish in me.
I probably do
Like-
too, but I don't know.
Like I said, ask me anything. Now's the time.
He's drunk. He's drunk.
A little bit.
I know. I don't get very drunk anymore, but I can drink forever. It's crazy. I didn't used to be
miss-
able to do that, and now I can.
Oh well, honestly, like I never did before 2020, and
I'm the same.
I would come home on Tuesdays because I was off Wednesdays, because that's when I would have class, and I would just get plastered, and I would just talk to my wife about stuff that I saw, and she would always, the only thing she knew what to say was, it's not your fault, but didn't help. I mean, I don't know what I wanted her to say, but it was dark times,
It's still, I was so, like, when the 15 days hit, I lost, which I'm not a big person, I'm tall, but I lost 20 pounds in that first, like, between.
You're really skinny to
Yeah.
lose 20 pounds.
Yeah, it
Wow.
was bad. Even my family was like, what the fuck is going on?
I guess I
with
gained your
you?"
20 pounds.
Well, I've gained some of it back now, but like, I just described it because then I went to my doctor and he's like, you've lost like 20 pounds this last year. And I was like, I know, but like, I just felt like a chihuahua and I would just shake because I hate the fucking government tyranny. Like I wouldn't eat. I was just crazy from it, but I've gained some back. We're all good now, but it's crazy how that shit affects you.
I gained a lot. But honestly, not to get on the diet rant, but cutting out sugar, chat, cured me of my depression for sure.
Sugar, yeah. Just eating right helps.
Yeah,
Eating
it really does.
helps. Yeah.
I know I say that drinking like
I know.
like a
It's
fiend
all
right now.
about the balance. It's all about
Yeah.
the balance. It's all
Yeah, I didn't eat today, so it's okay. Calories line up. Trying to get back on, was it on the wagon or I don't know, off the wagon? I don't know which one it is. I think on the wagon. I'm trying to get back on track.
It's just more fun. If you start doing more streams, I drink more because I'm on streams now. Like, and it's just, I don't know. It's
Yeah,
like
people
hanging out
love
at
you
a bar.
drinking.
I know they're all like, drink, mom, drink.
Yeah,
But I like it because it's
generous.
like hanging out at a bar with people. And I used to fucking go dancing once a month for sure, sometimes twice a month. And I would
You're
talk
back in
to
this
people all the time. And like, I loved it. But then they wouldn't let me go. Then they were like, no, bitch, you have to test or have a good shot to come to our gay ass club. And I was like, fuck you. Like, I'm not fucking doing that shit.
I was lucky that all my super nerdy things that I do, like gaming and Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that, like that's all introverted based, so I'm okay. But I also have the foresight to realize that I got lucky with that. Everyone else lost their vices, and that's not okay.
When you can understand why a lot of people got the shot just to be able to do shit. Like I understand
like my
it
friends.
completely.
My good friends, they literally got the shot because they were worried about going. Like I have two friends that they got the shot because they were worried about going to their brother's wedding, and their brother got the shot because he was training for a ranger competition, and he was training for years. I feel for him because he was in the army, ranger. He didn't want to get kicked out. He's very high up there, and he had a competition and he had to take the vaccine to get there. And I feel terrible for these guys.
Yeah.
And they're all at this point, they're all saying, oh no, I'm not getting the booster. But you conceded once, you give them an inch, they're going to ask for a mile.
That's why I've never even been tested. I've never been fucking tested.
That's
at
base
all.
as fuck. And I wish I could say that, but I can't.
But my job, like with the real estate, I don't need to. And then I haven't traveled anywhere where I need to. And I knew I had it. I had it. I'm sure I had it. I had a runny nose. And then I had the weird taste issues. So I'm like, I'm pretty sure I had it, but I didn't want to test for it, And what's
Escape from
funny-
Babylon
Oh.
said so they could go from Bon Jovi concerts.
Yeah.
To quote my based wife, we had tickets to a Bon Jovi concert and oh my god, I am drunk.
You're so young to love Bon Jovi. That's hilarious.
I don't like anything new. I like the old stuff because that's where the good
That's
stuff.
good. That's what you're.
Bon Jovi and oh my God, what is Sebastian Bach? There we go. Thank you. Couldn't think of it. From Skid Row, we had tickets to Sebastian Bach and to Bon Jovi, and Sebastian Bach pushed his thing back until he ended up canceling it. But Bon Jovi canceled his tickets, his performance, because he said, "Oh, people need the money during the pandemic." And my wife was offended. I was like, "What are you offended for?" And she was like, "How dare he think I need money back?" She's like I said, she's based as fuck. She's
I
wild.
love her. I love her.
She makes me look tame. If she had a Twitter, I don't know what it would look like. But she was angry. Bon Jovi forcibly refunded our tickets instead of put on a show. Wow.
Yeah, that happened out here. Even some of our outdoor venues, like Red Rocks. I was just looking up. It looks like 2022. They're not sure what they're going to do, but they were doing like vax. At first, they were doing no vax recommendations, just masks or whatever. But none they were, and like other venues were too. And in Denver and surrounding counties, they said if it's 500 people or more, you have to have a vax pass or a test or whatever. Like, it's like I haven't been to a concert since September. Well, pretty much since September 2019. Like, fuck, man. What the fuck?
I miss concerts. There's so much I miss.
Yeah, even like little ones. I did go to one little one right before COVID hit. I think it was in February 2020. I went to see a friend's band who did it was a cover band. I think it was what band was he cover? I don't know, but it was great. And then all of a sudden everything fucking went to hell. It's just like, fuck,
My
man.
wife and I used to love going to Cancun every year. That was our thing. We used to go to Cancun. And
Same here. Riviera Maya. I love Riviera Maya or Puerto Vallarta.
Our favorite place was Breathless. I don't know if you've ever seen that one.
Breathless, no. Never heard that one. I would go to, it was called Imperial Valentine, and it was adults only. It wasn't like a kinky one, but it was adults only. So it was like just nice because there wasn't kids around.
We would always go to the adults only ones.
Yeah.
That's where the alcohol's at. That's where the fun's at.
Yeah, the all-inclusive shit.
Yeah, you got to go to it. If you're going on a vacation, you got to go to all-inclusive. Sorry.
Hell yeah.
If you don't go on all-inclusive, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah. Especially if you like to drink, or if you're gonna, you'll drink. Like, it's just.
I didn't even drink prior. My wife turned me into a drinker.
The food too. Then you can eat the food the whole time, and that's always good too. Back to see Tool again. Post. I don't know. Post. I was just looking on the Red Rocks. They said they don't know what they're doing for 2022. So we'll see. We'll see. The whole 500 plus needs a vax pass or test. I think that's supposed to end it's supposed to end March, but again,
Supposed to end.
Who knows?
Go to Motel 6 in Bakersfield. Where was that?
California. That's California, I think.
Let's
Go back. Just stupid. Like, especially at Red Rocks, it's outside. Like, why the fuck does that? People would be doing all sorts of crazy ass drugs there and shit. Like, what the fuck does it matter? Like, that's what's made me so mad about all of this. It's like people who are not cautious before all of a sudden are like, oh my God,
Yeah. People who have never hit a treadmill before. I mean, I'm saying that as I'm not the most fit guy ever, but
yeah,
people crying for public health. Come on.
It's stupid. We still have people in here. It's funny. Why are all you people watching us? You love us. They love us. I look like shit. I look like shit right now too.
You don't
Damn
look
it.
like shit.
I do.
I got my wife's content. Oh, it's the wrong side. My wife's. I'm sorry. I'm really trying. My wife's content calendar there because she runs her own business. She's got her own content calendar. I got to get the right stream studio going. I'm not pro yet. I don't get the flag behind. I got to get the Gaston flag behind me.
I know, but you see the rest of it. It's just all shoes. It's all shoes.
Wow, that's a lot of shoes.
Oh yeah, I love it. Gotta fix this.
We all got our vices.
And I never got into debt for any of them, so it's all good.
There has to be something in the vax for them forcing so hard. Well, what I will say is, if the product is free, you are the product. That's what someone said. Smarter than me said that, and less inebriated than me said that, and I think that's important to remember. I'm watching you because you suckers keep reading it out loud. And every time I write butt stuff in the chat,
Butt stuff.
yeah, butt
Butt
stuff.
stuff. I don't have any butt stuff in this room. Sorry, otherwise I'd pull the butt stuff out. But this is my closet, so
Neither do I. This is our office, so I try to. Oh man, I'm tired. Of What's that stream? You should watch all of Forest Mommy stream. She's base as fuck.
as long as Libertarian Squirrel too.
Oh, thank you. I will say I'm very happy to actually finally talk to you, because I've talked to you on Twitter through posts for years, and it's nice to
I'm a real person. I'm a normal real person.
yeah.
You are too.
Yeah.
I like that you worked with old people. That was a fun job.
Yeah,
when I
what a
did that
small
for
world,
years.
right?
It was a
What a
fun
small
random ass
world.
job I had, and it was great.
I
But
loved it. I really did.
did you give meds, or were you just like?
No.
Yeah, I didn't give meds either. I was like, no,
I
don't
was
want to.
purely just fun and games.
That's the best part, right? Like I would show up and we do bingo and like.
Oh yeah, I rock that fucking bingo shit. Oh my god, I would love it.
And like
And
when you were with the
you couldn't fuck around with bingo back then either.
oh no,
They fucking took that shit. Your
They would get
face.
they would get mad. They would
Oh,
get
they
mad.
took bingo fucking seriously. Your face was so serious there, and I know that's true because that has to be only a face of someone who's done it before. They took bingo fucking serious. That was the
Super
realest shit.
Did you, when you were in with the like more memory care kind of people, did you have like bags of buttons and they would like assort buttons and stuff? That's what we would do.
No, honestly, we didn't do buttons, but we did towels. We had her full
Oh.
towels.
Okay. I always laugh at my
Never
dad.
forget
I'm like,
that.
I'm getting you a bag of buttons, honey. Like you're done.
Yeah.
Like, you just sort the buttons. He's not even any.
You could get a old North Carolina flag squirrel. I don't know what they look like. Again, like I said, I just got here. When I moved to North Carolina, I was here for a month. And then we had a massive flood that took out my bottom floor. The whole first floor was destroyed.
Are you guys renting a house or is it like
We're renting a house. So luckily we didn't have to fund any of the repairs.
Still. Shit.
But they're working on the highway behind me, which maybe is too doxing. I don't know. They're working on the highway behind me, and they're draining the water from the highway down. So every morning till 4 a.m. I hear the jackhammer. But they drain the water down, and there was a rainstorm, and it flooded out the first floor of my house. So I haven't done much of North Carolina yet. I've only I only just got a car again recently because my car was destroyed from this flood. Because government. I don't know if it's government, but it could have been private. That could have been a fuck up from anyone. But
when was the flood?
October. We moved in August. In August, we got set up in September. My wife went back to work, and I was searching for work, and then by October like 3rd or 4th, we had a massive flood, took out both of our cars, took out our bottom floor, and you didn't hear, but yeah, exactly, it was government. They're working on the highway and draining the water down from their work site, and it goes into a creek that's behind her house. Ooh, sorry, it's hitting me now.
You said 2 are dead. 2 died from it.
2 died from it?
The floods?
No,
I don't know.
that I know of. We did have at one point. It was a Saturday morning. I remember we did have rescue workers come and evacuate people from other people in our apartment complex. It wasn't us. We were fine, but it was wild. So they were draining from the highway down into the creek behind our house, and it took out both of our our cars and our first floor, and that was about a month. So that was one reason why for
Flag.
about a month while we were getting everything. Oh, that's the flag.
I think so. Is that the flag?
Maybe.
Whoever said it.
Woo. Those shots are kicking in.
Does it make you pass out and want to go to sleep, or is it?
No, I'm a partier. Let's go.
You're a partier and you don't even do drugs. I love it.
Yeah,
I'm a partier and I do drugs. So.
I was always sober security kind of guy. You know, I was a good, like I said, I was a goody two shoes. I was always the
It's
the
good.
straight edge dude.
It's good. I didn't do any hard drugs till I was like 33. So, I get it. It's good. Barbecue. Does North
Fucking
Carolina have
hilarious, bro.
barbecue? Does North Carolina have barbecue?
Oh yeah, they got a good. Oh my god, I'm not a fried chicken guy, but the fried chicken that they had there. Oh my god,
It's good.
delicious. Yeah.
I love barbecue. I love food. I'm actually a big eater. Even though I'm skinny, I'm a big eater.
You don't look like it.
I know. It's funny. I was telling someone else, Robbie the fire was out visiting, and he's like, "You're the kind of person who like, I just eat when I'm hungry, and if it's really good, I'll fucking eat it." You know what I mean? And like, I fucking eat when it's good. I'll fucking eat.
I
that shit.
wrestled for 5 years, so my relationship with food was really toxic.
Yeah, because you have to meet weight and all that.
Oh yeah,
shit.
my record was 9 days, not a bite. That was my record.
Ooh.
Oh my god, it was a disaster. I remember on day 7, it was my girlfriend at the time's party, and I only remember screenshots from that party. And then on day 8, I wasn't hydrated enough, so I had to go another day for day 9.
To drink more water? Did you have to drink more? Yeah.
Yeah, because it was weight certification, and back in
That's
the day.
all fucked up. That's all fucked up how they do that to your brains as a kid.
Yeah. Sure. And I never even got anywhere with my wrestling career. I blew out my shoulder before counties, so I blew I blew it all for nothing. But it wasn't for nothing. I shouldn't say that. It taught me a lot about life, and
You can probably kick ass if you need to.
maybe. I hope so.
I like to
hope
think
so.
I can. I like to think I can, but
Oh, I wouldn't want to run to you in a dark alley.
yeah, that's right. I've done like Krav Maga and all that shit. Like,
Yeah, I did wrestling, I did Muay Thai, and I did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for a few years.
Jiu-Jitsu is good. Jiu-Jitsu is like really. I like all those ones where it teaches you to like bring your beast and like, do
Yeah. Like Jordan Peterson says, you gotta be an animal.
But he's not. He's
control
like
it.
the sweetest person in the world.
Yeah, I know. He always says that. And I'm like, I would never be afraid of running into you in a dark alley, pal. Mr. Canadian.
Clean your room and blah, blah, blah. Like he's so sweet.
Yeah,
and,
you're gonna
like,
make your bed. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm really, really worried about you, pal.
I get it though. So that was what's funny when I was getting off of Facebook. I remember like, who's this Jordan Peterson guy? I just kept seeing negative things. And that was when they were doing the whole, I think when Canada made the whole hate speech thing around gender.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking
And he was
weird.
fighting against that. And so they were like, and I was even on like libertarian anarchist Facebook, but like I still would see these things. And then I started like looking into him and watching some stuff. And I'm like, oh, I don't agree with everything he says, but this whole like take responsibility for, there's nothing wrong with taking responsibility
and then
for your life. Like,
I doubt you're a comic book fan, but they were comparing him to Red Skull, who was like a Nazi supervillain in Captain
I
America
saw
for a
those
while.
pictures. I saw those
Fucking-
pictures they did. Yeah.
Wild. These people don't know what real adversity is.
Oh yeah, and then he got addicted to the benzos. Like he's a real fucking person. Like he's real. Like his wife was dying of cancer, and he got addicted to these drugs, which are very. Addictive.
I didn't even know that about him.
Oh really?
No, I
Oh
didn't
yeah,
know
he
that.
got addicted, and like he got like really addicted, and it like fucked up his life. And his daughter, I don't know if she's on YouTube and stuff. Michaela,
Peterson's pretty big fucking.
they had to
fucking
take him
beast.
to like Russia to get him off these drugs, and like it was a big fucking deal at the time. Like he got addicted. It was bad. But he's human, so obviously this can happen, you know.
Like I said before, I feel like we liberty-minded people are more forgiving. You know, we realize people make mistakes in their life and change. I would never go through well, I can now, but I would never go through Forest Mommy's Twitter if I was mad at Forest Mommy and look for something to damn her with, you know? It would never even cross my mind. If you said something I vehemently disagreed with, which I don't think you've ever had, maybe
there might be something you'd be like, whatever. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I get along with people of all different colors and creeds. Like
that's the thing. It's like it seems like people who just can't get along with people are like running the show, and it's like it's okay to like just don't hang out with people you don't get along with or whatever. Like it's not that fucking hard to be like.
And I don't imagine you're a big gamer, but maybe your husband is. I don't know.
No, we are not a gamers in this house.
No.
We're like old. Yeah. We're all old.
Okay, well, anyway, so there is a mute button, which is fantastic. If you disagree with somebody, just mute them. Yeah. And you don't have to get people banned from their platform. You don't have to get people banned from their I don't know.
It's weird. It's weird because it's like, yeah, it's weird to us because we're like, oh, I'm not into that, but cool, bye. Like, fine. Yeah.
I don't get it. And it honestly scares me.
Escape to Babylon, SSR, and everybody's on SSRIs now, apparently, or something, but I don't know. I don't get all the. I was never even on birth control.
Is that SSRIs? Is in
something for brain and depression inhibitors? And all that shit.
Yes. So selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, right? I was on that. I remember I was on that for insomnia. And that shit almost killed me.
The SSRIs did?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It destroyed my stomach for sure. I for a while, I was having a lot of shit going on in my life. Oh, Paxil. Yeah. Paxil almost killed me for sure. Honestly, when I was younger, about in my early 20s, I had a lot of issues with my family. And I was having issues with my family. So I had insomnia and such. And but the sleeping pills they gave me were way too, it was like rhino fucking tranquilizer. You take half a pill and you were out for 14 hours. You couldn't function like that. You know, I had work, I had school. See what the chat's saying. I 100% agree. So they put me on SSRIs, and that shit destroyed my stomach. I look at me now. I don't know if you can really tell. I'm wearing a black shirt on purpose, but I used to be a wrestler, so I used to be 150. I'm 195 now. I went up when I started taking SSRIs because that's what the doctor told me. I just listened to the doctor. I couldn't sleep, so so they gave me SSRIs, and I shot up to I went from 160 to 230. In about 3 or 4 months, because my stomach was killing me, so I would always crave bread to calm that shit down. It did the same to you. Interesting. Oh my god, that's very vindicating. Thank you, Escape from Babylon.
That's super interesting.
That shit destroyed my life. I'm recovering now. I got to. Maybe I need to get into regular.
Yeah, let's get some of these rhino tranquilizers.
I swear that shit was destroying me. I couldn't function the next day. I remember, and I was having family issues, right? So my doctor prescribed stuff for the physical, but not for the environmental. So I gained, I think it was 80 pounds. I remember when I went to my doctor, I was like, hey. Yo, I gained 80 pounds in like 3 months. What the hell? They're like, oh, well, it's probably more of a problem if you lost that weight in that much time. And I was like, what the fuck? That's not, I was always an athlete growing up. Like I was always super fit. I was a wrestler. Not only was I a wrestler, I was all division. I was gonna be all county before I broke my shoulder. I was a coach, so I wasn't like not active. I was always active. Now I'm a lazy piece of shit. But beforehand, I was always active, and yeah, they totally destroyed me. And by the time once I finally got off them, I went to a personal trainer. I lost 35 pounds, and then I ran out of money because personal trainers are expensive.
Did your appetite kind of go back to normal?
Oh, well, my appetite never changed. It's just I only wanted carbs, which was weird. I needed that bread to soak up the stomach acid, and I started getting ulcers from the SSRIs. Wow, I didn't expect the conversation to go this way.
No, it's good.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Like, this is good shit.
Yeah, that
Okay.
shit was killing me. I had hiatal
Did you have to
hernias.
get any? Did you have to do anything for the hernias then?
I had to
Or
take
just let them go away?
I had to get a lot of endoscopies, and I remember they had one endoscopy, and they said that my throat looked like they cleaned it out with a wire brush from all the acid. It was crazy. I don't know how we got into this. Sorry, I'm I'm
No,
a little
it's
drunk.
I like that shit. I like all this shit.
Yeah, so SSRIs might be needed for some people, but I highly suggest second opinions before you get on them, because they really ruined me physically. They really ruined me physically. Like I said, I used to be an athlete. Now I don't know if you can see. I'm sitting with a deceptive camera angle on purpose. That's why I like Corona Mommy channel, just talking and stuff. Yeah,
I normally drink
you got me.
Coronas. He's always making fun of me 'cause I'm chugging Coronas. I'm
Yeah, I
chugging
know.
coffee
I,
tonight.
like I said, I've always watched you, but I'm kind of an introverted person, so I kind of just watch.
Yes,
And like,
but
I
you're
don't think
getting
my
it all
opinion
out
matters.
tonight. You're getting it
Oh
all
yeah, good. Well,
tonight.
that's the fucking what 20 shots I've had at this point. That'll do it. Yeah, I
That's
suggest
what
weed. No, I've never done anything like that.
that's what Jordan Peterson said. Like, he first got on the benzos or whatever, or Xanax or whatever it was, because he needed to sleep. He couldn't sleep because his wife was dying or going through cancer, and then that's where it started. Like, it started from trying to get to sleep, and then it turned into a whole thing. Poor guy. And like, people were like, this motherfucker's room isn't clean, and I'm like, his whole thing isn't that you have to constantly be perfect. Like, it's just this idea that like you have to take care of yourself or whatever. And
Yeah.
like, he did. Like, his family helped him, and he got through it. And like, that's what I hate, is they want everyone to be like perfect or not perfect, and it's like, no.
Yeah, like I
No
said
one-
before, it's inherently anti-forgiveness,
Yes, it's completely it. Like,
and it's really sad.
it is, because
It's-
everybody knows, like, everybody falters, and everyone has their whatever, but
Oh, interesting. The problem is the drugs don't give you REM sleep. Yeah, I would sleep for 14, 15 hours straight with the sleeping pills that they gave me and not feel rested. It was a disaster. That was a bad time in my life. I was having a lot of family
what?
issues.
I get it.
But-
I get that. I get it.
Yeah.
That's
I
why I
don't-
moved
I don't
out
get
so
along
young,
with
was
mothers.
family issues.
I don't get along.
But now
with
we're
my
tight
mother,
as
so-
fuck. Well, we're tight
That's
as
good.
fuck now, but like,
That's
it's
good.
because I left. It's because I left, so it didn't get destroyed. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
oh, it's funny. The band posted on our perfection is that standard. Yeah, you couldn't be friends with anyone. I hate the perfection shit. Like, fuck that shit.
Yeah.
Oh, natural ambient. I never took Ambien, or I've never taken any prescriptions. I've never been on. Well, I've
I
taken
took-
some for fun, but I've never
I
been on
took
it.
Paxil and Zoloft. Those were the two SSRIs that I was on, and I was on them specifically because I couldn't sleep. I don't suggest them.
Was that
I'm
while
not
you
a
were in
doctor or
college?
anything.
Is that when you're in college while you're getting your psychology degree?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Again, I was having issues with my family. They
Which family issues are hard. Family issues are hard. They were always hard. And then this whole COVID shit. Well, this was before, obviously.
This was
years
way.
before
Oh,
COVID,
this
but,
was
like, I
back
can't
in
even-
like. This was back in 2012 for me. My mother, when my grandfather died, my mother didn't take it well, so she kind of like it didn't go well in her family. So I ended up moving out forcibly, but I moved in with my dad, and then I moved in with my wife's family, and
It's
you
all
just
worked
want
out
right
now.
on tranquilizers.
Good. Now
I tell you,
now
it
she's
worked.
bringing you drinks while you're streaming on the internet. So,
Yeah,
like, it all worked out.
Yeah, it all worked out in the end, I guess. I suppose, right?
Everything kind of does. Mostly. I wouldn't be able to deal with all these families who are like super COVID weird. I wouldn't be able to deal with that shit right now. Like, I don't know.
I gave them a lot of benefit of the doubt because they had a lot to deal with, and my coworkers just didn't understand, like these families giving them trouble, calling up every day, what's going on, like that's your loved ones, and it was really surprising to me that I was in the minority with my mindset. But if it was my wife, if I switched places with that guy who was married 76 years, I probably would have been arrested. I would have shot up the place. No, sorry. I would have gone insane. There's no way that if my wife of 76 years was dying, I was not going to see her.
Right. Like, who are you to fucking keep me from my wife? Like, fuck off.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
And like I said, the son that came to his father's aid because his father wasn't getting attention in an hour of being on the floor, and they told me to get him out. I wasn't gonna fucking get him out. I was gonna give him a fucking high five. Like, are you kidding me? I did go up there to make sure that nobody slapped each other, because again, I was the only guy there, but I wasn't gonna take him away from his family. Like, where's people's compassion these days? Where's their love for fellow man?
This pissed me off so much. Especially working in that industry and knowing that people, like, I was by a bedside as an activities person, I was by a bedside of two people who died at the time, like as they died, and their family never was fucking there and shit. And like, and then all this, it just,
I remember there's one patient, she's still alive, thank goodness, but she used to get so mad at me because I wouldn't call her family. And that was because I tried calling her family, and her family told me never call again. And I didn't have the heart to tell her that her family didn't want to talk to her. So I blamed it on me. I would just say, oh, sorry, I don't want to do it. And I wanted her to hate me more than she would hate her own family.
Because I
hope that was the right goal.
That would be more heartbreaking to know your family doesn't want to talk to you.
It was, oh my God, I'm choking up thinking about it right now. I wanted her to hate me. And then I remember another patient defended me. She's like, stop talking bad about Bill. He's so good. And I'm like, and this was a patient I really fell into love. Honestly, I like assimilated her as my mom. And I was telling her, listen, I pulled her aside. I was like, listen, her family doesn't want to talk to her, and I don't have the heart to tell her. You have to go. Don't defend me. Let her say every terrible thing she says to me. It's okay. I'm okay. Like, please let it go. And she's like, oh my God, that's amazing.
It's hard at that time of life. It's really fucking hard at that time of life when people like our whole plan is to be able to take care of my parents at home as much as we can, because shit, man, like, it's fucked up. Like it's such a weird fucking world. And that's what's going on in China. They killed all their fucking kids, and now there's no one to take care of the old people. And it's like,
Yeah, like I said, they didn't think that extra step. It's always what it is. That you think to lunchtime, but you don't think to dinner. You know.
what the fuck were they thinking? What the fuck? Like,
I don't think I'm a smart person. I really don't. I don't think I'm a strong person. I don't think I'm a smart person. But now in 2020, seeing what the standard is, oh my God, it's disgusting.
you don't have to be smart to be empathetic and loving and know how to treat humans, right?
I never thought of myself as a leader in any way. I always thought of myself as, I'm the kind of guy that would be a right hand man. Like, you tell me what to do, I'll do it. But I'm too indecisive to be a leader. But like these people, oh my God, I don't get it. And eventually, we never got into this earlier, but eventually I was solely put, because I was the only one that worked weekends by choice, because I had the paralegal certificate during the week. So I worked weekend by choice. So I became the sole person in charge of visitation on the weekends. And they would get mad at me that I would give families too much time seeing each other. I would never take away families from another.
How could you? Like, what was in these people's, how could they do this shit? Like, oh man.
Yeah.
It's such a downer thinking about it, because it's like, how
Corona mommy going to have an unvaxxed rave at an old folks home? Let's do it.
we're gonna do it. We'll make it happen.
Do it. I used to, when I would play as Santa, my thing that I would always do every year was I would break dance as Santa Claus with a big pillow in my belly.
Nice.
so
would you work on Christmas? Because I would work on Christmas sometimes, and no one would fucking come to see their family. Like, no one would come.
Yeah. I was laughing because I would always work for Christmas because it would get me out of time with my family.
I get that.
I would always work Thanksgiving because then you just show up for the food and then you go to work and you don't have to clean up. So I would always do that. And you get the time and a half. But it was always important to me to spend that time with the people because I genuinely cared about them. Like, I can't say her name. But one patient I genuinely love, and I will always see her as long as she's still there. I will always see her. I'll always buy her that transistor radio. I always do. I genuinely love her. I will always see her. I will always visit. I can't say their names because it's but there's a few patients that I've learned that I genuinely love, and I will always see them. And the fact that they were just thrown away. Not thrown away by their families, mind you, thrown away by society. Their families very much love them, and some of them I still stay in contact with because I had their personal phone numbers, and I would text them. Like I said before, I would text them the policies, I would text them the law, I would text them exactly what they needed to say, and I would just say, "Oh, don't tell them I told you that, because then you'll blow my cover for every other family around."
I genuinely love them. They're like they turn into your grandparents too when you work with them. You know,
I was closer to them than some of my own family. I swear, I don't talk to a lot of my family, for whatever reason.
Family's weird. Family's hard.
It's just weird. It is weird. But I would never throw them away the way other people did.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's a wild time we're living in, Forrest. It really is.
I don't even know how I'm still around. I don't know how I've survived this long.
Yeah.
If I was young, shit. If I was in my 20s going through the show, like with the other shit I was going through in my 20s, I don't know, man.
I thank God for my wife to vindicate how I feel because she's similar minded to me. We don't agree on everything 100%, but like I said, you shouldn't agree with everyone 100%.
Yeah.
But to know someone else is out there that isn't crazy, I don't know.
or
It's the
crazy,
constant gaslighting.
crazy in a fun way. At least I'm crazy in a fun way. So
Yeah, you are crazy in a fun way. She's just crazy. She's asleep. I could say that now.
I'm gonna tell her you said that. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Is it 1 o'clock by you?
It is, but like I said, that doesn't matter to me.
You're still awake? Are you still awake? You still
Oh.
going?
Well, rum and coke. I'm ready to go down and get 2 more shots. To be honest.
Damn. A little shorty. All right. Well, we can keep chatting if you want. I gotta go pee though. I gotta pee again.
Yeah, I gotta go pee too. Oh my god, it's really weird that our pee cycles have lined
We're
up.
like
I'll be
besties.
right-
We're best friends.
Oh my god, totally.
All right, we're peeing
I'll be right
everybody.
back.
For the 5 people here, stick with us. Bye. Be right back. Stoner, how much is it snowing up in Greeley? This guy can drink almost as much as me. I love it.
How many shots do you have? Let's go 2 more, buddy. I will say, Escape from Babylon. I apologize. I'm the first to admit when I'm wrong, but I'm gonna have a headache tomorrow.
You're gonna have a headache tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
I think I'll be all right because I was doing vodka, cranberry, and water, so I think I'll be all right. And drugs. So, oh, I took a picture. You want to see what it looks like outside right now for me?
Yeah, what do you got?
It's like super snowy.
I miss the snow. Oh, move it
It's
over a little bit. I
snowy.
can't see. I missed that.
It might not focus. It might not focus.
No,
But
no,
it's snowing.
I see. Yeah, I honestly, like I said about my dog, I love my dog more than I love life itself, and he misses galloping through the backyard. We don't have a backyard anymore because we're in a townhouse. I miss that.
They love
Captain
that
Morgan
snow.
always gives me a headache. I've moved on from Captain Morgan to Tennessee, buddy.
You mixed. You're mixing.
Oh,
I should
I'm
actually.
gonna feel this tomorrow.
It's worth it. It's worth it when you're hanging out with cool peeps, right? And there's people watching us hanging out, so whatever.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Make sure you subscribe to Forbes, Mommy, for some
Well,
base.
no, subscribe to you. What? Put your thing in the chat again, just in
Oh,
case.
sure.
That's a
If
weird
you want
word.
mediocre gaming content, oh my God, I'm having trouble typing right now. Whew. Oh my God.
Yeah, post 1 to 3. I think we might get like 4 to 6 where I'm at.
I miss the snow. Really. I do. I
It's
love
hard.
the-
You got it. You did it. You're in. It looks right.
Oh, yeah, my thing, yeah. I didn't want to move out of New York. I love New York. I loved all the people I loved. You know.
It's sad that they.
Do I play
I mean, obviously,
PUBG? I have
voting-
in the past. Sorry,
I
so Escape from
I heard
Babylon
it.
asked me a question.
What's PUBG?
It's a
that a
it's a
game?
game. Yeah, I haven't played that in years. I haven't played that in years. What have I been playing? I've been playing Demon Souls since Elden Ring is coming out. I've been playing Halo every. Oh, you've been looking for mediocre content? Well, then here is your spot. From a person who's moderately funny sometimes, I'm your guy.
Mediocre content. That's why he watches me, because it's mediocre.
Oh, you're based as fuck, man.
Yeah, at least we talk about cool shit usually.
Yeah.
Typically.
So let me ask you, from a YouTube, another YouTube content creator to a YouTube content creator, do you make any regular videos, or do you just leave up your streams as VODs?
Right now, just streams. I should make more videos, but it's just
You
all
should, because
streams
you're
right
awesome, and you're trainer,
trophy wife.
mommy,
That's
and
me. I'm a poor man's trophy wife. I used to make couple more videos. I've made a handful of videos. Someone was saying I should just do a bunch of yoga videos because people will watch that.
that'll
shit.
work. Yeah.
Yeah, I just need to do that. So
Yeah, because to my understanding, and I could be wrong, but when I did the research for live stream viewings did very little for watch time hours.
Yeah, it's
I
very
want you to get
little.
monetized because I want
I
your
know.
word out.
I know, but it's so much. I love doing this. Like, this is more fun
Yeah.
to me than just like filming some stupid
Oh,
video.
I'm having a great
Yeah.
time. I hope you're having a great time.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
having
I
a
always
great time.
am. I always love talking to people, like especially people I've never met, and like it's always just fucking fun, you know?
Yeah, I sillily was very nervous.
Why? You saw my streams before; they're a fucking hot mess half the time. Like,
Yeah, I've watched a lot of your streams.
shit
Well,
goes
I don't
wild.
know. I was worried how I would handle honestly talking about the nursing home stuff, because
You
I
did
heard what you
good.
talked about.
That was good. You
I
brought like,
appreciate it.
yeah, you did good. Jacob's story was good. Like,
Yeah,
it was just what I wanted, and then we just now we're still going. Whatever.
well, I don't know. Like I said, I've only really talked about it to my wife, and she didn't know what to say. And there's nothing you can say to the injustices of the world. So I didn't know how it would take. Mediocre trophy wife.
That's me. Poor man's.
That's
trophy
me
wife.
too.
I'm
That's
the
me
poor
too.
man's
Hey,
trophy wife.
that's me too at this point.
Poor man's trophy wife. Work a little bit, but poor Cornwall's wife. She had Pilates window. Oh yeah, I have a window cleaning video. That's what I used to do. My dad was a window cleaner for a long time, and it
Really?
like he got fucking rich as fuck doing it. And like,
That's a ballsy fucking job.
well, it wasn't. It was just big houses. It wasn't even like buildings.
Oh, it
was
wasn't even
just-
skyscrapers?
Yeah, the most you had to do was like tall ladders every now and then. But like people where I lived, where I grew up, they would pay fucking shit tons of money to have their windows washed on their fucking mansions, you know? So it was great. And my dad loved it because he would like talk to people, and he was a white dude, you know, and like they loved him, and like I loved it. I might start a business doing it still. One of my clients did. One of my clients bought my dad's company. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. But
All that. Oh, hold on. Sorry, plastered here. All this is my wife's content ideas for her business.
is it educational stuff?
She does TPT, which is oh, sorry. Those like 8 shots are hitting me now. She
I bet.
She does-
I bet.
she does
TPT.
TPT, teachers pay teachers. So like she
Oh.
makes content and like worksheets and stuff for teachers to buy and use that like proven to work kind of thing.
Okay.
She's very into it.
Good for her.
And I got
On top of her teaching job. On top of her
I
teaching
got
job.
my YouTube jokes over there. Those are all just stupid jokes that don't
Oh,
get
I
over.
love it. You guys are so productive. That's so cute.
We try. Oh,
It's
and then-
adorable.
Yeah, my my wife being super supportive. That's my YouTube counter.
Aww.
She's amazing and supportive, and I love it.
Mr. Forrest is like, cool. Okay, cool. He's a lot older than me, so it's like whatever. Like it's funny. We're ridiculous.
I was so happy because I remember your channel went from like 867 to like 950 in like a day, and I was so happy to see that because I want you to succeed.
Even if I like don't make money off of it, whatever, I think people like me and they understand me and they like know I love them and support them.
What you have 14,000 followers now at Desert Daddy?
Yeah.
And
I
1,000.
only need 4,000 more.
There's got to be at least another person like me out there that is behind enemy lines and appreciating the ray of light that you're giving.
I think that's why
Like,
I got
don't ever
most
stop.
of my followers, because they were like, this girl's kind of okay. Yeah, she's put some sexy shit out every now and then, whatever. But like, she also says what I feel. Like, I have no problem saying.
Yeah, like I said, the Libertadies are nice, but that's not why I stayed.
Yeah, like I do it right. You know, like I do it right. So
No, you do, and I'd probably say I agree with probably 98% of what you say. And the 2% is probably because I'm drunk right now and I can't think of what it is.
I would hope there'd be something.
Yeah, because I think myself. I know I disagree with. I'm too drunk to get into
with cucking. You're probably not a cuck.
No, I'm not a cuck. That's for sure. My wife would very much not approve of that. I just pulled my mic out. Okay. Yeah.
You all right?
But
You settling there?
Sorry, those shots are hitting me now.
That's good.
I fall for the dump truck ass.
I barely ever show the dump truck ass. But.
Recently, you had that. What was it? The one that did.
I did post a little booty yesterday. I'm trying to post like sexy, righteous propaganda pictures now.
Whatever brings them in. Sex sells and libertarian.
And you can do it appropriately. Appropriately, like where it's not like.
Oh my goodness,
and
my channel has blown up since you.
I don't have an OnlyFans or any of that shit, so I'm not like trying to do that. You know, like. I'm just whatever, people. I'm cool and I got good ideas. And
like I said, I probably followed you. I don't remember exactly what made me. I think it was your Karen video, honestly.
Good. That's what got me.
That was fucking funny.
That got me going. Like that got me going when I did that. I was like, I know it's cringy, but like people understood what I was doing.
No,
like,
it was funny. It really was.
Are you over 500? Did you get hit under 500? Over 500?
Did I get over 500? I'm trying.
Oh, 497. You're at 497. You're so
Things are getting blurry. Oh my god! Wow.
You're fucked up, aren't you?
A little bit. I could go a lot deeper. I could go for 2 more shots, to be honest.
I can do more drugs, but I shouldn't drink anymore.
Sex sells. I'm bi. Yeah, of course. Of course.
And he gets it. Like a lot of us are more like Post isn't a libertarian necessarily. Like a lot of us aren't 100% libertarians, especially the way the party fucking runs, how stupid it was, you know, how stupid it is. But like when people understand liberty-minded people, I can go anywhere. Like when I went to the Arizona Libertarian Convention, I went down there because I was supposed to do this volunteer thing and they were going to make us wear masks. And I was like, fuck off. So I went down there and I made friends with you. Like, why would you not make friends with people? Like, it's so much fun to just like make friends with people.
That's one thing I hate about North Carolina. I feel like so alone because the area I'm living in, and I don't exactly want to say which area I'm living in, but
you don't have to, yeah.
I'm totally alone where I am. But if I go to the next town over, it's much nicer.
I get it. I sent you the Mises things. Once you start
I followed that right away.
Even if you're not like a member, you'll meet people through that shit. And do you do Discord at all?
Yes. Oh, I love Discord.
So they're all on Discord. I'm too old for it and I'm always confused. But that's like
you keep saying you're too old, but honestly, you don't look nearly old enough.
Thank you. Thank you. But yes, I am old at heart. Like,
You're-
really, yeah.
I have no idea what age you are.
I'm gonna be 38. I'm almost 38. I'm old.
Age is a number. I'm 29.
It is. It is a number. I don't give a fuck. Like, whatever. I had the most fun in my 30s before all this COVID shit. Oh yeah, he's Dickie. I don't know if you want. I had a guy on named Dickie, and he's British. He was so drunk, and he was like, he couldn't even talk, and he was like this the whole time. It was hilarious.
Let me know if I get to that point because I'm feeling it. Let me tell you.
You're good now. You're chatting. You're all good. I'm awake. I'm good. I'm like tempted to drink a little bit more, but
Me too. Me too. I really am.
Tempted.
I'm tempted to get to that blackout point where good things happen. Oh, nothing but good things happen when you're black.
Oh yeah, the blackout point. And then you don't even remember what you said. You're like,
Yeah.
what the fuck did I say? On Corona years. I know. I'm not even drinking the Corona tonight. I'm drinking the unfattening. I'm drinking vodka crayon, so it'll help me not be fat, like the Coronas.
Yeah, I specifically, like I said, I went back to the whole keto thing before I went back to the diet regimen that I was before. So now I made sure not to eat because I knew I was going to be drinking because I thought, I know you usually have the Coronas for your stream. So I made sure to have the calories spared for the dive down.
I'll just drink. I won't even eat dinner, and I'll just drink a fucking shit ton of Corona. Probably not healthy, but whatever. We were with my family today. I know he's like, it's a snow day tomorrow, whatever. I ate a bunch of pizza this afternoon, so it's like, whatever. I don't need.
Is pizza good in Colorado?
The place we went to is they're from Chicago, and they make good it's more thinner crust, and it's pretty good. And I ate a shit ton. I ate so much. It was good though. Like my belly is so full.
Skeptical.
It's all good. I love it. I love our post stoners here and Babylon's here and 5 other.
Yeah, Stoner and Babylon are they're the OGs. They're G's.
Well, Babylon just got off of work, so he's just like drinking and partying now.
Yeah, like I said before, came for the Liberty Titty, stayed for the titty jokes. Interesting.
Whose titty
That
jokes?
Babylon
Your titty
guy
jokes or
or
my
gal?
titty jokes? Babylon's probably a boy. I've looked it up. I know girls watch me, but it still says it's 100% men that watch me. But
Well,
I know,
you got
like,
Jessica and you got
Yeah.
my wife at this point. I'm hoping
it's
she's
still-
subscribed. If not, I'll make sure she subscribes tomorrow.
I just don't understand why it says that still, but whatever.
Well, the
Maybe people don't fill
analytics-
out the thing. They don't fill out
Yeah,
their boy or girl.
if they don't list it, or the analytics might be a few days behind because it takes 2 days for the analytics to update. So that might be one.
That's true. I should just chill out. I'm fine with men liking me too. Whatever. I'm used to that. That's
Yeah, when you
normal.
post boobs, that's men are gonna come. I'm sorry. Well,
That's
that's not the word play I meant to say.
Ah, I just got it.
Sorry.
You're good. I'm having a good
They're gonna
time. I love it. I
follow.
love that your wife, and I love that your wife's like cool, that you're just hanging out, chatting. That's cool.
Oh yeah, my wife. Like I said, my wife is more based than me. I
It's
remember.
so much easier to be based.
When I was in college. I remember back. I was in community college. I was in a communications class, and I was dating my wife at the time. And I remember I said in the communications class that I saw an ex-girlfriend, and my wife and my girlfriend at the time, my girlfriend at the time, was okay with it. And then someone literally said in the classroom, like, "Yeah, bullshit. There's no way she was okay with that." I was like, "Well, my wife, my girlfriend trusts me." I'm not gonna cheat on her. I met with an ex just to see how life just turned out since then, and people didn't believe me. And so my wife does not care if I follow a Twitter crush here or there.
She
Does
knows.
not give a shit.
You go to her bed. You're gonna be sleeping in the bed with her after a while. That's all that matters.
My wife used to be like that. Rip. Press F in chat for escape.
What used to be cool, but now not cool now? We'll find out. We'll find out what he means by that. How is there
My
still
wife
six-
prefers when I talk to other women because then I leave her fucking alone.
I think that's why Mr. Force Mommy likes me like doing this. She's like, oh, she's not bugging me all the time. Like, it's true.
How long have
We
you
got-
and Mr. Forrest Mommy been together?
12 years.
I think you said that. I'm sorry, I'm drunk.
No, you're fine.
I
Yeah,
apologize.
12
I
years.
just fooled myself here. on
We
my
were
first
technically
podcast.
common-law, but we never signed it. And I don't care about getting married or anything. I don't need his shit. So,
Well, why should the government get involved between two
Exactly.
consensual adults?
and he was married before, and she took a bunch of his shit. And I'm like, I don't need a consolation prize if we break up. Like, it's fine. Like, we're good. Like, and we won't anyways. So, like, it's all good. To have
My
hall
wife
sex,
used to be like that. Now we have hall sex. How does hall sex work? Please, I'm
that's
interested.
probably like I'm more non-monogamous. So I wonder if that's what he means. That's how we are. We're non-monogamous. COVID really fucking bit into that shit, though.
Oh, you got the pineapple going?
Yeah, we're more pineapple-y for sure.
Now that's how I know someone's
11
been
out
on
of
Twitter that understood that reference.
11 out of 12 years has been very pineapple-y, but it's not like we're not like that's not our identity, and that's not. It's just there, you know. Because my whole thing is sometimes you just meet people and you want to fucking fuck, and that's all. Like, and that's it, you know. That's all it is. We just
my
wanna
wife
fuck.
would never.
Oh, we just tell the fuck off passing through the house.
Yo, I don't know who this Escape from Babylon is, but he's pretty great.
Yeah, he's great. I wish he was.
I saw him in the other.
Twitter.
I saw him in chat a few times. He's great.
He's hilarious.
Do
That's
you
how
got a
it-
Twitter Escape from Babylon? Because I would like to.
He's
follow it.
banned. He got banned, I think.
Ah, all the good ones are banned. I haven't got banned yet. I haven't passed that rite of passage yet.
Just wait. Just
I'll get
wait.
there. I'll get there. I'll keep retweeting you guys. Oh my god, it's hit me.
You fucked up.
Yeah, I can still go for 2 more.
I know. I'm fucked up, but it feels like I'm good. It's just what you would do when you used to like go out and hang out with friends at the dive bar. You'd get a little
Yeah.
fucked up, you know?
I remember I went to. Sorry, I keep saying I remember because that's all life is now. It's all memory.
The before times.
Yeah,
Those are the before
the
times.
good old times. I went to a bar and grill. It was called Your Mother's House, and I went with friends, and I was like, I saw a bunch of drunk people laughing during COVID. I saw a bunch of drunk people laughing, and I was like, I missed that. And my friend was like, what do you mean you missed that? I was like, I miss people just being people. I miss them being happy and
Not thinking about stupid shit.
Yeah.
I get it. I completely
again,
get
I
it.
didn't think of myself as very different from other people, but apparently I am.
No, like I said, I had a friend who wanted me to have a fucking party, and then I had a party, and then he was mad at me for having a party in like the summer of 2020, and then he killed himself, and now I can't fucking rectify that shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, the world is so fucking weird. He was someone, you know, when people who kill themselves who you would never think would. Like, there are some people you're friends with, and you're like, well, they're pretty unstable. And this was a person who was like, I never thought that. But that's what happened, you know?
No,
and it's
thank God
sad.
I don't know anyone who's taking their own.
It's wild. It was wild. I've had a handful of friends from, or at least people that were my age when I graduated, that have killed themselves since then. I'm like, and this one especially was just like, so they had put him on a whole bunch of new medicines too. And I think that, I don't know, like, I just don't even know, man. Like, I get feeling terrible. I get wanting to end it, but like, he really, like, how do you be under suicide watch and you still do it at the hospital? Like, he was fucking determined.
That's scary. I mean, I know from working in a healthcare perspective, I know that they're so understaffed, but that's scary.
Yeah. That's crazy. I think they're going to sue the hospital and stuff, the parents, because they're like,
They should.
hello, he was there
Someone-
for one fucking reason.
Yeah, if someone came in and said, "Hey, I need help for this reason," and they weren't given help for that reason, they should get.
They weren't under the watch that they were supposed to be. What? Because he somehow hung himself. And I'm like, they
Wow.
take everything away from, everything's
I'm
very.
sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, it's
That's
been
terrible.
weird. It was the whole thing's just been weird. Like, it was sad, and it still like hasn't hit me completely, that he's not there if I ever need to talk to him. But like, how do you, I'm more just like, how the fuck did that happen? Like, it's more just like, wow, more to me that like, because I understand people kill yourselves, but how do you do it under a suicide watch? Like, I don't know. It's crazy. It's wild. It's sad. It's very sad. Obviously, he wanted the fuck out, though. Like, I don't know what was going on. So,
Yeah, like I've said before, that's something. Life is precious, and I've learned that from 2020. Working in a nursing home, you never know when your time is up, and I wouldn't throw that away. And it's sad that so many people have.
it's sad that we live in the time where it's just so easy to get so empty or so like, I don't know, just so like, and I understand it completely. Like, you just, what the fuck's the point, But then you have people who like are elderly who lived through the fucking depression and like all this shit, and they made it, and they like were born in there was no good health care back then. It was different. Like, everything was so different back then. They're still fucking alive. Like, it's life is so fucking weird. Like, I don't mean to make light of it, but wow, like everything is so crazy.
No, you're 100% right.
I'll be real. I'm a real person. I'm like real about it because, like I said, even with babies and shit, like, it's wild any of us even make it because
Yeah.
there's
That's
like,
in the grand scheme of things, 100%.
do you know how many people like, and technically there are people like, there are a lot of miscarriages that happen within that first couple weeks and no one even fucking knows. Like, this is normal. Like, it's crazy. And that was something that could have become a human or whatever. Like, the
Life
human
is
body
precious,
crazy.
and
It's crazy.
as someone who used to be very depressed and dabbles in it, life is very precious, and it's not something that should be thrown away in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, especially if you're like functional and like, and like, even if you're fucking sad, like, yeah, I don't know. Even in my
Everyone
worst
has
time,
dark times in their life.
yeah,
That's part of life.
we have things we feel like we can't escape at certain times. There's just family. Like, when you have family issues, it's the worst. And like, man, I don't know. But then we talk to our new friends online and we hang out for hours on end and chat.
What, 8.5 hours so far? Oh man.
Yeah, literally.
They always say don't meet your heroes, but here I am. Plastered
I'm
as
not
fuck.
a hero. I'm normal. I'm not
Like
a hero.
I said,
Right.
it was really nice having, as silly as it sounds, your meme posts and your kept me sane in those rooms. They really did. So don't think you
Good.
don't make a difference by posting.
I'm glad though. I'm glad, like, because
Miracle
I
we're
was
still
just
alive.
saying,
Yeah, totally.
I was just saying what like I felt was normal. I felt was right and normal
Logical,
and like
right?
logical. Yeah, like,
That's the thing. We didn't move.
we're
we've
the
stayed
same people. We're the
Yeah.
same people we were over 2 years ago. We're the
Yeah.
same people. Yeah, that's what drives
Exactly.
me nuts.
I'm the same
Um,
person. So I provided up until I quit, I provided the same exact care that I provided to everyone. I gave them 110% all the time. But all of a sudden, because of a vaccine, that wasn't good enough. wild to me.
It's so stupid. It's so stupid. I'm the same fucking person. I wasn't allowed to a fucking board meeting, and I'm off the board now. I stepped off, so I wasn't allowed. And I'm like, I'm literally the same
What kind of
fucking
board?
person. It was a land conservancy for we conserve land, and I did it for 5 years, 6 years. I donated money this year. Sponsored an event. We had an event that had gotten canceled in 2020. We had it in 2021, and donated all this money. And then when we were finally going to have our first board meeting in person, they're like, oh, you have to be that. And I'm like, what? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? So I was out. And I know all those motherfuckers have been sick since then. This is October. I haven't been sick since October. They have.
Did you
They've all
see-
travel. One had a heart attack. They travel, they get sick, whatever, normal. I haven't been
SD
fucking
from
sick
Babylon
since then.
says we're now in the last call bar stage conversations. This is awesome. Yeah, I'm at that point. I don't know about you. I don't
gotta
feel
put
my
a hoodie
feet
on.
anymore.
Do you mind if I put a hoodie on really quick?
No, go ahead. I don't feel my feet anymore, so I don't feel my feet or my face.
You're getting
So I'm
real
pretty
around
plastered.
here.
I'm gonna go get another one real quick. I was born 2.5 months premature. Damn, you must have been a small baby. I was a month premature myself. I'll be right back.
I feel bad for you. Oh, he left too. I feel bad for him because it's so much hour. It's so much later where he is. Oh, you were born premature, Babylon? You're a little guy. Isn't that crazy? Everybody's I feel like everybody goes to the NICU now. Everybody has issues. Hey, Justin. I weighed 11 pounds when I was born. I was not premature at all. It's amazing babies survive, especially with all these people with all their fertility issues. And I feel like there's more people I hear about now that go to the NICU that before in the last 5 years, maybe. Oops. Slow break. A little 4-pound baby. And now what do you weigh, Babylon? What do you weigh now? Normal ass man size? Did he go to get more drinks or did he go to the bathroom? Do we know? Did he say? I love this. I love this. I know, Justin, I'm up late a lot. My Sunday night and Tuesday night streams just go off the rails. 190. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? We start from the smallest of fucking things. And somehow it's crazy. It's so fucking crazy. Life is fucking crazy, man. Are we going to get a drink? I'm done drinking, but I'm doing drugs still, so not officially. YouTube. Justin, where are you? Where do you live, Justin? I think you live in the South. It is crazy. It's fucking crazy. All these people too have fertility issues. It's just how the fuck did I get here? You know? It's just wild. Everything is so wild. Babylon was a 4-pound baby at first.
Oh,
He's
damn.
premature. And here he is. Oh, you're in Georgia, Justin. Okay. It still just always makes me crazy how we make it. Because I know a lot of people now who've been in the NICU with their babies and stuff. I feel like there's a lot of that. And it's how do any of us make it? It's so weird. Mm-hmm. I have a cousin my age who had a stillbirth just a couple years ago. And it's how humans are, but I kind of like that humans are not robotic. We're still biological and shit. So,
yeah.
Did you get more to drink or did you go to eat?
Oh, yeah, no, I just had another shot off stream and I realized 2 was probably too much.
Oh, you just did you have 1 then?
Yeah.
Love it. We're crazy.
Admittedly, I spilled it all over trying to pour it back into the bottle that wasn't meant to be poured back into.
Was that the whiskey still? What kind of whiskey
Yeah.
was it? Jack Daniels or what?
Tennessee whiskey.
Oh, Tennessee.
Tennessee honey.
I need to get more into bourbon and all that stuff. I need to start drinking.
Like I
more.
said, I'm not a big drinker. I wasn't before 2020, but I felt like this was the time.
Why not? Why not? What a good time to get into drinking, you know? Whatever. I went to the doctor in December and everything. I was a little worried. I'm like, I've been drinking a lot. Doing drugs a lot. But he said everything was fine. So then I'm like, okay, I can just keep doing it then for
Jack
a little
Daniels
bit
is
longer.
the devil. I reject your gods, sir.
She was
Used to
waiting
drink my
for
weight in bourbon and rum. Yeah, I'm about the same. It was the same.
We're doing that tonight.
I was generally I'm very good. I don't drink very much, but talking about all this, like we said before, was pretty much therapy for me. So
yeah, it's
gotta get
therapy,
repress that back down.
and it's like being at a bar. I don't know. It's like partying or whatever.
Yes.
Like it's as close as we can get to that.
Think about it. Think about it. Back in the day, restaurants, taverns, churches, that's when the revolution was formed. You know? And that's the shit that they shut down.
Yep.
I can't help but think there's a coincidence there.
And they wanted it all online so that they could like watch it. If it's online, then they can watch it. Because we're all like, oh, it's cool to meet people online, but then it's like, well, then they're fucking watching it. Like,
yeah, then you get your Fed agent, your glowy. Oh my god, have you seen the glowies of the honketing?
oh
my god,
did they
they're
have the
like
Nazi,
radioactive?
the Nazi flag ones and stuff?
Yeah, the Confederate. Somebody goes up. The one person that's wearing a mask goes up to Canada, wears a fucking balaclava, and waves the Confederate flag, and we're supposed to believe that's not CIA. Okay,
Yeah.
glowy.
even in the crowd, they were like, "Get the fuck out of here, loser!" Like they knew.
That even happened with the January 6th. I don't know. I don't want to talk too much about that to get you banned. But like,
we're fine. I think
they were even saying Fed. Like, come on, these guys are glowies. There was
Ray Epps.
Ray Epps. Yeah, that guy's fucking radioactive.
Did you hear people confronted him at his house? And then those people who had confronted him, the FBI raided their houses like a week or two later.
Oh, that's funny. Like Whitmer, the plot to kidnap Whitmer. Out of 17, there was 15 federal officers. Fucking, you gotta laugh because otherwise you'd cry.
Because it's fucked up, man. Yeah.
It's so nice to talk to someone who gets it. Who isn't drinking the Kool-Aid.
It's so obvious.
You think you would think, you would really think that it is so obvious, but apparently it's not. Apparently we are the exception, not the rule.
They would have no job if they didn't create all this bullshit. They'd have no job, really. Like, I even go deeper. I think like a lot of shootings, like a lot of things. So like Columbine happened out here while I was in high school, and we went to like the park afterwards to put flowers and stuff. And the Princess of York, Fergie or whatever her name is, she was there. And I'm like, why is there this British royalty here in Colorado over a school shooting? And that was like one of the first ones. Like, I think it's all, I go Alex Jones on that shit because everything's just really weird. I'm like, why the fuck was she there?
They said,
why was she there?
Sandy Hook, I know, was there's conspiracy there, and that's same thing with the Las Vegas that somehow he managed
the Las
to get
Vegas one is like absurd. It's absurd. Like, even here we had a just in 2021 we had a shooting in Boulder with Post Owner right now. We were shooting at a grocery store, and it was weird. Everything around it was weird. And at the same time, we realized they were trying to pass some anti AR laws, or something about ARs or whatever. And it's
that's with Mr. Biden here. All of a sudden, the Pittsburgh Bridge collapses a few hours before they're supposed to pass the. Like, they really think you're that stupid.
Yeah. It's
I'm fucking wasted right now. And come on.
it's always has this issue. Even that, like I said, that grocery store shooting, this guy was doing a live stream during it, like right after it happened, supposedly, and there's people laying in the road and he didn't help them. Like, it was just very, how can I believe this? Because you and me, we'd run to the people to help them if there was people lying there supposedly from gunshot wounds, but this guy didn't. Like, it was just, it's just so hard to believe some of this stuff sometimes. And even if it really happens and people really die, it's hard to think the FBI didn't like meet these people and radicalize them into something, you know?
Did you see the Patriot Front's fucking released bloopers?
No.
Oh my god, the Patriot Front, which nobody believes is a real thing. They fucking all got their Walmart khakis, and they fucking no one believes
the
they're
same mask thing going on.
Yeah, they got their Patriot shields, and no one believes these glowies are an actual thing. But they released bloopers where they said Sig Heil, and they're like, oh come on, really?
Oh yeah, where they were around a table. I did see that, and like you're like.
Yeah, that's the one. I was like, come on. No one fucking believes you. Get it the fuck over it.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, that was so unbelievable. Like, it's all so unbelievable. And I know trolls too in Florida. So like that whole, they recently had the whole swastika people on the bridge or whatever in Florida. Like, I know people who live down there who are trolls who would do that shit. Like, the person who doxed me is the kind of person who would do that shit. And like, it's just, I don't believe any of it because I know a normal person would do it. So of course the FBI or whatever, these people would fucking.
Anybody watching right now, if you dox Forrest Mommy, you got small PP energy. Just saying.
He knows.
Putting that out there.
He knows. I've put it out there that like, when anyone who's friends with him, we're not cool. 5 guys in sick fucking hell. 2 of them were fat. Which 3 of them were fat. Yeah, the JFK, like JFK was fucking killed by the FBI. Like, we know that at this point.
So is Martin Luther King.
Yep, and Malcolm X. Like, they all were. But not but they say we're the bad people, and it's like, no, the government's actually the bad people.
I've never wished ill upon another human being in my life. I don't think.
If you're coming at me to kill me, yeah, but if you're not, whatever. Like,
no one's trying to kill me, so I haven't wished ill upon anyone.
Yeah, like, it's so. How do people believe this shit?
Like I said before, though, it's so refreshing to know that someone, even though you're in Colorado, someone else out there, thank God, thinks the way I do.
There's a lot. There's a lot of us. Don't worry. It's just
coming from New York, it's kind of a rare breed. Well, at least I shouldn't say that, because Long Island was based as fuck, but it seemed like it was, and they made it seem like it was. It was very isolating, feeling wise, you know.
Hey, you're not allowed to think outside their box.
I'll never forget. I keep saying that. I've never realized how much I say that until this stream. But when I was in one building, which was the intensive care ward of the nursing home, I overheard one black person saying, "I don't need them to tell me my life matters. Of course it matters." And I was like, "Oh, good. Someone else is actually thinking right now."
They get it. Like, they get that it's.
I regret not talking to them. I should have talked to them more.
That's fine. Like,
I had a job to do. I had to have people say goodbye to their families, so I couldn't talk to them.
What a fucking world you've been through. Like, that's like crazy.
That shit'll stick with me for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
I don't want to say PTSD I don't want to, take away from the people who actually suffer PTSD, but somewhat close. Something like that.
It was traumatic. It was a traumatic.
It was
thing.
traumatic for sure.
Yeah.
Again, I went from playing games and making people smile to
Yeah.
say goodbye to
Like
you.
chair exercise to now
Yeah.
your family is talking to you.
Oh my
for the
god, I
last
used
time.
to love doing the chair exercise. Look at my fat ass. That was the that was
I loved
my
it. I
exercise
love
for the
chair
day. It was great.
exercise. Yeah. Like it was so
Yeah.
fun. And they'd be like, the old people would be getting into it. Like, I love that shit.
I miss that so much. I miss bringing smile. I don't want to plug my channel. I don't want to.
Plug it. Plug it.
Sound Inspector, right? I don't want to. I just hope I bring smiles to people. That's all I want to do in life. If nothing else, I just want to bring smiles to people. And I'm fucking plastered right now, so I'm being real. I'm being real honest.
Liquid courage. We have the liquid courage going.
Sorry.
On.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. I just want to make people happy and smile in life. And I hope.
Why not? Why would anybody not? Like, the fuck?
I'm not funny enough to be a comedian, so I hope that my content could make people smile in some way.
I'll start watching. I'll start watching. I'm not a gamer, but I'll watch some of it.
Right now, I'm working on a Gordon Ramsay soundboard and a Bob Ross soundboard. So if you can relate to that, maybe you could find out.
Like you play their quotes or something.
Oh yeah, I have like 1,015 Gordon Ramsay quotes.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, and I have them all categorized. Oh, fuck, sorry. I have them all categorized in a Google sheet. So I can pretty much make him say whatever I want to say at this point.
That's productive.
My wife, God
Hey, at
bless
least
her
you're
for
being
being so
productive
supportive.
in your unemployment. You're being productive.
I'm trying.
so.
I'm just, Forrest Mommy, I just want to make people smile in my life. That's all I want.
I get it. I get it.
Gordon Ramsay just did a show on my friend's restaurant. Yo, Escape. I don't know who he is, but he's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah, he's good. Oh, they're laughing about that Dickie guy. We're still talking at least. So the Dickie stopped talking.
Yeah, it's all blur. It's all a blur to me at this point.
You can go back and watch it later, so it's all good.
Yeah, I'll find out what ridiculous things I've said.
You haven't said anything ridiculous. You're good. Like, it's all good.
I hope not. Honestly, I think that's 90% of the solution to the world's problems. Like, did you see that shit with the M&M green M&M?
Yeah, they made her like less sexy.
Yeah, desexualize the green M&M. Like, what the fuck? Who's whacking it to the green M&M?
It's sad because they make these characters and like we're our individual characters, and so they'll make these characters who are super individual, and then like, oh no, she's too sexy. We have to tone her down, and it's like, what? No, she's a fucking.
But like
character.
10 years ago, that was the goal to have women proud of their sexuality.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't get it. I'm always about the sexuality. I like it.
Yeah, I'm the most like sex positive person that I know, and even I'm like, what's going on with this world right now? We're really entering the Roman decadency phase. We haven't a chat poll in a good while. Make it the poll.
I don't know how to make a poll in the chat.
I don't know how to.
Who's whacking it to the chat? I don't think anyone was, but they're like, oh, this is that character. And that's what they did with all the comic books and shit. It's like you had specific characters and then they changed them. And it's like,
yeah, well, oh my God, I could go on that for days. I used to love comic books as a kid. That's, like I said, my stepfather was my best influence. And he used to buy me comic books once in a while when he would come home from work. We didn't have much money as a kid. I know more. I can't masturbate. Yeah. Oh, savage. Poet, Jennifer Stoners. Actually savage. Okay, people. I had to close my eye to read. Okay, people. Which M&M is the gay one, and which one is the?
That's what they like want to do, and it's like they can't just make characters. They're like, oh, this has to be this one.
Yeah, they've co-opted old characters to change them to new characters, and this doesn't make any sense to me. I remember the minute I stopped reading comic books, and I'm sure this doesn't apply to you, so I apologize. Stop me if I
No,
go.
I
on.
get it. No, keep going because I get it. I get the whole thing. Like,
So
go ahead.
yeah, they've ruined comic books. Captain America, I used to love. He was my boy. I fucking love Captain America. I was the most America person around when I was a kid. And then came a comic line called Civil War, which is where they made it kind of one of the movies about it. I don't know if you watched it, where they acknowledged that vigilantes need some training versus the other people who said, hey, this is America, just do what's right. So there was people who government training, just do what's right. And Captain America was obviously always the based motherfucker that he is because he's Captain America, right? Stop me if I'm being an idiot because I'm drunk.
No, you're good. Keep going.
Thank you. So eventually it got to the point where Captain America was beating the shit out of Iron Man. And the American people said, hey, stop. Don't do this. Now, I'll remind you early in the stream, I said that Captain America previously used to stand by the Mark Twain quote of plant yourself by the river of truth and tell the world to move, which is, I think, honestly, the American way. Maybe I'm probably in the minority now, but I think if you know the truth in your heart, you should stand by it. So it got to the point where Captain America was beating the shit out of Iron Man. The American people asked him to stop, and he just gives up, which isn't very American to just give up, in my opinion. And then later on, he goes on to a talk show where they're like, well, do you know what American Idol is? Do you know what Facebook is? So clearly you don't know what American is. And I was just thinking in my head, there was a big red pill moment in my life. It was like, well, okay, I can't read comic books anymore because they ruined my hero. And I know it's silly, but Captain America and Spider-Man, they taught me how to, and Optimus Prime, when I was a kid, they taught me how to live. They taught me morals. G.I. Joe, to a little extent, they taught me right from wrong. And now these kids these days, like we were talking about earlier, I don't know. It's I don't know. It's real sad.
It's sad, especially because they're like, they think they can change all these characters, and then they think they can change themselves physically too, which you can to some extent. You can get fit or whatever, but like they're being taught that you can just like completely change yourself in a physical way. I don't know. It's just weird. It's all weird.
And they're co-opting characters to become things that they're not.
Yeah, going deep as
in your heart for Spider-Man and such fictional characters. Does that make you a pussy? It's totally cool and relatable. Well, thank you, CV Ramen. I don't know how to say your name, but thank you, because Spider-Man, voluntary socialism, not socialism, association, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Just do good for your local neighborhood. Just do good for the people around you. That's Spider-Man's way. People are forgetting that. Deep as fuck tonight, dude. Characters are designed to touch your heart. Yeah. I know Superman kissed the dude. Yeah. I never was a fan of DC Comics because I felt like DC was heroes you look up to, where Marvel used to be heroes you relate to. Yeah. Sorry, I don't want to hijack your stream with nerdism.
No, it's all good. CV Ramen. He's like, it is CV Ramen, not caveman. Okay. We'll say it right.
CV Ramen. Yeah. Again, I don't remember what I said in the past because I'm fucking blasted at this point. But yeah, I like you, buddy.
I like.
It's nice to see. It's so refreshing to see that there are other people out there. And like I said before, I know I plugged her channel, and I'm not, sponsored by her in any way. Melanie Mac, what else I follow? Actman, It's a Gundam. If you like nerd shit, they're great people to follow. That play pretty well in the real world. I would say. I feel like you and me, Forest Mommy, I feel like we live in the real world and people just live in an idolized world. If that's true.
Yeah, they just. Yeah. There's something going on. That's for sure between the real world. I'm not sobered up. I'm just chilling.
I'm definitely not sobered up, that's for sure. Oof. The room is spinning for me.
Oh, that's not good.
We're good.
I don't want you to get too drunk.
Well, I mean, like I said, I don't have a job tomorrow, so we're okay. And I've been looking forward to meeting you for quite some time. We are in an old world of how things were. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's like that's what's been weird about because even with the comic book shit, which I wasn't 100% into, but I've noticed what's going on. I follow Eric July and stuff, so like I've seen all the. It's like what the fuck? You make these characters and then you completely change them, which, okay, like I don't know, it's just weird.
One of my favorite lines, actually,
I'm
from
not
the Marvel.
sober. I am not sober. They think I'm sober.
I love how you're defending that you're not sober.
I'm not sober, guys.
One of my favorite lines from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which most people don't think is canon or whatever, is when Captain America, Chris Evans, says, "Oh, I thought in America the punishment comes after the crime." And we live in the world where, you're asymptomatic, you're tested still.
Right.
You're asymptomatic, you're still shunned, you're still sick, you're still locked up. Ooh, sorry.
Yeah, even if you're not sick, you're supposed to think maybe I could be sick. I have to go get tested. All this shit.
Yep.
Ooh, Babylon, that's deep. It's heavy. It's true though. A lot of civilizations in the old worlds did like mass sacrifices, even of children,
I genuinely hope we are wrong. I really do. I hope I could wake up tomorrow and everything I thought was wrong. I hope the vaccine was not meant to hurt anybody. I hope the vaccine was fantastic. I hope COVID wasn't gain of function. I genuinely hope the best for everybody. But doesn't seem that way.
It's too far in. It keeps going and going and going. Which I knew in that 15 days. I'm like, they're not gonna stop.
I said, I'll never live that down, and I hate myself for not acknowledging.
Yourself.
No, I do. But
I've
always, like I said, my story, my red pill. I was based since high school, and I didn't see it because I saw people falling down around me, and I had a coworker who came from the Dominican Republic, and she said, "Oh, people are just dropping down. They're just dropping in the streets." It's my biggest regret in life to not. I don't know what I would have done in those 15 days, but I should have recognized.
It's all good. You're here now, or you were here at 16, day 16, or whatever. Like
day 16. I swear to God, the minute because I remember his Trump's announcement was, "Oh, we'll extend it to Easter." That was day 16. That was his announcement. Like, we'll extend it to Easter. I was like, and I had to tell, you know how hard it is to tell your loved one that you were right. No one likes to say you were right to anybody. but I had to. I had to own it, and I was like, you know what? I was absolutely wrong.
It's all good. You knew, like, I just knew because I think because I lived through 9/11 and all that shit. Like, I think that just helped me get it a little bit more.
When I was a kid back then, because I was only in fourth grade. I remember my grandmother died on the 3rd. So I didn't 9/11 didn't hit me right, and I was a kid, and I was like, yeah, let's go fight. Looking back, that was a mistake. But you know, we're all kids at some point. I was like in fourth grade at the time of 9/11, so maybe.
Yeah, you don't know. I don't know.
I don't know now. I admit I don't know now, you know. Trump fucked us hard and deep. Yes.
He did. He
Yes,
did the
I will
emergency
say
order.
that's
You
one
could've
thing I had
dropped
over
that.
my wife. My super base wife held on to the Trump fantasy a little longer than I did. I was like, as soon as he said the line, forget the Second Amendment, take their guns and worry about legislation later. Again, I'm plastered, so feel free to fact check me. He said something along those lines, and I'm like, whoa, that's a problem. That is certainly a problem. I was in fourth grade. I was in fourth grade also for 9/11.
Desert Storm was the 90s one, I think. 9/11. That was all fucked. The fucking government. Do you
Now,
follow
I will say,
Scott Horton? Do you follow Scott Horton or read any of his stuff?
Scott Horton. No,
Yeah,
you're
look
giving
him
me
up.
all the good ones to follow. Please.
Look at, he has a really good book too about like the America caused everything in the Middle East. Like we fucking caused all that shit. Like the whole
Well,
thing.
it's really silly to think that America could solve the Middle East warring factions when the Middle East has been warring since fucking 30,000 BC. We don't have the answers there, guys. I'm sorry. I love America, and I will never apologize for loving the idea of America. But we're not gonna solve that problem.
Never. All right, I might be crashing soon. Are you crashing?
I mean, I'm plastered, but I'm not crashing. But
it's 2 o'clock by you, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, like I said, I'm.
Oh, it's called a we. If I ever say we, I don't mean like we officially. Shit.
Like I said, I mean, if you're crashing, I understand. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you, and thank you so much for your platform. I think my Twitter gained 60 freaking followers from you, which is crazy to me that people would think my opinions are worth anything.
They are, though. Don't think that. They are. Everybody's are. It's just sometimes they have to be corrected a little bit. Like, they suck, you know.
Like I said earlier, I'm very grateful. Don't think that you're not doing good by posting your dank memes and your base posts and your libertitties out there, because it does make a difference out there.
Good.
I'm gonna need to post shirtless pics now. Oh well, this is gonna drop my following now. CV Ramen.
Yeah, you will. If you got a good chest, show that shit off.
I am back to keto now, so give me a few months and I'll start.
I don't even know. I like even if men are like, I just like a nice chest, and like you don't have to be like, you know, buff, but
I'm more of the barrel chested type.
I like that shit. That's good. Like
I've never been the abs type. Even when I was like going 9 days without eating for wrestling, I was never the abs. Best I could get is that V muscle. You know that V muscle I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, I know the V muscle.
Yeah, you know the V muscle. That's the best I could get, but I couldn't get that 6-pack, even hardest as I tried. Me too. I was hungover and skipped class during 9/11. Oh, no. I'll never forget Mrs. Glykos. She had pulled us aside, had a conversation. And we went home and we watched all the videos online and got all that fear of
That was a wild
terrorists.
day. That was a wild, and you were close. You were so much closer to it where you were.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I was on Long Island. Yeah, it was wild. Again, it didn't hit me. I'll be honest. It didn't hit me as much because my grandmother died on I think the 3rd, so it didn't hit me as much as it should have. But I'd like to think that I still wasn't gonna be immune to the propaganda of it all.
Well, I didn't realize what the Patriot Act was at the time and all that stuff.
Scary
so-
shit looking into it now. Honestly, when I was a kid, I supported the Iraq war. I was like, yeah, let's fucking do it. Yeah. I was totally a neocon when I was a kid.
Well, because we
Glad
thought
I-
they thought like that's why you got to read the Scott Horton book. It's so good. Do I have it in here?
Scott Horton book?
Yeah, well, look up Scott Horton on Twitter.
Please, you're much more of a pro, liberty-minded person than I am. I'm
Well, it's just like people who
relatively
know
neutral.
shit. Like the whole, he goes back into the history of the whole Middle East, and basically America has been
Like
fucking.
I said,
with-
read this book. This book is crazy.
yeah, I want to read that one actually.
Ordinary Men is fucking scary.
It is scary because we're in that shit where it's like, why are these people doing this shit? It's just retarded. So retarded.
When they killed Bill Cooper, I completely flipped my shit. Who is Bill Cooper?
See, I don't even know who that is either.
I'm like trying to look it up and read it. William Cooper, American conspiracy theorist, radio broadcast, also known as 1921. Described HIV/AIDS as a man-made disease. Is that the guy? Oh my god, it's blurry.
Well,
I'm trying.
Yeah, I'll have to look that up tomorrow.
Are you as swifty as I am?
I'm not as swifty, but I'll either have to do more drugs or whatever, and I don't want to get too fucked up. So
God, we're 9 hours. How long do your streams usually go?
this is the
I
longest
catch
one.
every other
9 hours is the longest.
Ah,
one, I'm
look
pretty
at that!
sure.
Look at that endurance! Yeah,
We hit a record here.
hell yeah! It's so nice to talk to you in person. Well,
It is nice, isn't it? Just to chat with people and like.
and
This
I hope
feels so
I'm not,
good.
like holding you longer than you want to be, but like, I, for me, as an unemployed North Carolinian in a very liberal area, which I won't say, it's very nice to talk to the person that kept me sane throughout the years. And,
I'm glad. That makes
like
me
I
so
said,
happy.
don't ever think that you're not making a difference because you are.
Oh, thank
Keep
you
it
for
up.
telling me that shit. Like I'm glad because people do message me and they're like, just keep saying your shit, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna keep saying my shit.
Listen, with how many shots I've had at this point, I cannot be honest. I'm being brutally honest here. You very much made a difference in my life.
Oh,
you-
good.
Mainly, I feel like out of everyone, I disagree with Kurt the Libertarian the most. Because then it was you, Reed, Kurt the Libertarian, and Liberty Lockpot. Those are the 4 main that I followed before I started really diving into Liberty Twitter. And at the start of the whole pandemic, I think I had 3 followers. Now, thanks to you, I'm almost up to 500.
Yeah, did you hit it? Did you hit 500?
Did I? I don't know. I can't even read right now. I
I
just got another one. Oh my god! Wow.
Oh, close. $4.99. You're at $4.99.
Oh my god! That's so exciting. Thank you so much. I'm sure there'll be another purge someday soon, and it'll all go back down to 300.
That's the problem. That we all get banned and shit.
But you guys really kept me sane out there, especially in New York, all alone in those rooms of people that were just saying goodbye to their families. Like, you guys really make a difference, and I'm sure you guys don't think that when you're just tweeting out shit, but you guys really are. And those are
Good.
I'm serious. I'm not even joking here. You guys really do make a difference, and I hope I could get to that point one day where I could help
You
people at
do.
least
You
smile and
do.
feel
Because you
vindicated.
mentioned all you did have to do is mention that you worked in the facilities. And I was like, oh shit, I gotta talk to this guy, you know? Like
Yeah. Forrest mommy, I pray that I made a difference to these people. I really do.
you do. You will. We'll do this again sometime since you can go late and be cray cray.
Oh yeah. Whenever, whenever you need someone to fill, don't hesitate because I'm a degenerate at this point. Otherwise, I'm just streaming garbage, mediocre. Oh, we love you too. Thanks, Babylon. This guy's great. I don't know who Escape from Babylon is, but he's fucking great.
He's awesome. He's awesome.
I saw him in the other chat too, and I agreed with everything he said when I first started watching you.
Based.
And I think he's a pretty religious viewer of you. Yeah, he's based as fuck.
I think so. He's one of my regs, my regulars.
But that's so nice to see. That really it is. Again,
People just want to listen to people. People just want to listen to normal ass people too.
Coming from New York, I felt so alone. I had friends, and my friends agreed with me, but they still folded to the vaccine mandate, and I worried for them. Like, again, I don't judge anyone else's for the decisions that they make in their life. That's their life. That's the whole basis of individualism. Do what you want to do. Squirrel is a night owl? Yeah, I'm totally. Oh, thank you.
This is the hill. That's right, Babylon.
I'm up till 4 a.m. every night, spewing garbage.
Damn,
so if you...
4. Damn.
Yeah, this is the hill. This is the hill to die on, Escape. It really is. And 29, but I will still say, give me liberty or give me death. This is the hill to die on. We have to stop conceding to these psychos.
It's fucked up. They're fucked up. Not us. We're cool.
We haven't changed. I literally haven't changed as a person since 2019. I am the same person. If anything, all I am is a little more faithful. Like I think I've said before in your stream. That's the only difference that's occurred to me in life. And that's not even from like a logical perspective. That's just because I hope that there is some shining light on the other side when I see all this evil all around.
I hope so too.
Yeah, hold the line. Exactly. Yeah, I'm gonna hold the line forever. I'm graced enough that my wife has a job that didn't matter if she was vaccinated or not. I don't know. I guess I would be on a food line or whatever, but I can't go back, so it really doesn't matter yet. As sad as that is.
All right. I don't want to pass out while I'm on the stream, so I'm gonna end it.
It was lovely finally meeting you.
9 hours for fucking 9 hours.
Yeah. Oh my god, that was exciting. And Escape from Babylon and CV and I think Justin, they stayed with us almost the whole time. Stoner, yeah. You guys are chads. Just have to move down here. I don't know where here is, but yeah.
Georgia.
Oh, Georgia? I don't know about Georgia. That might not be enough. Well,
right.
Forrest Mommy, it was lovely talking to you, and thank you again. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for coming on and sharing your stories too. But we'll do it again. I'll have you on again. And your wife too. I want to have your wife on too. So.
Oh, my wife? Yeah. You go on a whole different. Even you might think she's radical.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks everybody who's been watching.
It was lovely finally meeting you. It was lovely finally meeting you.
I'll see everybody on the Twitter side if they're on Twitter.
Yes, I'll see you then.
All right, get some sleep tonight, libertarian squirrel at some point. Bye, everybody. I love everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye.